All right. I think we're on. All right,
Yep.
fantastic. Good day, everybody. Welcome to Oceanic Championships Day 4, final day today. Very excited. We've got all of the first rounds out of the way now.
Yep. All
And
done.
we're just about to start with the second round of 3x3, split up into two groups. We're going to see some really fast solving in this second round here. For those of you who don't know the person sitting next to me, he's not a usual part of our commentary team. Everybody else made second round except me. But this is Conan Moe. Do you
Hello.
want to introduce yourself to the stream?
I'm Conan Moe. I come from Queensland, and I main clock. That's all
Alright.
you need to know.
That is all the necessary info. So I'm just going to get him on to talk a little bit about what happened in clock round 1. But first, quick recap of yesterday's shenanigans. So the main highlight would have definitely been 3x3 round 1. We saw some really, really good averages at the top. So obviously Feliks Zemdegs coming away with a sub 6. Actually his worst possible average. There was OCR potential there, but even still some really, really good solves and some good crowd reactions in there as well. Following him was Leo Borromeo and David Epstein. David setting a new PR. And then Chris Mills in 4th spot with a new UK national record average of 6.47. All of those were quite good solving. Chris in particular quite consistent, all 6s. And I'm sure you can expect video of that to go up on his channel relatively quickly. He's working on it as we speak. Obviously not now because he's competing. And then what we've got up today, obviously, we're starting 3x3 round 2, and then afterwards is 2x2 round 2, Scube, Pira, one-handed, and 3x3 blind, all second rounds. After that, we've got the 3x3 third round, and then we're on to finals. So just doing all of the finals for all events, I believe, besides blinds and FMC. 3 blind is a final in today, though. So it should be a really, really good day. It's the climax of this championship and definitely what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
But as for yourself, Conan, you've got clock finals up today. It's the first final that we're running today, so it's going to be just before
Lunch.
Yep, looks like it'll be just before lunch.
Yep.
How did round 1 go for you?
Round 1. Wow. So that round, I was really surprised how not nervous I was.
Right.
I had really good control over like my turning, and I think that's what got me like the really good times. So it was OCI average. It was like 4.5.
We can bring it up.
I think.
I'm surprised you wouldn't know this off the top of your head, to be honest.
Yeah.
So your OCR average you set in the
Yep.
first round was a 4.58.
Yep.
And then along with that single was a national record,
Yeah.
3.72.
Yeah, so what happened was it was originally a 4.49 average, but my fastest counting time actually got, it was a misscramble, so I had to do an extra for that one, but I clutched up again, and I got a 4.43.
Yep.
So,
Definitely on a hot streak because you set OCR average, your first OCR average,
Yep.
at New Zealand Nationals last week, made the
Yeah.
trip overseas for it,
mhm.
and then betted it a few days ago, just on day 1.
Yeah.
And then also we had Zaid Chowdhury just behind, who also got an average under your old Oceanic record.
Yeah.
So really good to see him getting some good times.
Yeah.
Obviously himself was the Oceanic record holder before you, and so it's looking like a battle between those two. Top 10 made it through to the finals, all with a sub 7.5 average.
So what I actually didn't know was that I'm not competing. I'm not competing.
Conan has his priorities well in order.
Yeah.
He made 3x3 second round, but he's dropping out to talk to me about clock.
Yeah, this is
So-
like a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Oh,
I'm
I feel
not gonna miss
blessed.
this for the world.
I feel blessed that you'd just be here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the greatest interviewer.
Give you your company. But yeah, it looks like so for our clock finalists, we have obviously Conan and Zaid. Any other names that you wanted to point out in that list of the top 10?
Honestly, I think if me and Zaid don't DNF, third place is a pretty big toss-up. We have no idea who's gonna come third. It's all just gonna come down to nerves.
Yeah, and clock obviously an event where nerves can take a massive toll on just about every single solve.
Yeah.
If you can't control them, it's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, and just going back to the first round, actually, after we realized I had a miss scramble, actually didn't know that Zaid had actually beaten my previous OCR.
Hmm.
So at the time, like if I didn't get a good enough time on the extra, I would have actually the OCR average would have gone to Zaid,
Which is
and I didn't know that at
it's
the
very
time.
interesting to think. Zaid would have been aware of this obviously the whole time,
Yeah,
but it is very interesting that it came down to an extra attempt to decide who has
yeah,
OCR.
yeah,
Uh, Definitely, it's by far and away one of the more interesting rounds we've had, possibly the most interesting round we've had
maybe.
in Oceania clock.
And on top of that, I feel like my mindset going into that last solve was like obviously I didn't know that it was like down to that solve to decide who was going to get OCR, but I feel like my nerves for that round was actually like really good, especially on the extra because um, like my mindset was just I had already gotten OCR on the first 5 solves, and in my head that's like what I wanted, that's all I needed. So the extra was just um, it was just like proving I could do it again.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And actually, that's how your OCR average at New Zealand Nationals was too.
yeah,
Also, I believe 2 missed scrambles on
yeah,
that one.
that one was a lot more tough because it was 2 missed scrambles and they were my fastest times.
Right.
So yeah, those if I didn't get like something very similar, it wouldn't have been OCR.
Yeah. I found it very humorous in the video that you put up of it. It was an average of 7.
Yeah, yeah,
I thought that was quite
yeah.
quite funny.
Hi Tam. Hi Hayden.
Oh, who's in chat? Tam.
Oh, it's Billy Goose,
Yo.
my favorite
All right.
Scot.
Yeah, sick, sick. All right. So obviously, getting good results in comp is nice, but clock is a particularly underdeveloped event.
Oh yeah,
I
for
saw a
sure.
post in CF not long ago, and my first instinct was just to tag you in it because
Yeah,
I know personally that you've been developing a lot of clock theory.
yeah, yeah,
Would you want to tell us maybe a
yeah.
bit about that? Or
So I feel like clock, like it's such a simple event. Like you can learn it, you can figure it out in like maybe 10 minutes or so if you don't know how to solve it. And because of how simple it is, it's really easy for people to just like just spam solves, just do like brain dead solutions. But for me personally, I find it really interesting to like explore like creative solutions. So we have a lot of
oh, he's bought
Ooh,
props.
yep.
Okay.
I don't know how well this is gonna go on the stream, but um,
We'll soon find
yeah,
out.
you can actually skip corner turns and preserve it on by doing like a different solution on the first phase,
Yeah.
which
So I think
a lot of people don't even know.
I was going to say that seems like obviously recognizing corner skips is pretty basic once you get to a certain point and familiar with how clock works. But it is a very easy time save to pick up
Yeah.
once you are looking to get good.
And so yeah, I've been developing a lot of techniques for like the normal method, the flip method, which
Yep.
is the most common. But recently there's been a lot of development in the world of no flip, especially 7 simul. So
Yep.
7 simul is a method developed by none other than our very own Benjamin Pohl, Tommy Cherry, and Caleb Trelford. They have been, yeah, they figured out that you can solve a clock with a maximum number of 7 moves every single time if you do simultaneous turns. So you
So
can
it's
do
every turn as a simultaneous.
Yeah.
Turn. Yep.
So that's been really interesting. Tommy's gotten some really good times, but he DNF'd the average. He got like a counting 3.6.
Right. Yep.
But yeah, it was a DNF. So like I think this is actually like the future of clock. It's gonna be like objectively optimal, I think.
Well, yeah. It's easy to throw around the terms objectively optimal, but when you have proven that you can solve a clock in 7 moves, when other
Yeah.
methods are obviously more than that, it's hard to pass by the words objectively optimal without them retaining some kind of truth.
Yeah.
So definitely interesting to see how that method gets implemented officially in the future.
Yeah, for sure.
Just on the stages now, we're beginning our 3x3 round 2. So this is seeds 65 to 128. So this is the less speedy half of the competitors who made it into second round. On station number 1, we've got Olivia Hasman Ursha, That's a name I remember from Australian Nationals finals. He was one of our 3x3 finalists in the head-to-head final there. I believe he's a WA Cuba. Represents Indonesia in the WCA though, so he will not be eligible for title of Oceanic champion.
Unfortunately.
It is unfortunate, but it is good to see the large amount of international representation we have outside of Australia, New Zealand, and Papua New Guinea. So Olivio on his first solve at 10.10. And Fintras beside him of New Zealand on station number 2 getting a 7.9. It's interesting to see on stations 3 and 4 we've got Benjamin Worry and Caden Ing both practicing one-handed in in between their 3x3
Go
solves.
be Worry.
Go be Worry. How did he go in square 1 yesterday?
Square 1. I believe he DNF'd his last solve.
Oh, that's not
I think
good.
it was it's a PR average. But yeah, he DNF'd his last solve, so that was a bit sad. He's at the very top, second.
Oh, right, he's second. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, he was a long way up. I was looking at singles. I'm looking all the way down here. No, but Squan yesterday, David Epstein, contentious for the title, but Benjamin Worry slotting there in second place.
Yep.
Interesting to see that 2 of the top 3 are Lin method users.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So Adrian O'Ramerton uses Lin, and Benjamin Worry just recently, actually, at a competition you co-delegated, I believe.
Yeah. That was the first comp I delegated as a trainee,
Yes.
and B Worry, it was so sad. He had 2 world record fails in one day.
Oh no.
He had early on in the day he had square 1. He had a 4.66 with a pause. So
Yes.
that could have been world record single.
I didn't realize until I saw the video that could have actually been a lot better, because it was quite a large pause, and he wasn't overly happy with it.
Yeah.
Even though it was still, I think it was 10th in the world. At the time, and then obviously was he in the group with the?
Yep. He was sitting next to me for 2x2 finals, and that's when we had the world record single. So the first solve I had it first. I got like 0.63, not that good. But Benjamin Worry, as soon as he put his as soon as he started inspection, the guy got world record. And
Oh right.
Yeah, he didn't start the timer.
Oh no.
It was so sad.
That's a harsh way to lose a good time,
Yeah.
especially on one that's had world record set
Yeah, his average was like good though for that final.
for that particular
I
final.
think. What other events are there going to be interesting podiums for?
I'm a bit biased, but I think the podium for 3x3 blindfolded is going to be pretty interesting. Even looking at the psych sheet, first place is quite it's not up for grabs at all. I'm pretty sure Charlie Eggins has sewed that one up, but past him, I think that there's about 6 or 7 other people who can really vie for podium. But blind nerves are very real, and it's hard to say how they'll affect different people.
Let's have a look at the what the results were in the first round.
Yep, so 3x3 blindfolded first round, we had Charlie getting 2 really quick successes.
Oh, yeah.
16.6 on the first, DNF and a 15.37. I understand in that group that there was 2 quite easy scrambles. I think there were 2 8 algas.
Yeah, I was scrambling. It was an 8 alga, 9 and 8 again.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So 2 8 algas and a 9 alga.
Yeah.
So that... To be honest, I think he would have been quite disappointed with those solves then, truthfully.
Yeah, no, the first solve, he, on the first turn, for some reason just didn't turn. He wasn't shaky, but there was like a lock-up or something.
Right.
And, yeah, he said it could have been like a 13. It wouldn't have been world record, but, like, it would have been OCR by a bit.
It would have been OCR by quite a lot.
Yeah.
Charlie, of course, second in the world, so wouldn't be moving up a rank with that, but would be getting closer and closer to that 12.9 by Tommy.
Yeah.
So that's definitely your one to watch in the 3x3 blindfolded finals. Sure. And then there's a couple other people who are there or thereabouts. Jack Kai actually finished all the way down in 9th, but I know he's been looking to do well at this competition, so he might have just safetied a 36 to get into the second round, and then he'll ignite the burners and get something really good I'm excited to see personally. For now, we are still on 3x3 round 2. Who's solving at the moment? I don't think there's anybody solving at the moment. Quite a few people getting their cubes scrambled, but we'll just keep waiting for now. Won't be too much longer.
Yep.
But very excited for that final, and also for clock final, just for yourself.
Oh yeah.
It should be really, really good to watch, I reckon.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to the wire, I reckon.
It's going to be pretty close.
I think even you're predicting that you won't win. Or were you predicting Zayd? Or
who
were
knows?
You? Yeah,
like,
who knows exactly.
Honestly, it's like 50-50. It's like really tight. He at home, he globals like 0.5 faster than me. But
right.
His nerves in comp are just so bad.
I'd be itching to see him get something good. It's a lot like Elias in Pyramix yesterday. Starved for good results in competition.
Yeah.
But hopefully, obviously a PR average in the first round.
Yeah.
A bit unfortunate to get Keaton in the same round, as we say.
Oh yeah.
And just missing out on an official record. But hopefully there's still good things to come in the future.
There's still a lot more space for improvement in terms of OCR clock.
Absolutely. It's not set in stone yet. Still a long way to go there.
Thanks for the support in chat.
I was going to say this. It's been fantastic actually.
Yeah.
To see all of the support from you guys in the chat. Seeing a lot of love for the volunteers, especially. I understand the stream team's quite appreciated, and I thank you for it. But everybody deserves some recognition in this competition. We've got the 5 general crew teams running the stations very, very efficiently.
Yep. We finished early. Yesterday.
Yeah, we finished early. Actually, today we started 10 minutes late in anticipation that we'd be running early. Turns out that when the slowest seed to get into 3x3 finals is sub 12, you're probably not going to take 20 minutes to do a group.
Yeah.
So they've given 10 minutes on themselves. So Benjamin Warrior on station 3, he's on to his next solve now. Using Rue, checks out, uses Lin for square 1, so he might just be a Rue fanboy all round, and an 8.03. On station 1, we also had Olivio doing his last solve at 9.04, and he's calculating the average. So looks like it might be close to PR, or something that he's quite happy with. So we'll be keen to see after Team Wombat, i.e. David Zemdegs, is entering those scorecards, what he got. I believe top 64 make it through to the next round, the third round.
Yeah, I think so.
So we'll be very keen to see if anyone from this group will make it in. But that's Group 1. We're now heading on to 3x3 second round, Group 2.
Yep.
And this is where our top 64 competitors were. So this is your Feliks, your Leo Borromeo, David Epstein, Chris, Riley Dexter. All of those big names are going to be. And we're going to endeavour to capture those solves as best as we can.
Yep, there's going to be some pretty fast solves.
Oh, I think without a doubt, yeah. We'll try and we're going to try and keep these times up to date as best as we can, and provide some details on maybe best possible averages and that kind of thing. From what we saw yesterday, there's definitely potential for some really fast averages, some NRs. Possibly there's talk of even Leo breaking his own Asian record that he's currently tied with Ruhang Xu.
Feliks did pretty well yesterday, nearly breaking the OCR as well.
Yeah, his best possible average had potential. I believe a 5:39 best possible average, and would have been a fairy tale. But it's still really, really good to see that he's still got that competitive spirit and some good times left in him.
And he's just taken a seat in station 1.
Number 1. So very interesting to see Feliks and Leo going to be solving on the same station. Definitely good friends, but I don't doubt that they're fierce rivals as well.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see if they can bring out the best of each other. Likewise, we also have on stations 3 and 4 David Epstein and Chris Mills, both setting PR averages yesterday evening. Chris Mills in particular setting the UK national record with I believe it was a 6.47. If I can dig back to the results from that round.
That's right.
6.47 average, very consistent solving. Worst solve and best solve were within 3/4 of a second from each other.
Oof.
But their cube's just getting scrambled now. So for now, we wait in anticipation for what 3x3 round 2 can bring.
Yeah. I found yesterday quite tiring actually.
It would be. You're on one of the crew running the floor, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
So which team?
I'm in Team Wallaby.
Team Wallaby. Okay.
It was quite tiring, scrambling, running, and judging.
I imagine, yeah, you're definitely one of the Team Wallaby members who will be suited to do all 3 roles.
Yep.
Scrambling, running, and judging. So definitely getting flung around from place to place might be a little bit disorienting even.
I thought Feliks was starting.
Oh no, Feliks is just warming up, but he's got another sub-6 there, so that's a good signs.
Good
If he can
sign.
warm up and still get sub-6s, just hope he doesn't burn all of his sub-6s before the round starts. So we'll see what happens. He's in good touch by the looks of things. Also very excited yesterday to see David Epstein getting a 3x3 average PR. He's really been going nuts on the 3x3 practice lately.
Going hard.
I remember checking Instagram about maybe a month, 2 months ago, and it felt like every single day on his Instagram story he was putting up a new PB, average of 5. But yes, definitely some very fast solvers on this top 4. No one's going to disagree with that.
And we have here on the table with us the Kookaburra mascot and
The other Kookaburra mascot. We have 2 mascots.
two.
We have 2 mascots. I'm not sure if it was a mix-up or whether our team's so small that the delegates felt bad and decided to buy 2 for us.
I thought this was a penguin or something.
Oh,
It looks like a penguin.
I mean, it kind of. I guess you're kind of right. But have you? Are you aware of our names for our Kookaburras that we have?
No.
No. So this one, which is the one that makes noise. This is Captain Cook.
Captain Cook.
Spelt with a K, obviously.
Mhm.
Captain Cook just here. Makes noise. There's a pretty funny clip of it making noise on stream from day 2, which was the first day that we streamed, and then we got this name from Hayden Eng.
Uh-huh.
We asked chat suggestions because we didn't have a name for this one, but he came up with Cookie Monster. So
That's a good one.
there's definitely there's some good Kookaburra themed puns there.
David starting his solve, starting inspection.
Can't see much from where we're sat because of his phone recording,
Mm-hmm.
but it looks like a 6.71 to start.
Yep, not bad.
So not a bad start at all. 6.71. Another sub 7, solid start.
Chris Mills.
Chris Mills now just ready to go. Just awaiting inspection at the moment, getting himself in the right frame of mind.
Let's see if he can top it.
So inspecting now. I'm not sure what cross colours Chris usually goes for.
Looks like blue cross.
Yep, looks like blue cross. No, I think he might.
Ooh.
I think he might
Oh.
be colour neutral here, but this 6.72. So that's only actually 0.01 slower than David was.
That's Riley.
Yeah, I forgot to add Chris in. Speaking of
Felix
which,
is starting to solve. A bit of a hiccup.
the ZB and a 5.69. That is a good start. So continuing the trend from last average of another sub 6. So
Let's see where this takes us.
let's see.
Charlie's
It's definitely a solid start.
Charlie's on blue stage. Number
Charlie
2.
is on blue stage. Charlie Charlie had seeded himself, I believe it was 18th in the first round. So he's only just not made it to stream. We are of course streaming the top
4?
6.
Oh, 6.
We have cameras on the top 6. But also rounding out the top 8, we had Asher Kim McGurk and Alexander Vizic, who are not on stream. So Leo now, he's starting his first, I believe.
Yep.
Inspection starting soon. We'll see what he can pull off. The rest of this top 4 at least have had some solid starts.
Yep.
So let's see what Leo can bring to the table. A little bit locky there, and he's not happy with it. But OLL and PLL gives him a 7.26, and he's really not happy with that. He was hoping for some really good averages, obviously, potentially breaking his own Asian record.
He's got 4 more solves.
He does have 4 more solves. It can definitely put a little bit more pressure on if your first one's not what you would have liked, however. Chris Mills on station 4. So he's just about to begin his second. He started off with a 6.72. So let's see what he can get here. Going for a white cross. Oh, this is fast. Yes, 571.
Nice.
That's a very, very good solve.
Solid start.
5.71. Chris, of course, I believe he is still UK NR single holder of 459, last I remember.
We've now got both David and Feliks solving. Yep. David getting a 6.81.
So David getting a 6.81 on his second. So he started off with a 6.7 and a 6.8. Feliks now onto his second. It's another good solve. It's a 634, but just outside the 6 second mark. So not what he would have liked.
I think David was 6.74.
He was 8.1.
Oh,
6.81. And Leo now is onto his second on station number 2. Looking to recover from a not so great first solve, a 7.62. Okay, it's just awaiting Leo. He's really trying to get himself in a good frame of mind. Possibly doing a couple of warm-up solves or warm-up turns. And so he begins. Leo looking quite smooth, just a little bit locky on some of that turning, and a ZBLL, a 6.52.
5.2.
So in the right direction, it's a second faster, or just over a second faster, but still not quite in the ballpark of what he's hoping for.
Chris has just gotten his cube.
Yes, Chris is about to start his third. So he started off quite well, a 6.72 and a 5.71.
Ooh.
So some very good starts here. Obviously a 5.71 in the bag is a good confidence booster, and he'll be looking to capitalise on that good solve. So it's Chris starting now. Looks like he's gone for a green cross. Finishes PLL at... Okay, so it's a 7.46. It's not too good. So he's covered 6, 5 and 7 with his first 3 solves.
So counting 6.72.
Yes, he's counting a 6.72. His NR average, of course, from last round is 6.49. So 6.72 would still be a solid solve for him.
Yep.
Can't hope for too much. Feliks now receiving his cube on station 1.
David's also got his.
And David's also got his, yes. Let's see who starts. So David Epstein's just started his inspection. Feliks not long behind. David started now. He's turning really quickly out of the gate. This looks like a pretty fluid solve. Just a little bit pausey on the last layer, but a 7.19 for him.
And Feliks starting now. Bit of a pause.
But a
6.62.
6.62. And now Leo, beside him on station 2, is just about to begin his third. Started off with a 7.6 and a 6.5. So going in the right direction. Let's see if he can continue that trend. It's just a little bit hesitant, but a fluent OLL, but a 7.13 to finish. So it's not looking good for him. He's counting that solve.
We've got Chris.
Yes, Chris on station 4 is about to start his fourth. So he started off with two quite good solves, a 6.7 and a 5.7. Ballooned out to a 7.4 on the third, but hoping that he can put that behind him and get something good in this one. Just a little bit of a pause on that F12 pair, F wide insert.
Not bad.
It's not bad at all, 667. He's quite pleased, which is good. So currently Chris, after finishing his fourth solve, he's on for a sub 7 average. So he's locked a 6.95, and there is potential for this to be yet another UK national record if he's able to clinch, or if he's able to count that 5.71. I'll just quickly run the numbers on what he needs. Okay, so Chris Mills will need a 6.08 to tie his NR average, and he will need, a 6.07 to tie and a 6.06 to beat it. So we'll be looking at Chris trying to see if he can get sub 6.06.
All right, looks like Leo's just received his cube.
Yes, and so is David. David on station 3. Both of them just doing a quick TPS spam, just to get their hands in the right mood. So David on station 3 has begun his inspection, beginning his solve now.
Turning quite quick.
Yes, again turning quite quick. Just a small pause there. And it's a 6.94 for David.
Leo's beginning inspection. And Feliks has received his cube as well.
Yep, Feliks has also got his cube, so we'll be waiting on those for their fourth to see what they can lock. 6.83 for Leo, quite disappointing. He would have hoped for more, but again, this is only second round. Still 2 more rounds to try and get something good. Particularly, you'd want to do well in the final, so let's see if he can do that.
Feliks beginning inspection.
And Chris Mills has received his cube for his fourth. Not quite begun inspection yet, but do keep in mind that he has potential to get another NR average here. Feliks onto his last. No, it's looking not
very
great.
Shaky.
But the ZBLL will give him just over a 7-second time. And Chris Mills on station 4. He's just about to begin. Remember, he needs a 6.06 or better to lower the UK national record that he set in the last round.
Let's see what he can get.
Goes for the white cross, just a little bit pausey.
Oh,
And it's just away. But a 6.77. That nets him a 6.72 average.
Solid start to the day.
Yes, definitely a good start. Continuing on from where he left off. Not that much slower than his national record. And now we wait on the rest of the top 3 seeds to do their last solves. So Riley Dexter on station number 5 getting a 9.07. I haven't been keeping much track of his times, admittedly, so I don't know what he's on for or what that means in context.
He's just finished.
Once we have fewer competitors, we'll be able to actually have live data entry on the top 8, at least. So we'll be able to give more context to more competitors, which is good.
Leo's beginning.
Leo has begun inspection. 677.
Starting with a white cross. It's not bad. Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's his fastest
5.43.
solve. 5.43 for Leo.
Currently putting him second place behind Chris. David with a 6.95.
And a 6.95 for David.
Putting him third.
Yeah, that
behind
puts him
Leo.
third from all we've seen so far, but we're waiting on Feliks Zemdegs for his last now. He has actually secured this round. His worst possible average is a 6.66.
Yep.
So even at his worst, he'll still be seated first or come out on top in this round, provided we haven't missed anything, but it's not looking fantastic. ZBLL gives it a 6.57. And so that nets him an average of 6.51, putting him in first place currently for this round, at least first of all of the competitors we've looked at so far. So it didn't look like any records like we saw in the first round. However, even still, some pretty quality solving, all of them getting a sub-7 average.
Yep. Putting them in a good place for the rest of the day.
Yes. And in a good mindset heading into round 3 of 3x3,
For sure.
just before our finals begin. But now we are on to the next next round of 2x2.
Right. I'll be subbing off probably.
If you must.
If I must. I didn't make this round.
Oh, you didn't either? That's okay. Well, if you wanted to stay on,
Okay.
fine with either.
Who have we got in this round?
So, it's looking like top 64 made it into this round, and they're all going to be competing at the same time, so we will again be focusing on just the top couple of competitors, including Guambo Wang, the 2x2 single world record holder.
Yep.
He finished first in the previous round with a 1.64 average. Behind him, Phoenix Patterson, current Oceanic record holder, a 1.83. Riley Dexter, a 1.88. And Richard Yuhangtao, a PR average in the last round, a 1.95.
Richard's been doing quite well recently.
Yes, he got... I see his WCA profile is him with posing with NR clock. That was average, wasn't it? NR clock average.
Yeah, at New Zealand Nationals last weekend.
That was same. Was that the same round you set OCR?
Yeah, it was.
Same scrambles or?
I don't think so. I think it was just one group before me. But he had actually kept his development secret.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's good friends with Edwin Shen.
Oh yeah.
So both clock solvers, obviously. Edwin Shen, the former Oceanic record holder from New Zealand, had a 4.22.
Yep.
Yep.
Which I beat.
Yes, that was your first Oceanic record.
Yeah.
And cemented you a gold member in the WCA, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
And if I might add,
yeah,
I do believe that we are the only two gold members in Australia.
Yeah,
so
'cause,
for those of you who don't know what a gold member is, WCA, there's kind of there's some unofficial memberships, you could say. Gold membership is someone who's got a single and average in every event.
Yep.
And a continent record.
Continental record.
And I think that's all the qualifications. Just have to have a single and average in every event.
Yeah.
Can be a little bit difficult, obviously, because of the big blinds, having to get 3 successes in a round.
Yep.
You, of course, you had the first ever 5-blind mean in Australia, which is quite a title to behold. The first ever Australian 5-blind NR mean holder.
Yep. And the only other person to have done that so far is from Australia is Lennon Hughes.
Lennon Hughes, to do what? 5-blind?
Oh no, to get a single and average event in every event.
Yes, I also have got single and average in every event.
Oh yeah, no.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be a gold member.
Us two.
Oh, sorry, us two, and yes, Lennon Hughes. Yeah, absolutely. Lennon Hughes was actually the first Australian to get a single and average in every event.
Yeah, yeah.
His last thing he needed was a 5 blind mean, and he went super safe to go and get it. Which is
Melbourne
probably
Mental
a strategy.
Mania, was it?
I believe it was Melbourne Mental Mania. Still waiting on the videos to come out for that one on the LH Cuba channel.
Yeah.
I wanted to see his 38 3 blind single, which I judged. That was PR at the time. Although I think in the last round he actually got a 34. So that 38's no longer PR. So looking at 2x2, looking at stations 1 and 2. Guambo Wang's not around.
We can check the rankings now, I think.
No, I don't think that's what David meant. I can't tell what David meant.
Yeah.
David Zemdegs just came up to the stream desk and started pointing, and we assumed because he's on data entry that meant that things were starting to be entered, but I don't know.
Do we want to refresh?
Actually, could be worth refreshing.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah. So, looks like, are they all entered or are they just starting? They might all be entered. Just the last few left to go from that second group, but it's looking like well, the top 4 that we were following were the top 4 in that round. So we had Feliks Zemdegs, the 6.51, Chris Mills, a 6.72, Leo in third at 6.83, and David Epstein 6.90. And now we go into 2x2. So Riley Dexter on station number 3 just starting, a 1.67. A little bit of a shake of a head. Might not have been exactly what he was after, but even still, that's not a bad start.
Do you think we've actually missed any solves?
Oh look, I think it's entirely possible.
Where is Guanbo?
I'm not certain.
In fourth place,
MIA. Unless he was competing in the last group of 3x3.
1.74 by Richard.
By Richard, yeah, 1.7.
4. 1.74. Guanbo seems to have just not shown up.
Not sure where Guambo is. He might not.
Oh, I see him at the back there.
Oh, okay.
Not sure what's happening. Maybe he was late to submission.
Yeah, well, they did just call over the speakers that if you're competing and you get called up, just finish your average. So I'm sure that they'll be.
Now we got Feliks starting his solve. Current Oceanic record holder.
Yes, so 1.29 average for him. So let's see what he can do in the first one.
1.71.
1.71. No, looked like a good start, but finish left a little bit to be desired. Is that Zach Amarita sitting at station 1 in place of Guambo?
Guambo looks a bit different.
Yeah, he does a little.
They're just kind of walking around the back.
Yeah, right.
Guambo and Yibo. They look lost.
A little bit. I think they just have to get confirmation off Ethan that they're still good to compete, which they should be.
He's just talking to
Charlie Van Uren. So these top 4 all getting not Guambo obviously, he hasn't had his first solve yet, but the remaining 3, Phoenix a 1.7, Riley a 1.6, and Richard a 1.7. All quite close, as is the nature with 2x2, particularly single. And of course we have the 2x2 Oceanic record holder for single on station number 5, Jody Brewster.
Richard with the 2.59, not too happy. Phoenix just received a solved cube, so they're sending it back now.
Yes. Not something you often see in an Oceanic Championship. This crew are normally quite spot on. But on station number 5, we have Jody Brewster. As we said before, the 2x2 Oceanic record single holder. Quite funny that even after that finals round in Queensland, that he is still Oceanic record holder.
Yeah, we had quite a few fast people from Australia mess up in that round.
Jody with a 1.55.
Not bad. Currently no, that would be his second solve. We haven't been keeping track.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping track of Jody's solves, but I believe that would be a second, and Asher next to him a 1.80. Feliks now receiving a presumably scrambled cube.
Yep, looks like it.
That's a good start. Don't want to give too much away about the scramble, but it is scrambled.
Yep, I think it's scrambled.
I do believe it to be scrambled.
I think I saw different colours.
Yes. Not even different colours, but different colours on the same side even.
No way. 1.20?
Feliks at 1.20.
Not bad.
That is a good solve there.
What is current OCR average?
OCR average, Feliks has it. I believe it to be a 129.
Let's check on that.
Yes, luckily we have this research box where we can put in queries and receive answers.
We love technology.
Technology's cool. Feliks Patterson has a 1.29, currently ranked 9th in the world. Set that at qualification Melbourne 2022. That was around about 2 months ago.
It's quite a hectic comp, wasn't it?
Yeah, at the time I think it was the biggest Victorian comp.
That says something.
Potentially biggest Australian comp minus Worlds.
Probably.
Although that was recently overtaken by Melbourne Cube Days, and now this competition. Okay, so we're just receiving word now that actually Guambo's out.
Oh.
So he hasn't he didn't turn up for his round, so he's now not competing.
That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
That'd be a big upset for many people's predictions.
Yes, absolutely. He does represent China in the WCA, so he wasn't in contention for Oceanic title, even though he does live in Australia. But yes, he's now not in contention for an overall podium.
Richard's got his cube now.
As does Feliks on station 2.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Feliks a bit locky on that one, a 1.98.
And Richard with a 2.38.
I haven't seen much of Riley Dexter's solves. I've still only got the one time down for him. Although I would expect he'd have done
at
more.
least one more.
Yeah, at least one more.
We're not doing too good as spectators.
Too invested. There's potential Oceanic records or NRs. Or Riley is, however, getting a cube here. I would assume that this is his third. As for Elias is on station number 7, so he's out of view for the stream. Haven't seen any of his times.
Last weekend he did tie his 2x2 average national record.
Yes, he did.
It's pretty fun watching his reactions.
Oh, it's always fun watching Elias's reactions, especially yesterday. The Pyraminx world rank 6 average, the 1.81 for Elias. Something he's been going for a while now, just a good average in competition, and obviously Elias did what Elias does, and the pop-off was immense.
Elias is doing a solve right now.
Just about to. On your screen, however, is Jody Brewster, station number 5.
2.06.
Okay.
Richard 1.69.
Richard gets a 1.69. Feliks on now There's a
2.08.
208 plus 2 it
plus
looks
2.
like. So that's a 408 for Phoenix. Riley's actually finished his average.
Elias is happy. He's got a 1.64.
Elias, of course, 7th seed in the previous round, so he's just missed out on being captured in the stream view. However, a 1.64, and he looks quite content.
He might be top 6 next round.
Oh, it does look like we've missed solves. Everyone's leaving, and we've got 4 solves for everybody.
Unfortunate.
What I can tell you is that Phoenix at worst got a 2.59, and Richard at worst got a 2.24. We were spending too much time talking about Moller's memberships and whatnot.
Got too distracted. Elias is content with anything sub 2 though. Okay.
Elias looks like he's still got 1 solve left. Just waiting on the cube.
Yep.
Actually being judged by none other than my dad.
He's the last one left in this group, so he can react as much as he wants.
Okay, so he's just inspecting now. Doesn't look like there's a ton of blocks on that scramble to do anything nice with, but we'll see what he can come up with. Now a little bit pausey, recognising a CLL on a 2.34 for Elias.
Happy with that.
And that is 2x2 round 2, all finished up.
Right, I've actually got like staff
yes.
assignments.
Let's not forget that you're not on Team Kookaburra. You do have to.
I'm gonna defect back to Team Wallaby.
Yes, he might have to.
Yep.
Return to his rightful place, and we're going to sub him out for Mr. James Macdiarmid.
Right, it's been great talking to you.
And fantastic talking to you
I
as well,
almost called you
Conan.
James.
Best of luck for clock finals.
Thank you.
And I wish you all the best.
See you later.
Subbing out for James Macdiarmid. I'm in fact going to bring Mr. Ari sleeping onto the stream. You can commentate, Ari. Come over here. Look who we have here.
Good morning, Michael. Good morning,
It is
stream.
morning indeed.
How are you doing?
Oh, look, I I slept wonderfully last night.
Oh, that's good to hear.
That's very sarcastic. I'm delaying coffees until after 3 blind round 1 though. Round 2 though.
Right. Okay.
We'll see.
Right.
We're now just about to begin Scube second round. After 3x3 and 2x2 have finished. Just waiting on 2x2 times to be entered. Turnaround time's pretty quick with that these days. So Phoenix Patterson ended up getting a 1.80 because we missed his first solve was a 1.70. So a 1.8 for him. Alexander Vuzic actually coming in second of who's entered so far, which is not many. But that's a sub 2 average, a 1.99. And then following him, Henry Isles of New Zealand, 2.23, which is a new PR average for him.
And as far as 3x3 goes, what are the notable times from the second round, Michael?
Well, actually, first of all, I just want to point out that that's a pretty decent drop for Henry in his PR. He set his PR 2x2 average last weekend at New Zealand Nationals in the first round, getting a 2.60. And now it's just dropped it to 2.23.
Right.
So that's quite a decent drop. Anyways, as for 3x3,
first is
yes. So for 3x3 in the first place, we had Feliks winning this round again, a 6.51. Our top 4 competitors all getting sub 7 averages, so it was quite good to commentate and watch. Especially them being so close together, all the top 4 seeds in the last round were the top 4 seeds in this round. So we're all close proximity.
Yeah, only the 3 other sub 7s trailing closely behind with Chris Mills with a 6.72 average, Leo Borromeo with a 6.83, and David Epstein with a 6.90 average.
Worth noting as well, Chris Mills had potential to beat his UK national record that he set in the last round. He needed a 6.06 or better on the last solve and ended with a 6.77. So that got him a classy average, a 6.72.
Here we have the competitors just filing in, ready for Scube round 2.
Ones to watch definitely on your first two stations. Dwayne Ramos of New Zealand, current Oceanic record holder, and next to him Eli Panetta of Victoria, current Australian national record holder. These two only, my understanding is 0.06 off of each other in the average rankings, although Dwayne will be looking for something good here.
What are you looking forward to the most, Michael?
I'm definitely
today?
looking forward to. I'm a little bit biased here. I'm looking forward to the 3 blind rounds.
Of course.
Of course. Those are the only things I'm competing in today, so it's hard for me not to be looking forward to them at least a little bit. But I am also very excited for 3x3 finals. All of the finals coming up at the end of the competition should be very good to watch. I had a chat with Conan Moe earlier in stream and talking about how he reckons clock finals is going to go. It's all pretty up in the air.
Right.
So that's definitely going to be one to watch as well. But for now, we are still on the second rounds of the main events.
Yeah. Here we're seeing stations 3 and 4, Feliks Patterson at station 3 and Brian Eng at station 4.
Yes.
Roll trailing closely behind Dwayne Ramos with old 3-second averages coming into the second round.
Some very, very close averages in the top 8. So obviously our top 4. Brian Eng coming in fourth with a 3.84 average. Fifth place also a 3.84 average. That's Jonathan Charlesworth, but his single was slightly slower. A 3.06 single for Jonathan compared to a sub 3, 2.89 for Brian. Other than that, we have Zichi Ding, David Epstein, and Ashakim Magirik rounding out your top 8. Again, we're going to be trying our best to cover, at the very least, the top 4 seeds for this round. Yep.
Okay, the
So
2x2.
there's another appearance from Mr. David Zemdegs, chief data entrant. 2x2, he's just letting us know that 2x2 is mostly up. And we were not following Brian, Jody, and Elias. They were all on stations far away from where we were paying our attention to due to their seeding in the first round. Brian Eng with a 1.67 average is your top seed for finals. Jody Brewster in second is with a 1.76, and Elias Eel, current New Zealand national record holder, second in Oceania with a 1.79.
Here we have Dwayne on his first Skebe solve of the second round.
That's not fantastic for him, a
4.02
4.02. Okay, just waiting on our next competitors to get their cubes. Or scubes, rather.
I think from the fourth station we just saw a 5.05 if I'm not mistaken. I only just missed it, but
A 5.05. I'm not sure if that was an
I saw
actual
a
solve or a
cube
warm-up.
being
I saw one
taken
being
away
taken away
from the station.
Okay, so that
So possibly.
looks to be official. So that would have been his first 5.05. So far, Not great first singles. Maybe the scramble's not so great, but we'll see what Eli and Feliks are capable of here. Feliks now just receiving his cube from Mr. David Edwards. And Eli still in waiting, but Feliks starting his inspection now.
A little bit of a pause there, a couple pauses, but a 2.83 nonetheless.
Yes, that's the fastest we've seen so far. Eli on station 2 now just receiving his cube ready for inspection. He begins straight away.
2.57.
2.5, but it's a +2.
Oh.
That is a +2, so it's a 4.57. If not for that +2, would be the fastest solve we've seen so far in this finals. However, instead it's just a not great start.
Dwayne onto his second solve here.
That's good,
1.77, much better
1.77.
than his first solve, which was a 4.02.
His Oceanic record average of 2.40, so that's some ways
A bit
away
lower
from
than
there.
that. Here we have station 4, waiting for the go for both of them now.
And Feliks going on station number 3, just inspecting his next solve.
Or a 5.67 from station 4 right there.
And a 2.97 for Feliks, so he continues with another sub 3. Got a 2.83 on his first. And I do apologise, we missed Eli's first solve. He had a 2.81 on the first. So that 4.57 wasn't his starting solve, that was his second solve.
Right.
And we believe everyone's just finished their second solve now and waiting on their cubes.
Here we see Dwayne prepping for his third solve of the Cube Round 2 average.
He's looking around at a couple of options, looking pretty intently.
A 2.79.
2.79.
Kind of a mild reaction there.
Yeah. Looked like he wasn't happy with it, but I can never truly tell.
We have
Dwayne.
Eli on his third solve as well.
No, this one not looking so good, just not great turning. And a 7.54 for Eli. So that 4.5 from the prior solve is counting. Sure, that's not what he would like. Okay, so on stations 3 and 4, we have Feliks just about to start their next solves. Brian just a little bit pausey there.
A 3.06.
3 sledges into a 3.06. And Feliks looking around. That's a 1.54.
The classic jump out of the chair reaction right there.
Well, it's for Feliks, I would say that's a pretty standard reaction.
Yes.
Nothing too outrageous.
And we have stations 1 and 2 here about to inspect both of their solves.
A 1.28 for Eli. So something obviously on this scramble. I think, yes, I can see it from here. But a 1.26 for Dwayne. 1.28 for Eli and a 1.54 for Feliks. And that 126 is actually New Zealand national record single for Dwayne. Oh, what a fantastic photo. Just taking a seat. Fantastic stuff. So there it is.
Here we have Brian inspecting. So rotating all around the Scube there. .96 for Brian, not so.
So 4.96 for Brian. Dwayne now counting that 1.77 that he had on his second solve, and now obviously his OCR average 2.40. He needs a 2.65 or better on the last solve to break that. Worst possible average is a 2.86, and if he somehow is able to manage to count that 1.26, that previous NR, could be on for a sub 2 average.
We have Eli with a 3.01 for his fifth and final solve there. With an average of 5 for Eli of 3.46 seconds.
Okay, so Dwayne needing a 2.65 here to clinch OCR average on station 1. His PRs in comp have been not representative of what he's capable of, so I'm sure that he'll be trying to take this opportunity with both hands to better it.
I hope he's solving it with both hands, so
Yes,
not skewed
yes.
one-handed.
Reminder, a 2.65. Oh no, 2.78.
2.78, but it looked good.
2.78 looked good, but just a little bit pawsy in the early stages. Gives him a 2.45 average of 5. So no stretch of the imagination to say that he is still well and truly in first place. All right, so now we've finished off with Scube round 2. Moving on to Pyramix round 2. There should be some really, really good top quality solving in this this round. Reminder of what we saw last round. Highlight of it was definitely Elias Eus, 1.81 world rank 6 Pyramix average. So definitely very, very keen to see what if they could replicate it in this round. Alright, so this will probably be my last round that I commentate. 3 blind is in 2 events from now. So you have Pyramix, then one-handed, then 3 blind. So I will be shooting off to practice quickly during OH.
Of course.
But I'll stick around for Pyra because I do think that there's potential for some really, really good times across the board.
I'm curious, do you have any sort of warm-up ritual before events that you particularly care, or?
I definitely used to. For multi-blind in particular, I'd always make sure I go on a decent 15-20 minute walk
Yes.
before I begin. So I'm very not helpful around that sort of time because I'm absent.
Right.
But for most other events, it's just do a couple warm-up solves. Don't overdo it.
Yeah.
I tend to get pretty tired pretty quickly.
Yeah.
If I do a ton of solves in a row, so I just keep it to a minimum. Maybe might do 5-ish solves. I don't bring a warm-up cue or anything to my station.
Right. Yeah.
I just do the attempts, and then I get to the times.
Yes.
And then I'd hopefully solve the cube at the end of it all.
Here we have the competitors for Pyraminx round 2 now filing in. Again, we have Elias on station 1, Zhang Jifeng on station 2, Jasper Murray on station 3, and Sebastian Lee on station 4.
Should be some really, really good solving here. Particularly these top 4 are Jun Feng, former Asian record holder. Held that record as recently as last year, at which point I believe was 4th or 5th in the world. Elias, of course, setting new world rank 6 yesterday, an average that's truly representative of his skill. I'm sure he'd be elated to be able to get an average like that after so long of so many average results in comp. Jasper, of course, station number 3, current world record holder. Still would like to contest this title, and he's more than likely your favourite. And Sebastian Lee on station number 4, arguably Australia's top Pyraminxer at the moment, but we will see what comes out of this round.
One person I'd also like to note is Emmett Hobbs, who performed a little bit less than probably what he would have wanted with a 3.9 average, but he's our Australian national champion, if I am not mistaken.
Emmett. Yes. So I believe he's 11th on the psych sheet, but 16th in the first round, which would probably leave a bit to be desired for him. Believe his PR is around the 2.5 kind of range, so not top quality solving in his eyes, but I'm sure he'll be hoping for something better. He, I don't believe, will be on stream because he is station number 16, so it's out of view. But regardless, we're going to try and bring this top 4 to you as best as we can. Worth noting as well, stations 5 and 6, we have Riley Dexter and Wesley Allen. Riley Dexter, your current national record holder in Australia and former Oceanic record holder. And Wesley Allen held Pyraminx national record with a 2.01 average. And that was probably there for about 2 weeks before Riley got a 1.90 average. Absolutely some world-class solvers in this field, so we'll be very excited to see what they can muster.
Still awaiting the cubes come out from the scrambling stations, but
Yes.
should come out very shortly.
I can see Charlie Eggins, one of the scramblers there for Team Platypus, taking care of this red stage. I'm sure he'll be doing extreme QC on these scrambles, making sure that they're all perfect before they go out. And they're just starting to come out now.
Scube results, we have just been told, are up and entered into WCA Live. So, quick summary of Scube. We have Dwayne Ramos with a NR single of 1.26 and an average of 2.45, placing him 0.3 seconds ahead from second place, which was Phoenix Patterson with a 2.78 average.
He was quite happy with that single. Of course, OCR potential by the last solve, but unfortunately couldn't seal the deal. There's still one more round to go. Elias now just receiving his first scramble on station number 1. Taking his time, really getting in a good mindset before he begins inspection.
Certainly making the most of that 1 minute time allocated before he starts inspection.
Yes, you get 1 minute, may as well use the most of it. So 2.11 for Elias to start.
Slightly disappointed look there, actually.
Slightly, yes.
Yeah, there was a solid pause in like maybe the middle of that solve there, actually.
Yes. Station number 4, Sebastian Lee, is just about to do his first solve. I'd be interested to see what he can come up with. Of course, had potential to get a 1.85 national record average not too long ago. But his first solve, it's a 1.69, but it looks like a +2 from here. So Sebastian Lee starting with a 3.69. It's a bit of a shame when your first solve goes so well, but then just comes undone at the last moment. He would have
Was
loved
it
to.
a 3.69 or
It was a 3.69, a 1 + 2.
Okay.
Absolutely a shame. Just awaiting Junchi and Jasper's first solves. They haven't received their puzzles yet. Over on station number 6, we will pay our attention to Wesley Allen, former Australian national record holder. Just about to begin inspection. Jasper on station 3 has received his cube for inspection, so he'll be getting started shortly. We'll keep our eyes on Wesley for the moment. A bit locky on the latter stages, but a 2.72. Junchi on station number 2 has begun inspection, but Jasper on station number 3, the 1.74. And Junchi's station 2 finished with a 2.38. So Jasper Murray, the quickest of this first solve, save Sebastian's +2. Speaking of Sebastian, he's just about to begin his second on station number 4. So he'll be looking to rebound from that disappointing +2 on the first solve. See if he can keep his cool.
I think did we just miss that? 1.96 from Elias on the second? Seems so.
Yes, looks like it.
And he still looked pretty disappointed with that one. Just off stream there, off camera. And we have Jasper inspecting his second solve as well.
So Sebastian with a 2.18 on that. Junchi and Jasper were just waiting on their puzzles for Scramble 2. But yes, Elias getting a 1.96 there. Okay, Jasper receiving his second scramble. He'll be preparing himself just now. Started with a 1.74, which for Jasper kind of an average start, but that just says a lot about his skill. He is just insane at home. So let's see what he can do on this second.
2.04. There was some solid TPS towards the end of that solve there.
Yeah, a good burst of TPS. Just looked like a little bit of a lock-up just prior. But a 2.04. And we'll keep our eyes peeled for your next competitor. Wesley Allen on station 6 and Junchi Feng on station 2, now receiving their puzzles. Might stay tuned to Junchi on station 2.
Junchi looks like he's fixated on a specific angle.
Yes, he's found something. Looked like it might have been the same solution as Jasper actually, but a 2.60. Jasper just doing a warm-up solve now, looks like.
Here we have on station 6.
That is Wesley Allen. And another sub 3, so that was a 2.77.
And now we're back to station 4 with Sebastian Lee just about to commence his inspection for his third Pyramix solve in round 2.
Yes, Sebastian Lee started off with a 1.69, which was plus 2'd, and then a 2.18 the solve after that. So let's see what he can come up with on this third. Hopefully something good. Looks like he's found something good here. He's just looking as far. That's a good solve, a 1.61. It's pretty fluid. Jasper's about to get that scramble now, so let's see if he can do something similar. And same with Elias on station 1. So they both begin inspection nearly identically. Jasper a Lockie on that one, a 3.23. Elias just about to start. And a 2.40. He seems quite content with that.
And we have very quickly gotten the third scrambles from the scrambling stations. Now
Yes,
we're on
so
to
Junchi is now onto his third on station 2.
a
And
little bit of a
3.06.
pause towards the
So it looks
end.
like that scramble's tripped up quite a few of our competitors. In particular, Junchi and Jasper both not getting under 3 seconds. However, Sebastian Lee came out of that with a 1.61. Stiani Stad in chat saying Sebastian has a lot of potential. Those plus 2s are so unfortunate. It would have been good to have a counting 1.69, don't you reckon, Ari?
Yes, certainly.
Would have
but
been fantastic.
wasn't to be in that particular solve.
Having a 2.18 as your worst solve is definitely a bonus. However, plus 2 penalty, especially in an event as short as Pyramix, can be quite detrimental to that.
Yes.
However, Sebastian counting a 2.18, so that's his only counting solve at the moment. His PR average, I believe, 215.
Here we
Okay.
see
Sebastian on
Sebastian.
station 4 just getting his 4th scramble. Typically wastes no time before getting into inspection, but looks like he's just setting himself a little bit here. He knows he could be on for something good, so he's he's really making the most of that 1 minute.
grabbed the
Jasper getting
hand warmers
his
again.
cube next to him.
Jasper now commencing his
Jasper coming
inspection
straight
before
away.
Sebastian hit. I might comment that it is, I think, a little bit colder in the stadium than it was yesterday this
It
morning.
seems like a 1.30 for Jasper,
Ooh.
but is that... Hang on a moment. Okay, I think it's just me confusing the cubes in the foreground. It looked like a plus 2, but I think
He was just disappointed.
I think that he just thinks there could have been a lot more potential on that scramble maybe.
And a 1.52 for Sebastian Lee as well. So perhaps this scramble has some potential for our competitors here.
So Sebastian counting a 1.61 and a 2.18. 2.58 for Junshi as well. Best possible average. Well, it looks like Jasper's still set to take this round. His worst possible average is a 2.34 compared to a Sebastian Lee's 2.49 and 2.75 for Junshi. No world record potential, unfortunately. Even counting that 1.3, he's still counting a 2.04 is Jasper if he manages to get his best single, which would give him a 1.69 average. Sebastian, however, could be on track for national record.
A 1.24 from Elias Yu.
Solid. 1.24.
Now he has a counting 1.96 and a 2.11. So it seems that fourth scramble for their fourth attempt had some sort of easier solution, or perhaps more potential than the rest of these solves so far.
Will be interesting to follow Sebastian's final solve. There's a lot of things how it could play out. He needs a 252 to tie his PR. I thought his PR was 215. Turns out it's 210. And he will need 2.19 on the final for a sub 2. And on station 4, he's received his cube now. He's getting ready to go.
Just on station 2, there are 1.85
Plus
for
2.
Is that a plus 2?
That's a plus 2. There's a tip.
Ooh.
So 3.85 for Junchi. Sebastian now a 1.54. 1.54. So he's getting close to his best possible average there. That's a 1.78 average. Sebastian Lee. Gee, well, we saw Elias with a 1.81 yesterday. Sebastian getting a 1.78 average today.
And now we have Jasper also inspecting his fifth and final solve for the Pyraminx round 2. Solid TPS, but disappointed still.
Jasper getting a 1.81. So that 1.78, obviously the national record for Australia. Taking it off Riley Dexter, beating it by 0.12. Might see if we can get him on to say a couple words.
Elias on his fifth and final solve. Oh,
it's plus. It looks like a plus 2. He's plus 2 to 1.13. Oh. So he could have gotten a 1.77, again beaten his PR and gotten something good there. And actually we've seen Wesley Allen on station number 6.
with a 1.31
A
as well.
1.31. That's a new national record for Australia as well. So we've seen 2 national records for Australia in Pyraminx this round. Sebastian with the 1.78 average and Wesley Allen a 1.31 single. Fantastic work.
But certainly hearts just break for Elias there with that plus 2.
Okay, we're going to see if we can try and get Sebastian to come on stream. Might see if I can... Hey, James. Do you want to try and grab Wesley as well? Yeah, that's all right. Right, so I'm quickly going to sub out while we find the 2 new Australian national record holders. And subbing in for me is Mr. James McDermott.
Good
Hello,
morning,
hello.
James.
Good morning. How about that para round, eh?
Wow, there was certainly some interesting attempts and scrambles there. It seemed like there was a lot of potential for some very fast times. We saw that 1.31 single from Station 6 over there with a new national record for Australia.
Yep.
We saw Elias, unfortunately, plus 2 out of a 1.13, which is quite heartbreaking. But
would have been tying the OCR single.
yes. So that gives Elias a 2.16 average, Joshi Feng a 2.75 average, Jasper Murray a 1.86 average, and Sebastian Lee a 1.78 average.
It's funny, that's actually the second time this weekend that we've seen a plus 2 out of a 1.13 OCR single.
Right.
Sebastian Lee, of course, doing it yesterday. And yeah, it turns out that Per is the event to watch at this competition. We thought it was exciting yesterday with Elias getting his 181 average, but this round there were 2 sub-2 averages and almost 3, with Elias almost beating his PR just 1 day later. So that was super exciting. Hopefully we're going to be able to catch Sebastian or Wesley, get them in for an interview before, well, during one-handed. But yeah, that was pretty awesome. What have you thought about today's competition so far in general?
Yes, certainly very, very interesting. 3x3 started off pretty fast with some 4 sub-6 averages, if I am not mistaken.
Really? Wow. I haven't had time to look at the results for 3x3 yet.
Oh, I am mistaken. It's a lot more. What's it called? 3 sub-6 averages for 3x3 second round, with Feliks Zemdegs a 5.69 average, Chris Mills a 5.71 average, and Leo Borromeo with a 5.43 average for 3x3 second round.
Sorry, what's that?
5.43.
I think you're looking in the wrong column there. And that's Sol 5
Oh,
that you're
my
looking at.
apologies. I'm looking at the best time.
I was thinking
rather
that
than
didn't
the
sound
average.
quite right to
No,
me.
that would have been an insane round if that were the case. My apologies. Actually, it was Feliks Zemdegs with a 6.51 average, Chris Mills with a 6.72 average, and third place with Leo Borromeo for a 6.83 average. Again, my apologies.
That's okay. And David Epstein once again getting sub 7 with a 6.90 average.
Yes.
Not quite as good as his crazy PR average yesterday, but still very nice.
Yes. And in 2x2 second round, we had Brian Eng with a 1.67 average, Jody Brewster with a 1.76 average, and Elias with a 1.79 average.
So Elias up there, clearly doing big things in both Pyraminx and 2x2 at the moment. He's obviously a former OCR holder for 2x2, and he's definitely his main event, or one of his 2 main events at the moment, and it's nice to see him getting good results in both. And him just 0.01 ahead of Phoenix, who got a 1.80 average in Pyraminx round 1. So those two are really, I'd say, neck and neck for the 2, or in my opinion, I'd say neck and neck for the 2 best 2x2 solvers in Oceania right now. And it's going to be exciting to see what they do in finals.
Right. And just to recap, Scube, second round, Dwayne Ramos with a 2.45 average and a 1.26 NR single for New Zealand.
Mhm.
Phoenix Patterson with a 2.78 personal record average, and Zichi Ding with a 3.20 personal record average.
So Dwayne actually came incredibly close to the Scube OCR average there. Obviously a very long-standing OCR at this point. It's he's had it for 2 years and hasn't been able to beat that 2.40 average, which he set in New Zealand Nationals 2020 finals, I believe, which I think was his first ever OCR, if I'm not mistaken. And he's come very close many times, and once again came very close, had the potential on the last, but didn't quite manage to get it. And just now, speaking of Dwayne, we're coming into one-handed, round 2. Dwayne's, of course, our first seed, being the OCR holder, and he's next to probably one of his best friends, Jasper Murray, on Station 2. So they'll be the ones to watch here. And I'm just going to sub out in a second. Okay.
Right. Yes, and James is now going to sub out because we now have 2 magnificent cubers coming in for a short interview. Here we're just watching both Dwayne and Jasper warm up for 3x3 one-handed as well. Certainly will be exciting to see what they can pull off. Of note, Dwayne uses the roux method, which makes utilization of the table and the one hand, which is a different technique to the classic layer by layer or CFOP rather method that most cubers use. And here we have Sebastian Lee.
Yep.
Congratulations on that average. How did you feel about that one?
I was very excited after I locked an R on the last solve.
Yep.
First solve was quite unfortunate because I got a 169 plus 2, which is a world record fail. So
Right.
it was the first solve that I plus 2'd, which I was pretty disappointed about. But yeah, I'm happy overall.
Right. And how are you feeling about this entire Oceanic Championship so far? How's your experience been?
It's very exciting, yeah. I'm getting to meet a lot more people than usual because I usually go into smaller competitions.
Right.
Yeah, so I get to meet some of my idols.
Yes, of
yeah,
course.
It's very exciting.
Cubers from not only from the continent of Oceania, but all
Yeah.
across the globe. We
Yeah,
had
all across the world.
So it's certainly been an exciting experience. Any highlights of the competition so far? That average, certainly.
Yeah, definitely the average. But also, I got quite a lot of PRs. So
Yeah.
I was pretty excited about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there are plenty rounds of most events, so there are
Yes.
plenty opportunities to
Yes.
beat your own personal records.
Wesley honestly did quite well, beating my NR single. So
Yes.
like, I was definitely a little salty, but still, congratulations to him.
Yes.
But I'm still glad I just got the NR average.
Here we have a clapping reaction from, I think that's Jody Brewster in the background there with an 8.06.
Wow.
That's certainly a fast solve for 3x3 one-handed,
Yeah, it is.
just in the background there.
Mm.
And on stations 1 and 2, we have Jasper and Dwayne about to start their solves. Leo with a 14.
Oh.
11.20 for Jasper. How did you feel about those pyramid scrambles earlier? Were they
They
any
were
good?
They were quite easy.
Quite
but
easy?
I decided to safety instead of going all out, because
Right.
like on the first solve I went all out. I plus 2'd it, so decided to take it a bit more chill and easier, so
Yeah,
I could actually safety something good.
yes.
And I'm pretty excited with the NR average. So yeah.
A 9.71 single from Dwayne there, still sub 10.
Ooh.
Yeah, certainly with an event like Pyramids that is so short, a plus 2 can be the
Yes.
difference between
Yes.
you making it to finals or not.
Yeah, it's nice being able to actually get a good average after I plus 2'd OCR single yesterday. So yeah. it's
And
very
what was
nice.
that single yesterday?
It was a 113 plus
Right,
2.
right.
So
So that's the
yeah, the cube was really, it hadn't been looped recently, so I decided to loop it today, yesterday.
right,
So felt a lot better after that.
right.
Wow.
And we have Asher there with a 10.28 OH single. Are you looking forward to any other events today during finals to spectate or even compete in?
Probably, definitely, I'm looking forward to watching 3x3 finals.
Yes.
And looking forward to competing in Pyraminx finals.
Right.
So, and I'm also looking forward to just spectating everybody. Like, everybody's going to get good results, because this comp everybody's been really practicing.
Yeah.
Because I realized if you cube all day, like, you really improve over the comps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And certainly does feel pretty relaxed here
Yeah,
as
it
well.
is.
There's of course the pressure of it being an Oceanic Championship and all, but the overall vibe, as much as I dislike that word, is relatively relaxed here.
mhm. Yeah.
And here we have Leo
Ooh.
inspecting his. We're unsure what solve this one is. Here goes Feliks. Notably, Feliks still uses a stickered cube, which is a classic aesthetic there.
That's
Yeah, and thanks, Sebastian, for coming onto the stream. Congratulations on that.
Yeah.
NR average?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Here we have Jasper, who also uses that M slice and roux method there, it seems, with a 10.88 single. He looks a little unhappy with that one. And also on station 3 we had a 10-second single. I didn't fully catch the time there. Hello, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. Yeah.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Wesley Allen.
Wesley, right,
Yeah.
yes, of course. And achieving that 1.31 national record single.
Yep.
How do you feel about that one
Yeah.
for Pyraminx?
I mean, I'm pretty happy to get the record again. Sort of unfortunate that Elias and Sebastian plus 2'd. Like, I feel like it should have been theirs. But yeah, I'm happy either way. Like, yeah. And it's also really good that Sebastian got the national record average. So yeah.
Yes. Certainly, and we just have gotten on station 1 a 9.36 single from Dwayne, and Asher with a 10.65 single with a rather loud timer stop there on station 6. How's your competition experience been so far this first Oceanic Championship for speedcubing?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Like, yeah, it's quite different to local comps. Yeah, I'm liking it a lot. Like, yeah, I've been scrambling a lot, and that's been great. And yeah,
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
because you're on the Oceanics crew or staffing team.
yeah,
That's certainly an extra thing where competitors or even parents or non-competitors can come and can submit a form and volunteer to do all of the legwork essentially, which is invaluable for a large competition like this. Here we have Jasper. Ooh, a little bit of pausing on this solve here from him. He's at the, looks like, last 6 edges. 12.89 single. How were your, what did you think of these scrambles for Pyramix? Because some of them, there were some pretty quick times there from quite a few people.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, the fourth and fifth scrambles were really fast. Yeah, the people were getting ones everywhere. Yeah, I definitely didn't expect it.
Felix with an 11.39 single, and now Leo inspecting of Leo of the Philippines. So we certainly do have people from all across the globe, despite this being an Oceanic Championship. Are you looking forward to competing or spectating any specific events this finals day today?
I'm looking forward to Puro finals.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not really expecting a fast scramble though.
Right.
Again. What about you?
Oh, I'm looking forward to Megaminx, as that's my personal main event, but also 3x3 as that's going to be head-to-head later. The last event today, which is always very exciting to watch.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
But I'm also very, very keen to see Pyramix finals as well, with such close times there. And 11.75 from Asher. Again, he has quite a loud timer stop there. Here on station 2 we have Jasper just beginning inspection. .80. I don't think he seems particularly pleased with his past few one-handed solves there. And it looks like, aside from Jody, who actually got an 8-second single just behind where he was sat at station 9, aside from that 8-second single, I think everybody's results here have been pretty lackluster for 3x3 one-handed second round. Dwayne a little locky on his solve here with an 11.43. It's certainly very exciting to see so many notable cubers from all different age ranges and all different places, all competing at the same time. Here we have Asher next to Feliks. Asher onto last layer. Looks like on pace to get a 10, yes. 10.78, but again looks pretty disappointed about that time.
Now the final call for 3 blind semi-finals. Again, the rankings are a little bit different for this one, so keep an eye out for us. Red stage ranks 1.
How are you feeling for 3 blind semi-final? Who do you think will
Oh,
Will top the charts there.
I'm hoping Michael will do well.
Right,
Yeah,
yes, one of our commentators. But of
Yeah,
course,
it'll be interesting to see who tops that one.
yeah, of
Yeah.
course, Cheggins is also one to
Yeah.
watch. Charlie Eggins, Jasper on station 2, just out of view from the stream here. On to last 6 edges. Oh, bit of a misturn there. And we have Leo here on station 4, beginning his inspection, and station 1, we have all of them going at once. Station 1, we have Dwayne inspecting, and Jasper with a 17.59 single and 5th and final solve.
Feliks with an 11.8 as well.
12.38 from Dwayne there on that solve. And here we have Mr. Charlie Van Oren handing out the blind blockers, getting ready for 3x3 blindfolded. Thank you very much, Wesley, for being on stream.
Yeah, no worries.
And
Thanks
good
for
luck
having
for
me.
Pyramix finals. We're excited to see that later today.
Yeah, thank you.
Here we have Yibo Wang. On to the last layer OLL and PLL, but it looks a little locky there.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that, is he?
And now I'm
One-handed being his main event.
yeah.
He will hopefully get himself into the final, however.
And I'm now joined here by Tom, or also known as TNL Cubing.
So some people may know me by that.
Yes. We've been seeing some pretty mediocre times here from 3x3 one-handed second round, aside from Jody Brewster slightly out of view from our cameras, just behind Station 1 at Station 9, who had a 8-second single, it seemed, from...
Really? Wow.
If we're not mistaken. We have not been keeping as much track as we were for Pyramix, with so many people going on at the same time. But here we have Feliks keenly inspecting his puzzle.
And we've already had Dwayne's average
First
from
round.
first round. Yeah, right.
Oh, a bit of a pause from Feliks there. An 11.53 single.
yeah.
And an 11.17 single from Leo as well.
It's going to be it for Felix's average.
And
And
I think that's also it for Leo's average too.
yeah. Oh,
Oh,
nope, he has
nope,
one
never
more.
mind, one more. All the scrambles have been coming out at different speeds for all these competitors here.
Yeah, and I think that will leave Leo as, one of the last competitors really here before we get into the 3-blind. Is it second round or finals?
Second round, I'm
round,
pretty sure.
sorry, yeah.
And as far as this morning's results go, for 3x3 second round, we had Feliks Zemdegs with a 6.51 average, Chris Mills in second for a 6.72 average, and Leo Borromeo with a 6.83, and notably David Epstein with a 6.90, with the top 4 seeds coming into the top 4, from second round, all sub 7. Leo onto his 5th and final solve. We also are seeing some quote-unquote table abuse, or table usage rather. But this
I
time
don't think we can call that abuse. I think he's... Oh,
just some minor usage.
yeah, he's
there of
using
the
it a good
table,
amount.
with a 14.58 single. And now we must
Let's
whisper.
be very quiet, and we're gonna get some announcements for the audience as well, to just keep the volume very minimal as the 3-blind competitors come out and start their solves very soon. we saw a good round from Charlie and a couple others in the first round. However, there was a few people having a safety for finals and maybe not getting their best times. So we're likely to see some hopefully better results in the second round and the final a bit later today. Generally, most of these guys don't want to DNF their average and risk missing the finals, so they might safety one solve and then give their all in the finals to try and get
that national,
that
Oceanic
podium,
title right there.
Here we have Charlie Eggins in Station 1, the favourite of the competition, and Michael Tripodi next to him, who's also a very experienced blind solver with big blind as well.
And on Station 3 we have Theodore Chan from
Singapore, I believe, yeah.
Yes, on Station 3, and on Station 4 we have New Zealander James McDermott.
Yeah, there's going to be a few really good solvers to watch here.
Yeah, I was speaking to Charlie earlier, and he said that he may, just trying to get into finals, he may memo relatively safely and just go hard on execution.
Right.
As we're now being told to be extremely quiet by...
Although for someone like Charlie, I was talking to him about his last round, and fam, he messed up on 16.
Yeah.
He's on another level here.
So we have just been given the announcement to be extremely quiet, so you're going to have
Sorry
listen
for
to
this
the
ASMR.
ASMR stream. But for those who are unaware, for 3x3 blindfolded, the way this event works is that there is no that's okay. There is no inspection time. However, the way it will work is that they have to take the cube cover off themselves as the competitor and start the timer, and the time spent memoing or memorizing the cube is counted towards the overall time, and then the blindfold is donned, and that execution time is also counted. So it's the memorizing and execution time together. How has your competition experience been so far, Tom?
Good.
Good.
I had a good chance in the second round of 3x3 there. Messed up a little bit, but that's alright.
Still awaiting the puzzles to be scrambled, verified, and delivered to our competitors right here for 3x3 blindfolded round 2.
We have a few coming out here for
Blue stage.
the blue stage, which we won't see exactly.
And apologies for breathing noises in the microphone. We have turned up the gain pretty high for you to be able to hear us at least talking, because we have to be as quiet as possible as to not distract the
I'm sorry for my breathing, guys.
competitors.
Okay, please do not breathe, someone says. Gotcha.
Here we go. The first scrambles are now being delivered to our competitors on the red stage. We have all 4 tops competitors coming into the second round being delivered their puzzles at the same time.
Let's take a look at Station 1 and 2. Charlie and Michael.
Here we go. his first 3x3 blindfolded second round solve. And
6-second memo there, which is about average for him, maybe on the safe side. Very smooth, however, that will be a DNF for him.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate DNF with a 15.20, but it will not count.
Looks like he's just a couple of comms off there, not sure exactly what went wrong.
Michael now inspecting, taking about 8 seconds there to memo the puzzle. A little bit of lower TPS, a little lower turn speed from Michael there because
Yeah, looks
perhaps
like he's
safetying,
forgotten a bit of
but
his movement.
unfortunately DNF'd that as well. 21.70 DNF.
Very unfortunate for him.
On the 5th and 6th station we have a 23.53 and a 39.17 from stations 5 and 6 respectively. The stadium at the moment is very, very quiet. There is little to no talking aside from us going on at the moment. Only the noise of footsteps and cubes being solved and scrambled. Here we have James onto his second, I think, 3x3 blindfolded round 2 attempt. Now starting the memo stage of his solve. On station 1 as well, Charlie starting
Charlie
his
is about
second
to
attempt.
start.
13-second memo for James there, and Charlie on station 1 being a bit safer with the memo there, about 9 seconds.
This will likely be a safety solve.
Very lengthy pause there.
Pause, yeah.
To 5.07
This is
DNF,
not
unfortunately.
looking the best for Charlie.
Yeah.
That gives him 2 DNFs, which means he
Must
If
get
he-
a successful single in
yeah.
order to have a chance, not even a guarantee, a chance at making
the finals.
the 3x3 blindfolded finals. Here we have Theodore Chan also in the execution stage of his, I think, second solve. Lengthy pause there as well, which is unfortunate.
Joshua starting to execute there in station 5.
Michael just getting ready for his second 3x3 blindfolded attempt 2.
.31 for Joshua. Looks good.
Michael, 10-second memo stage for his second attempt. Perhaps looking to safety the solve as well.
Yeah, I doubt he wants to be in the same position as Charlie here with it all riding on the last solve.
Slow turning, but it absolutely
Looks like an error in the execution there. Maybe a misturn.
horrendous error there, yeah. So we're very, very anxious third solve for both
For the
number
top,
1 and
the
2.
top 2 seeds from the last round, yeah. It's a big worry for them. However, if anyone's going to safety a solve and get through, it will be these 2. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
That's the thing with 3x3 blindfolded, it's just with the speed that it's done, it's just so up in the air as to whether or not they are going to properly memo and execute, because they just try to go as fast as possible, and that gives a higher chance of errors, understandably. Here we have James with a 30-something second memo stage as well. Charlie on station 1, third final attempt for 3x3 blindfolded. It looks like he's going to really safety this solve. He's really, really, really safetying this. You can see him kind of talking to himself there. Just trying to ensure that he gets a successful attempt in order to be possible for him to make the final round of 3x3 blindfolded.
He's
That's
finishing with a 28-second memo.
High, very lengthy memo for him.
A lot more careful and
Looks like a very careful execution as well.
yeah.
It's a highly nerve-wracking final solve here. Looks like a 43.38
Clutches it.
successful single.
He gets a success, which will likely put him in the finals. We're looking at, from the first round, the 16th place was a 54 single. So that is cutting it close for Charlie for the number 1 seed of the competition. He is
At least happy to have had a success, and now it's just the waiting game.
Yeah.
Michael onto his third attempt as well. He needs a proper finished cube by the end of this for him to also make 3x3 blindfolded finals. Again, very lengthy memorization stage, but not as long as Charlie's. Only a 19-20 second memo there.
perhaps because of his slow execution, he wants to try and get a 40 or a sub 50 to get into the final here.
Some very
That's
thoughtful
good.
execution.
There he goes. 34 success. That's great.
Oh,
That's a big relief for both of these two, who were likely nervous going to those third solves. But they give each other a little handshake. They have a very quiet celebration as to not distract the other competitors. We will find out soon where exactly that places them. But it's hopefully looking good for both of those two first seeds to move into the final. Jack Guy in the back of the red stage there with a 19.18.
one of the former world record holder right
Yeah.
there.
Just showing that he's still got it, and honestly that might put him pretty high up in this heat because of what happened with Charlie and Michael there.
I think that's good here from Jack. It looks
Yeah,
like
he's taking a photo. He's happy with
he's
that.
taking a photo. Yeah. Just having the other stages starting to finish up here, but that was a very, very nerve-wracking, stressful 3x3 second round.
Yes,
That's
it
blindfolded
sure
second round
was.
there. Just the tough part with 3x3 blindfolded is that if you don't have a successful single, you just don't make it onto the next round at all. So
yeah.
there's the whole kind of mental aspect of whether or not you go really hard and try to solve
And
very, very quickly.
And we see it at most competitions.
Yeah.
Somebody DNFing out of the next round who's projected to do well or who expects to even win sometimes. It's that's why, as I said earlier, like most of these guys want to safety at least one solve to get through and guarantee a chance at winning or becoming Oceanic champion in this case. Looks like we just have a few more people finishing their blind solves, but we'll remain nice and quiet for now.
And this quiet environment is making me slightly sleepy as well. Apologies for the yawn there.
It's been a big couple days for Yari, hasn't it?
Yes, it has certainly been a very busy 4 days.
Okay, we're still yet to see any,
Data being entered
Yeah.
into WCA Live.
but I believe Jack Kai will be the first seed from that round.
Yes.
First place rather, and that 19 looked like almost a +2, but judging by the way he acted, I believe it was good. So we'll hopefully see him in first place with the 19 there, and a few others coming in before Charlie and Michael probably. Team Kookaburra.
And I think we're just seeing the final 3x3 blindfolded attempt finishing up now. And then we will be able to yell at the top of our lungs. Not really, no. That'll be too much of a distraction, but we'll be able to talk at a regular
A regular.
volume.
And we've just got it submitted. Jack Kai also with a 25 mean.
So, 3 successful solves there.
Yeah.
Here we are, back to regular talking.
Yay! Okay, the 3x3 semi-finals,
Oh.
which I'm hopefully, I will be heading up to soon. Is that all one?
Yes. I think
Yes.
I will also have to head up
I
too
think
for
Ari and I are
3x3.
going to have to hand it
We will
over
grab
to
Michael Tripodi, who hasn't made
someone,
someone to commentate
because most of the
Grab
stream
Mike.
team will be in this
in this 3x3 segment.
semi-final. So if Michael Tripodi wants to come
Take
and
over our
he might have to
jobs.
take over the stream solo for a little bit even, unless he can find a nice friend besides our kookaburras. Thanks for that, guys. I'll be back on later with the finals in the afternoon. So we'll see you guys soon.
Hi.
Hi guys,
What's going on, everybody?
how are you doing? How did you enjoy 3 Blind?
Oh, I'm sure it was fantastic viewing.
Oh, absolutely. Just premier blind content right there.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure your hearts were in your mouths. You
Yep.
should have known better. We had this in the bag.
Absolutely. Really the
Uh,
cream of the crop right here.
Yeah,
Best in Oceania
this is
on show.
quite quality blind solving in terms of Oceania. We
Gonna give us a
might
quick recap
want to
of
go
what
into
happened, Michael.
detail. Yeah, I think everybody was very, very nervous. Maybe not nervous, but maybe they were nervous after
Yep.
DNFing their first 2 solves.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, oh, sorry, a bit quirky like that.
Yep.
Yeah, no, really, really funny round. So myself, James, Charlie, and Tam, I believe as well, both DNF'd. Every one of us DNF'd
Yep.
our first 2 solves.
Yep.
And had to go real safe.
Yep.
On the last one. So
So
that's really what you're after in terms of the 3 blind round.
Oh, yeah. Love to see it. I mean, that's quintessential blind, really, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. It's really about who can sew it up when it matters most.
Yeah.
I was going super, super safe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I was scared.
Yeah. I did like 4 pass memo on the last one, I think.
Oh, right. Yeah, no,
like
I
proper,
did.
proper safe.
Yeah, no, I did 2 pass, but
Okay.
I memoed edges like weak swap.
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
audioed
okay.
corners.
Just, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, you have to go super, super safe.
Yeah.
Obviously, second round, times don't matter. You
Yep.
do just want to make it through to the final round.
Yep.
But it's been a happy medium of not going too safe because sub 1 doesn't even necessarily make finals at
Not
Oceanics.
quite, no.
No, so last qualifier we've got in at the moment, there's still more people yet to be entered. But at the moment, Daniel Wang on WCA Live is sitting in 16th spot with a 55.64 single. So if that tells you anything about going safe,
Yep.
it's that you probably can't go ultra safe.
Yeah, that's actually faster than I was expecting. I got a 49.7
So you got a
single.
49. You're in
Yep.
you're in the slower half of that.
I am.
Those people in
I
the
am.
finals.
Kind of nice to be in the slower half sometimes, though. It means
Yeah.
you're not right in the front, right on stream. Maybe less nerves in the back row.
I'm sure
We'll
you
find out.
would have regretted if you went too safe and ended up getting a 56.
Yes, well, I looked at the cutoff from round 1 and I thought, might be around 50 seconds, something like that, to make finals. So I should be all right safetying pretty hard.
Yes,
But,
absolutely.
Yeah, nah.
I will say I did safety quite hard. I didn't think that I would get a 34. I
Yeah.
thought my safety would have been closer to 50 as well. So
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's levels of safetying. For me, like, a normal safety solve with, like, maybe, like, 95% accuracy is, like, 30-ish seconds, something like that.
something like that.
But, like, when I really want to guarantee it, it's like, 40, 50
Regardless,
seconds.
not everybody had to safety that round. So top spot, it's a callback from the days from old.
Absolutely.
Jack
Blast from the
Kai.
past. Yep.
A blast from the past. Jack Kai on his third solve got a 19.18, securing a first place for him
Yep.
this round. And a 25.49 mean. I'm sure he would have just wanted to get the successes and
Yeah.
then move on.
I mean, show he's still got it. Show the kids up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you
But,
show Charlie Egan's is not the king.
oh, Charlie Egan's, you kidding me? 43 seconds?
Washed up.
He's a long
Should
way from his
retire.
best.
Yep.
Oh, might make Oceanics less interesting to watch,
Yep.
though.
True. Very true.
All right. But now that fiasco is out of the way, we have 3x3 semi-finals.
That's correct.
So this is the third round of 3x3.
Mhm.
Top 16 of this one will be going into head-to-head, I believe.
Yep. So we've got more familiar names here. We've got Feliks Zemdegs on station 1. I'm not entirely sure who's on station 2.
Well,
Who's
let's
going to be
see.
on
Who
station
was
two?
in the second round?
Would that be Asher, perhaps? No, Asher's on station 6.
Chris
Chris
Mills?
Mills, of
Chris
course.
Mills. Chris Mills on station 2, and then on your stations 3 and 4, Leo Borromeo of the Philippines and David Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
So those 4 all got sub-7 averages in round 2.
Yep.
No insane records or
No.
groundbreaking times like in the first round.
Yep.
But again, and we say this almost every round, it's not about the times.
No, it's about making the
It's
finals.
about making the finals. That's when
Yeah.
it truly matters.
Exactly. And personal highlight, Team Kookaburra, dominating stations 1 and 2.
Oh, Team Kookaburra, fantastic. So good to see.
Unstoppable.
I don't know if I'll give them a Kookaburra because
No.
there's a good chance that might get pinched.
Yeah. As you've learned, it's a bit dangerous to let them off our desk here.
Might I say, I don't want to particularly speak too soon, but not that much mascot pinching going on.
No, true. It might be a more civilized day.
I think everyone's kind of a bit tired, a bit
Yep.
run down. Oceanic's brain rot's starting to set in for a lot of these
Absolutely.
guys.
The days of mayhem and misrule might be
Yeah,
past.
I think the novelty's worn off a little bit, to be truly honest.
Although you say that, first thing this morning, I saw I saw some team pinching the Kiwi from Alex Asbury.
No, that's not. That's
no,
not
that's
right.
not on. Can't be
No,
doing
that's
that.
not on.
I don't know if he's yet gotten it back. Even.
No. I would say if there's any team that doesn't deserve to have their mascot pinched, it would be Alex Asbury.
Yep.
The one-man team, the MC,
Yep.
Master of Ceremonies.
Yep.
Just a heinous crime.
Absolutely. Just despicable.
Has he gotten it back?
I don't know, actually. We'd have to bring him on sometime, find
No.
out.
Might have to. Well, we can use our forces for good as part of the stream team. We can
True.
barter for the Kiwis' safety and a timely return.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we'll be getting into the first solves in just a second here.
Yes, absolutely. So just getting their cubes scrambled at the moment, but won't be too long before we're running headlong into this semi-final.
And personally, another highlight has been just Feliks's taking out the first 2 rounds. People have said he's washed up. The days of Feliks are over. The days of Leo and, Timon, Max are here. But
Who dare
Feliks
say that?
taking out the first 2 rounds and getting a sub-6 average in round 1. So it's lovely to see.
All right.
Been doing pretty well, and hopefully we'll see something special again this round.
Okay. Oh, someone's been using flash photography.
Naughty, naughty.
Naughty. Alex Asbury has to take out all of his pent-up anger over losing the Kiwi on these poor parents using flash photography.
Really, I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of Alex today.
I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side. It seems like there's a bit of pent-up fury that could be unleashed if so desired.
Yeah.
Don't dare tempt him.
Oh, absolutely not.
So we've got a few swaggy predictions in
Do
this. So we've got Chris Mills going to get a last layer skip here and get world record single, beginning my prediction of 2023 UK world record sweep.
I see.
I think he will do Swag Daddy and get M2 U2 M2 for last layer, and in brackets, nobody else will get this solution.
Well, fun fact to... Is that GAM?
Q,
Quam?
that's a Q.
QAM. Chris Mills used Swag Daddy last round. And he got a 5 with it, I
Did
believe.
he use Swag Daddy last round?
He did.
Wow.
He planned a Swag Daddy X-Cross. For those of you in chat who might not know, Swag Daddy is a technique pioneered by, I think, Chris and one of his friends, where you solve a cross with 2 opposite edges swapped from one another, and then at the end of the solve, you do M2, U2, M2 in order to fix those, and do an opposite swap on your last layer. And it can be pretty good sometimes.
Well, yes, it seems like it's a very versatile technique, as you could use it during F2L if you so desire.
Yep.
Could use it if you know you're going to get a bad OLL. You might even be able to cancel into Swag Daddy.
Yep, absolutely. And oftentimes it also works quite like PLL parity on 4x4, where you
Yes.
can influence your PLL, maybe go from an F perm into a T perm, that sort of thing,
Yes.
which is very nice.
All right. So now we've got Feliks just about to begin his first on station number 1. some solving going on other stations, but we'll stick to Feliks. So pretty fluid so far.
What? There it
You
is.
say it was quite fluid whole way through. Not a whole lot of pauses for recognition, and a 5.94 is his end result.
I'd say that's a pretty signature Feliks solve, to be honest.
Yeah,
No
it is a pretty Feliks solve.
Yep.
Nothing, no crazy TPS,
No.
just maximum flow.
Yeah.
So on station 4, we've got David Epstein getting his cube, and on station 2, we've also got Chris Mills getting his cube. And station 3, Leo's got his as well. So all of our top 4 seeds have got their cubes. Looks like on station 5 there might have been a bit of a judge error or something along those lines. Toby Sleaford solving his cube and getting an extra from David Edwards.
And Leo and Chris just about to start their solves now. Looks
Starting more or less at the same time. We've got Leo solving well, got a ZBLL and a 589.
I think he saw something quite similar at the start of his solve to Feliks. They both solved red crosses there.
Chris, unfortunately, not doing so well on his first. So, no swag daddy on that solve, it doesn't look like, at least.
I don't believe there was, no.
No. And station number 4, David Epstein, just about to begin his solve.
David's been kind of on fire this competition, I'd
He
say.
has, absolutely. 743.
Not his top shape, but
No,
still
not
pretty
quite
good.
an example of that form that you're referencing.
No, but he's PR'd in 3x3 with that 6.2 average. He's PR'd in 4x4 and 5x5 with, I believe, a 1 minute and 2 seconds or 1 minute and 3 seconds average in 5x5 and a 30-second average in 4x4, mid 30 seconds. So he's been doing pretty well. And I believe also, did he get the fastest solve of the Rubik's Relay?
David did. I know Phoenix had a 5.99 and I know David had a sub 9, but it seemed like probably mid-high.
Yeah, I think it
Mid-high
was
5.
5.7, something like that.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
around there. Possibly 5.6. But fastest solve of the Rubik's Relay.
Yep.
I have it on good authority that he prepared well for it
Good.
and was very nervy behind the scenes.
Yep.
Although you wouldn't be able to tell from his solves.
And Feliks coming in for solve 2 now. Will we see another 5? Looks like he's seen something on white. Good start.
A little bit locky. Quite locky actually on that OLL.
Yeah.
But 6.91 is the finishing time. And again, we've got stations 2, 3 and 4 getting their cubes
Yep.
at close to identical times.
And thank you, Dream, for rating. Very cool to see. Hope you all enjoy the Oceanic Championship.
Very interesting to see. We're nearly nearing 200 viewers.
Wow.
199. It's actually going up quite quickly.
And Leo starting off his solve now. Nice.
A 571 for Leo. So Leo, 2 pretty slick solves. A 5.89 on his first and a 5.71 on his second.
Then a 7.5
Chris Mills a
for Chris.
7.5. And David Epstein finishing up now a 7.03. So David not continuing in quite the same manner as he left off.
But a little faster than his first solve, so hopefully we see that trend continue.
Yes. I think everybody on the top 4 stations except Feliks did better on that scramble.
Yeah.
So Feliks not going in the right direction, but he'll be able to put that behind him. He's very well experienced.
Absolutely. But Leo, 2 5s. Will we see him keep this up? And Feliks coming in now for solve 3. Just received his cube.
Station 1's where all the action's happening,
Mm-hmm.
and it's our first seed Feliks. He has won both of the last 2 rounds.
He has. Not a surprise to some, but good to see he still has it in 2022.
Some might say home ground advantage.
Absolutely. And nice.
And a 6.05, so that's a counting low 6 for Feliks. So a good outcome. That 6.91 obviously on the second solve isn't too great, but other two times a 594 and a 605, so both hovering around the 6 flat mark.
And it's a crazy world that we live in to say that a 691's not too great.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. It's definitely for Feliks. He's bought his times all the way from having a world record of, what was his first world record? It wasn't sub 10, was it?
It was sub 10, I believe.
Was it?
I believe it was.
Oh, 9.21, of course.
Yeah.
So he's brought it all the way down from 9.21 down to around 5.5 seconds. So
Yep.
he knows a thing or two about progression.
Absolutely. And just off camera now, we see David Epstein got a 6.24. I'm not sure if you caught the end of that solve or not, unfortunately.
Looks
Okay.
like Leo inspecting and Chris also inspecting. So there'll be some good solving done here. Leo a 467. That's a really good solve for Leo.
Looked like a bit of a parallel skip there.
Potentially. That is the fastest solve we've seen of this championships in 3x3 so far. And it's definitely got the crowd buzzing.
Yep.
And a 7.67 for Chris.
So not quite in the shape that he was in the last two rounds.
No, he had a good
perhaps.
showing in the last two rounds. Obviously,
did.
national record in the first and
Yep.
had potential to get national record in the second, but still a very, very solid average for him in the second. Was a 6.72.
Yep.
Landed him second seed, obviously.
I'm always very impressed to see just how well Chris performs. You know, he'll be warming up, getting mid-sixes, and then go and compete and get mid-sixes, which is not a given at all. Many competitors would, I think, be half a second slower maybe in competition, but Chris is just, you know, cool as anything.
Feliks now is on his fourth. Some good times so far. Really steadying himself with the timer there. Good flow. And a 668. So Feliks now looking at around about a 6.5 second average. Worst
Mhm.
possible is a 655.
So very consistent in those mid-sixes.
Absolutely. We'll see what everyone else is able to bring on their fourth. David Epstein's just got his on station number 4. So he'll want to bounce back. Had a pretty good third solve with a 624, but we'll see if he can do better.
Quite quick inspection from him there.
Turning fast. It looks good. A 664.
Very nice. So he'll be looking at a slightly slower average than Feliks. Best possible average for him is 664, and worst possible average is 7.03. So he's just about locked in that sub-7 average. And now we have Leo and Chris, both about to start inspection on stations 2 and 3. And
Leo on station 3 started in his inspection, just waiting on Chris to finish his warm-up turns. But Leo getting into business now.
He's found something nice on white. And there it
A
is.
604 for Leo.
So it's going to be a pretty sharp average for him. And Chris coming in for his fourth solve now. What's he going to find? Doesn't look quite sure. Nice.
6.74 for Chris. So Leo, with that 604, he's locked up a sub-6. Worst possible average of 5.88. And with any luck, we might be seeing an Asian record. Best possible average, if he's able to get better than a 4.67.
Yep.
Or rather, better than or equal to.
Yep.
We're looking at a 542 average.
Yes. And you'll be able to tie the previous Asian record with about a
It would be a 4.95-ish.
I think 4.85-ish, somewhere around there.
No, you're right. Yeah, 4.85. And I've also been told that that 4.67 from Leo on the third is Filipino national record.
Oh, really? I'm a little surprised, actually. I
Honestly, so am I.
would have thought Leo had a...
It didn't even occur to me that it could have been.
And that looks like it might be a 5.90 from David Epstein there to round out his average. Let's see how Leo does.
So David getting a 6.64 there for an average. Feliks finished up with a 6.71, and so that gave him a 6.48.
Good
Just ahead
start
of
for
David.
Leo. No Asian record, unfortunately, but that's still going to be a very solid average.
It is quite solid, close to 6, but obviously he locked that before, so that's a 5.82.
I think that'll pretty comfortably take first seed in this round. Unfortunately,
yes.
Feliks unable to continue his trend of winning the first two.
So it looks like we may be seeing a Leo versus Feliks head-to-head.
Won't that be exciting?
That will be exhilarating. A 6.78 for Chris. And so that gives him a 7.32. Toby Seufert. What's Toby done? Toby's on station 5.
Bouncing up and down. He's just hit a
Something's-
7 flat.
Something's good.
I would guess that's
Probably
locked
the
as sub 7
sub-7.
average for Toby.
Oh,
Something
it is. Look at him.
There we go.
Toby Seufert. He was third at Nationals. He plus 2'd out of a 6.99 average there. So this might be the redemption that he was after.
I would be almost certain that's a sub 7 average locked up for Toby. Brilliant to see.
Toby's a fantastic competitor. He's a 2021 ID.
Yep.
Started cubing 2 years ago. I believe he's 12 years old.
Yeah.
So
really
there's still room to improve without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
He could be a star to watch in the future. I'd
Absolutely.
say definitely so.
Absolutely. I'd say him and Charlie Eggins.
Two
yes. Up and coming Queensland Cubers who are going to be a force to be reckoned with within a year or two, I'd say.
Absolutely. Charlie Eggins would very comfortably already be a force to be reckoned
absolutely,
with in events such as 3 and 4 blind.
Yes, definitely.
But his 3x3 times are no slouch.
Absolutely.
So he is a national finalist.
Yep.
And get some pretty good times.
Yeah.
He has some 5s in comp.
Yep.
In 3x3, if I recall correctly.
I think you do, and I don't think it'll be too long before we see a sub 7 average from him as well.
No, not at all.
I think he has mid 7 currently as his PR, but we'll see something good pretty soon. Just starting to prepare for finals now. There'll be a little bit of a delay as we redo the setup a little bit, because obviously we don't need all 64 stations for finals. So we'll have a little bit of a break maybe. But yeah, hopefully we'll be coming up to finals soon.
All right. So after that 3x3 semi-finals, we're just about getting into our final rounds now. So we're beginning with clock.
Any predictions for clock?
Well, I had a chat with Conan earlier, and it's definitely going to be very, very close.
Yep.
I'm predicting a hot 1-2 between Conan Moe and Zayd Chowdhury.
Absolutely.
As we saw in the first round.
Yep.
Liam Wadecker's capable of getting up there as well, the Oceanic record single holder.
Yep.
I do expect him to be doing decently well.
Yep.
But time will tell.
Time will tell.
Sorry, no pun intended. But we'll see in due course.
Yes, we'll say that. Liam, of course, very fast at home. He, I think, pretty comfortably sub 5 on a good day, along with Zayd and Conan. But he's a little less consistent in competition. I believe his best average is a low 5, so he's not yet got that sub 5 average he's been looking for a while. But yes, the OCR single holder, and definitely a good clocker on a good day.
Oh yeah. Hope that we can see him firing on all cylinders today. I'd love to see some great competition in these final rounds between all competitors.
Absolutely. Of course, a bit of a disappointment for me personally is Richard Yihing-Tao, who, as of last weekend, where New Zealand Nationals was held, he is the clock national record holder with a 5.24 second average. Unfortunately, DNF'd out of finals. So in the first round,
it is rather unfortunate.
Yeah.
But that's just the nature of clock, is that a few small mistakes.
Absolutely.
And in an event with no +2s.
In an event with no +2s.
Can be dire.
Absolutely.
You have to be on your game. Nerves can't affect you too much.
Yep.
That's just how it is, really.
And also because Richard uses no flip.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
You know, you mess up on your first side, you've got no way of finding that out.
Yes. Do you want to post in CF that we're in finals? Do you want to post in CF that we've got finals or after lunch?
Staff, just in case you're not here, Ethan, if you are not Team Platypus of staff or a delegate, you can head upstairs to get lunch if you do not want to spectate.
Or Team Kookaburra.
If you want to go for lunch, you can go for lunch.
Just a bit of a recap from that 3x3 round, something which we didn't quite see because he was not being shown on stream. But Dwayne Ramos in third place with a 661 average.
Oh, beautiful.
That's only 0.1 seconds off his current NR 3x3 average.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yep.
It's good to see that he bounced back after a relatively disappointing first round.
Yep, and even second round, I believe, heading into that semi-finals, he had an 8.9 average, something like that in second round.
Right, okay.
So definitely
So yeah, he bounced back in a big way.
definitely.
Let's see if I can find him here. I've just got up the results from first round. What'd you say? Oh yes, he was an 8.92.
Yes. So 8.92 in first round, and then in second round, what did he get?
That was second round.
That was second round. Okay. Yeah,
So
8.92.
first round
Yes, was
was
Another
some
8
far
average, I
way
think?
down. I think it might have even been a 9 average.
wow. Yeah, so definitely picking it up a lot when it matters, making sure to get into that top 16 pretty comfortably. Someone saying Dwayne nearly got 3x3 NR average. Yep, absolutely. That 6.61 is just shy of it.
Yep. So in the first round, Dwayne an 8.98, and in the
Yep.
second an 8.92.
Yep.
But in this round just gone, obviously has gotten back to what we know he's capable of.
Exactly.
Just on your screen now, we're recapping clock first round. I had Conan on stream earlier today doing a quick little bit of a recap there.
Yep.
But it should be very close and a very good final to watch.
It will be. Hopefully no misscrambles. We saw a bit of misscramble shenanigans happen with Conan in the first round and also Conan last week at New Zealand Nationals.
Yes. However, on both occasions, Conan managing to clutch up.
Just demonstrating immense composure under pressure, I'd say.
He's very, very good under pressure, I've noticed.
Yes, so maybe that'll mean something big for this finals, but we'll find out.
Yeah, no, really, really good under pressure. Obviously, with those misscramble shenanigans, clutching it up even after having to redo some pretty quick solves in those averages.
Yep.
And also clock national champion
Yes.
earlier this year.
Yes, so he might perhaps be a slight favourite over Zaid for some people. But
For some people, yes.
Yep.
Looking purely at statistics.
Yes.
Definitely not that far out to say.
Yeah.
But Zaid Chowdhury, a formidable competitor. Nerves have got the better of him for some time now. But he had a good first round average.
he did.
Very unfortunate that it just happened to be in a round where not only he broke the the previous Oceanic record, but that Oceanic record got broken by Conan as well.
Yes. And as we all know, the statistics don't tell the full story. you
No,
know.
and that's why we can say people like Liam Wadeka in the picture when
Yes.
you might see first round results and say, oh, why are you pointing out him as opposed to some other people? But
Yes,
there are statistics never tell the full story.
exactly.
They're great, and we love them here.
We do love them. We love our
But
stats.
They have their place.
Yeah. So before we head into finals, for anyone who's just tuned in, do you want to give a quick recap of this morning?
Yeah, so this morning we got stuck into 3x3 round 2.
Yep.
And it's mostly just been round 2s of all of our events
Yes.
and side events so far. So we've had 3x3, 2x2, one-handed pyramid, cube, etc. All right, so they are announcing all of
They
the
are.
competitors.
Seventh seed, also from Australia, is Jayden sixth seed, representing Australia, is Feliks. Our fifth seed, the only non-Oceanic competitor, representing the United States, is Carson Claw. Our fourth seed, representing Australia, is Zach Graham.
Alex Asbury just announcing all of our competitors in this clock finals here. Some very big cheers.
Yep.
In particular for Adrian Ovray-Matin and Conan Mo.
Yep.
Carson Claude, also the only non-oceanic competitor representing the US.
Yep.
Very, very patriotic in doing so.
Absolutely.
I've been told that he's just here for a holiday.
Oh, yeah.
And then he just decided one day he'll check what cubing competitions are happening while he's in the area. And, Oceanic
at that.
Championships.
Guess I'll go to that, I guess. But yes, hopefully you were able to hear all the announcement over stream. Not sure how well that came through our mics, but yes, very excited to see this clock.
We are... Oh, Phoenix... Phoenix is not at his station. Okay, Phoenix just had to jump down from the crowd section in order to submit his puzzle and go up to his station. He's been quite busy today, making second rounds and finals in many, many events.
Oh, absolutely. Another very talented young competitor from Australia.
Absolutely.
I'd lump him in with, your Toby Seuferts and your Charlie Egginses
Yep.
of the world as another one to watch in the next few years. Obviously, he's already established himself as one of the best 2x2ers in the world with a 1.29 average. But yes, definitely very talented in many events.
Very, very. And the other thing with Phoenix, we mentioned it on this stream before, if he gets something good, you will know about it.
Absolutely.
Very, very go-to reactions. Okay, so on our stations 1 and 2, number 2, Zaid Chowdhury, is just beginning his first scramble. All right, so it's a 5.23, just awaiting checking of the other side.
Looks like it was a DNF.
Might have just been a DNF. No, just a DNF.
Yeah.
It's not the way you want to start.
No, that'll really put the pressure on him for the final 4 solos.
No, absolutely.
And on station 6, we have Phoenix coming in now, along with Carson.
One thing I did notice in round 1, competing in the same group as Carson, is that he has a very, very aggressive timer stop.
Yeah.
Can hear it from several stations over. Phoenix Patterson on station 6 as well with a 5.29 to start.
5.27, that is.
Sorry, 5.27, yes.
Yep.
That's a very good start for him, actually.
That is. That's, well, the best time we've seen so far.
Well, it's early days,
Yep.
but you are correct.
Yes.
Konamo on station 1, he is about to receive his first. Konamo, obviously, the current Oceanic record holder.
Mm-hmm.
And Australian national record single holder. Let's see if he can continue his streak of getting good results. Okay, it just begins his inspection now. It's a 4.94, sub 5 start, and it's good on the other side. So that's a clean solve. Just on the other stations coming up now. Station number 4, Zach Graham is about to begin his first, and Lennon Hughes on station number 8, although he won't be on stream.
Also in the background, we had Jody with a 6.23 on his first. And I don't believe we've seen any times from Liam Waddock yet.
No, maybe not. 6.43 for Lennon. And a 4.70 from Zach. Check the other side. Looks all good. That's a fantastic first solve.
And Adrian just receiving his first scramble.
Additionally, Zaid Chowdhury is just beginning inspection on station number 2. Oh, that's a very quick first side. No!
Oh,
2.95 DNF.
that would have been an incredible time. But that's Zaid out of
That's
finals.
Unbelievable. You can't believe it. That would have been OCR by over half a second.
That would have been...
Not quite world record, but
No,
very close to,
very
and he's
close.
obviously distraught.
Would that be the second
You
sub
can't
3
be.
ever?
That would be.
Yeah.
It's so hard to think what could have been.
Yeah, and a 4.85 from Adrian there. So that's a strong start for him.
Goes without saying, but that would sting.
That's got to sting, yeah. And a 5.65 for Phoenix over on station 6. So he's starting off pretty strong. And with Zaid out of finals, he could be on for an Oceanic podium.
feel so bad for Zayd,
Oh,
man.
definitely.
All right, Conan on station 1. He's just about to begin his next. So he started off pretty well, a 4.94.
And now he's receiving that scramble that Zayd almost got a 2 on.
Yes. He must know it will be good, but we'll have to see. He might be trying to do no flip here, actually. No, so it's a quick first side. No, it looks like he's
No.
messed up on that one. Might just be a bit safe now, 6.33.
And Carson with a 10.41 on his second over on station 5.
We haven't seen it, but on station number 7, Caden DeLuca Mazza, a 4.49 on his second. We don't quite know what time he got on the first, but using no flips obviously paying off for him. Zach Graham on station 4 actually just got a 5.07.
So he started off very strong.
He started off super well. So he had a 4.70 on the first and a 5.07 on the second. That's a good start.
It's a very
That is a good start. He's not someone I've put much effort into researching, I must say.
No.
But
Right. Ooh, and a 4.25 for Adrian.
and it's good.
It's good. That's a brilliant start for Adrian as well. A high 4 and then a low 4.
Yes. So he is in the lead at the moment after these first two. He's the one that set up the best. Zayd Chowdhury on station 2, again out of contention, DNFing the average, but might be able to find a good single somewhere here. A 4.28.
Judge is yet to check the other
Judge
side.
is yet to check the other side. Not that it particularly matters for average result, but
No. I guess at this point he's just looking for some good singles.
there's not much else you can do really. Oh, was it a DNF again? I think he
couldn't tell
just had to fix it.
you. Wow.
That's 3 DNFs for Zayd. Again, the thunderous timer stop
Exactly.
of Carson Claude, a 6.66. I can't help but feel for Zayd. It just goes from bad to worse, really.
It does.
Under pressure, there's nothing you can say, because in those moments it just hurts.
Yeah.
Especially for someone who puts so much effort into getting good at
And I mean,
this event.
it puts so much pressure on yourself as well.
Yeah.
You know you've put in all that work, and you know you're that fast. You know you're capable of like that was a 2. Yeah.
Conan flips the clock at 2.5. It's a 6.18. So he's counting a 6.18. Zach Graham counting a 5.07. So he's pretty comfortably of the people who've done 3 solves, quite comfortable at the moment. However, Adrian Ovramotin
Yep.
could be a good showing here. He's just on his 3rd now. And remember, his worst solve of the 2 so far is a 4.85. It's a 7.04. So that's not what he would have been after, but it looks like it's okay on the other side too. Zayd Chowdhury on solve number 4 will be going for a good single, hopefully.
Mhm.
But not hard to be dispirited if you're him.
Mm.
But we don't have much intel on what Liam's got so far. He's not been on stream, but he is actually counting a 4.62.
Wow.
He's a fair way down the list. Obviously qualified as a 2nd slowest seed for this finals, but he's counting a good time here, 4.62.
And it looks like Zayd's just managed to get a good single on the board with a 4.26. Unfortunately, not gonna count, not gonna put him in contention for the podium or anything, but it's something.
No, maybe not quite, but yes.
And a 7.05 for Zach. Not quite up to those first 2 times you saw.
7.05. It's not quite up, you're right. But even still, counting a 5.07 and a 5.52. So looking like he's well in contention. We're seeing so far some good averages from Zach. Adrian has only done 3 solves, but he's on for something good here. Feliks has finished his average and finished with a 6.25, which is that's quite a good average, I think.
And a 5.20 for Conan.
Conan with a 5.20. Looks like Liam's got a 5.59.
So he could be on for NR now, actually, if he's
He
counting.
may be. It looks
counting
like the
4.
calculators come out. What is NR?
5.24.
5.24. Well, you'd say he's definitely got it.
And 5.01
No.
for Adrian.
Possibly not. 5.0 for Adrian. Wow, okay. This is looking really, really good. With that 5.01, Adrian's looking at a worst possible average of 5.63, which is faster than any of the competitors who've completed their average. So far we have Feliks Patterson with a 6.25, Lennon Hughes with a 6.50, and Liam Wadek has finished up his average, got a 5.36.
Ooh, just missing it, unfortunately.
Only just. But he's comfortably in top spot at the moment.
And a 6.15 to finish out Zaid's average.
Zach Graham a 5.54. Hang on a moment. Zach Graham a 5.38.
Wow,
So
just ahead of
it's
Liam.
No, just behind.
Just behind Liam.
Just behind.
Liam.
0.02 seconds slower on the
Wow.
average. So we were right. It's a very close final,
It is.
but maybe not between the competitors we expected.
No. And we could see some solid New Zealand representation on this podium.
They do.
Conan coming in for his last solve here.
Yes. Still waiting on Adrian's last solve, remember? 5.36 was Liam's average.
And it's a 4.25 from Conan, it looks like. I believe the other side was good.
Well, that gives him his best possible average. He's 5.44 at the moment. So
Okay.
slotting into third, but remember, Adrian still hasn't finished. So Adrian, if he gets worst possible average, he will not make the podium,
Mm-hmm.
which is just going now. 5.60, checking the other side.
And what's the average?
Check that out. It's a 5.15 average.
And that takes it for him. Adrian's
National record.
Oceanic champion. And is that 2 Kiwis on the podium, is it?
Yes, so first and second, Adrian of Raymatin is the winner. Liam Wadek in second place with a 5.36.
Wow.
And not far behind at all, Zach Graham with a 5.38. Well, that was some finals. It's a good taster for what's to come.
Oh, absolutely.
Clock, obviously a very volatile event, but you have a new national record holder
You
for
do.
New Zealand in Adrian of Raymatin.
And Adrian's someone who's actually only gotten into clock within the last few months even.
Yeah.
He's just taken that immense skill he has on 3x3 and square one and other puzzles to translate that into some very quick clock times and now an Oceanic championship.
And proving, again, that no flip on a big stage,
Yep.
it's
Can
not
be
so
good.
bad.
Him and Richard really showing the duality of the method there.
Yes,
Richard
absolutely.
unfortunately DNFing out, but then Adrian taking the whole thing home.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. There's two sides to every coin, as I say.
Yep.
And a DNF with no flip for Richard in the first round. But for Adrian, an Oceanic championship.
Absolutely.
The first ever Oceanic champion in clock.
True. I don't think many people would have picked that, especially a few months ago, that Adrian would be the first ever Oceanic champion.
No, I don't think so. But a lot can change in a short amount of time.
Yep.
And he's just celebrating with Liam at the moment. Of
Yeah.
course, those two getting first and second.
Yep.
And I think Liam's just ecstatic for him.
Absolutely. And Liam will be ecstatic for himself even. Second will be...
Oh, yeah, second.
That's brilliant.
Fantastic stuff. A lot of big stories to come out of that. Let's
Yep.
let's obviously not forget Zaid Chowdhury
Of course.
DNFing out of second in the world single.
That would have been incredible.
It would have been incredible to watch, and I can only imagine the reaction we would have got there.
Absolutely.
It's not what he would have wanted, obviously, but that's just how it goes.
It also speaks of big things to come, I'd say. You know, it shows that he's capable of that sort of time, and hopefully before too long he'll get it for real.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping so, of course. Zayd is definitely someone who's not shown his true potential in competitions. Obviously, I think it was a 470 something average in the first round.
472 was it? 475?
Roughly around there.
Yeah.
It's obviously good.
Yep.
But he's capable of a lot better.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that next year he can pull something out that will really, really blow your socks off.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely, I think low 4, sub 4, somewhere in that sort of territory, he's very capable of.
Very capable of it. We just have to, with an adequate number of rounds.
Yep.
And the determination and heart.
Yeah.
The grit.
The tenacity.
Yes.
It's just a matter of
synonyms. All right. Well, that concludes our first final.
Yep.
It is now lunch break.
It is. But I think quickly we're just going to get Adrian on for an interview, hopefully.
Oh, we must. We must.
So, chat, if you have any questions for Adrian, feel free to post them down in chat. Hopefully we'll get to them in a sec.
I will sub out for him.
Sounds good.
And I'll get him on.
See you later. So how was that final, everyone? How about that? Yep. G'day, Adrian. Welcome to the stream. How was that?
That was incredible. That was mind-blowing.
Yeah.
That's got to be like the happiest I've ever been for any of my NRs, like, funnily enough, because, you know, like, all the other, you know, Scon NRs,
yep,
it's not as big of a deal. I'm not taking it from anyone.
Yeah.
The 3x3 NRs, I don't know, they were so long ago, and I was really on track to get it.
Yeah.
But now this clock was just absolutely, like, so unexpected. I was shocked. You know, first solve was good. Second solve, I saw, like, I think that was the one that Zayd got a 2 DNF. And so, well, you know, I was expecting something good probably. So yeah, and then I got like a 4.2.
Yep.
I think I can't remember what. I think the next solve was a 7.
704.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
Yep.
Because, you know, after I got those 2 4s, I was thinking, like, you know, if I get another 4 or something, that I'll be like, it'll be really easy for me to secure something good.
Exactly.
But then I got the 7 and I was kind of like worried, like, now I have to get 2 more good things.
Yeah.
And then I got the 5.0 and I'm like, oh my goodness, I need like a 5.5 or something. That's not even that difficult.
Yeah.
And then, you know, when I picked up the last scramble, I was like, I saw there was a corner edge.
Yep.
No, not corner edge.
Edge center?
Edge center pair. Yeah. And I know every time I get an edge center pair, it's going to be something good because I don't need to do a D move at the start and those really mess me up.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh my god, I'm going to get it. And, you know, I fumbled a tiny little bit, but it doesn't even matter because, you know, 5.6.
Yeah.
I'm so over the moon. And to be in Oceanics finals and to win, I'm so happy.
Well, I'd say it's no surprise that that's the happiest you've been with any of your NRs, because in Oceanics final, the first Oceanics ever.
Yeah.
And yeah, 5.1.
Yeah.
So would you say that was, would you say you were mostly thinking about NR there, or?
Yeah. Oh, because OCR was not possible, was it?
I don't think OCR was possible,
Yeah,
but there
no,
was also the win to think about. You know, did you
Oh
even have
no,
that in
I was
mind?
only thinking about NR.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just assuming probably Conan got something better. I wasn't
Yeah.
even concerned about that. I was just thinking about NR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's brilliant to see, because you've of course only got into the event recently, haven't
Yeah,
you?
yeah. I started practicing at South Island Champs
Yeah.
in June, and there well, I started off like before I practiced like on the car ride there, and at that point I was averaging 20.
Yeah.
And then got down to like 15, and then like, you know, first round I got a 15 average, and then 2 days later I got a 12 average. That was the improvement.
Yep, exactly. Well,
and
clock will do that, won't it?
Yeah, and then what the next comp I'd like majorly improved. I started using no flip. I got a low 6 average, which is about what I was expecting, you know.
Was that at Littleton?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, Littleton. And then Nats, I don't know, I podiumed, got some 6 averages. You know, kind of hoping for a 6 average at this comp.
Yeah.
low 6 in round 1,
Yep.
and then just to get this in finals, absolutely mind blowing.
Just
It-
incredible.
It's also funny because last week Richard just got clock NR,
Yeah,
also with no flip. So now the top 2 New Zealanders
exactly.
use no flip.
And speaking of the top 2 New Zealanders, you and Liam on the podium.
Yeah. That's also really funny. I don't know. I was hoping for I was totally expecting not expecting. I was hoping for third place after Jayden, Conan,
Yeah.
because they were so far ahead of everyone in round 1.
And you're the third seed heading into finals. You know,
Yeah,
that's-
and third seed. Zach was also next to me. I knew he got a 6.3 average in round 1,
Mhm.
and he was getting good times. I think he ended up with a sub 6 average.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think he was just 0.01 behind Liam, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait,
so-
really?
yeah,
Oh.
I think he had a 5. Hang on, I'll double check this. Oh no, sorry, he didn't. I think his best possible average was just behind Liam. Something
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Anyway, yeah. Just a brilliant final. I think we asked chat for some questions, so we'll see if they have any for you here. Do the no-flip DNFs explain why clock only has 2 rounds? I don't know about that. I think that's just an organizational thing. I think it's just that they decided that's how many people are interested in it. Ask him if he's going to switch to 7-move simul.
Oh, yes, I've already started Oh, yeah, that's from Jules Graham.
Yep. Funny that.
Yes, I am planning on doing that because currently, the Sheeran method, it's not even like that. It's not more efficient. It's just solving the cross on the back.
Yeah.
Whereas 7 simul, it's actually doing I think it's the optimal solution on each side at the same
Yeah.
time. So I'll definitely try switch to that. Current method, it feels like I'm doing something stupid.
Yeah. for anyone in chat who's not up to date on the current, clock meta, can you give a brief explanation of what, what method you use and what 7 simul is?
Right, yeah. So, the normal clock method, you solve a cross on the front, flip it, do a cross on the back, and then finish off the corners. Cross on the second side and then finish off the corners. And the standard no flip method is you turn pins that are down, which are up on the other side, which means they'll solve. You end up solving the cross on the back side.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to flip the clock at all. And then with 7 simul, it's a lot more complicated. I don't know how it works, but you memorize a bunch of moves to solve edges and corners at the same time,
Yeah.
and it ends up being 7 simultaneous moves, which means you do 1 turn on a pin that's up and 1 turn on a pin that's down at the same time,
Mhm.
and you just have to do 7 of those every single time.
Yep.
At worst, and that solves the clock.
Very cool. I'll let you go in a sec, but just one last question from none other than Jacob Chambers.
Jacob
How did you
Chambers.
make the Bumblebee clock?
How did I make the Bumblebee clock? Right, so I got the idea from Dwayne. He used red nail polish to color his clock, and so I had the thing with the yellow and black square one, so I'm like, oh yeah, I'll do that with the clock as well.
Yeah.
So I got me some yellow nail polish from the stash in our house.
Yep.
And colored the clock. And I don't want to give anyone any bad ideas because, full disclosure, it made my clock really bad. Everyone who tries it hates it.
Yep.
And when I did it, I started panicking because I couldn't even fit the pins through. Because there was so much nail polish gunk everywhere. If you're gonna try it, you really need to tape up the choke turning points
Yeah.
or something like that. So I ended up having to scrape everything out with a knife and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think my clock is probably fine now, but it's still a lot. Everyone who tries it is like, wow, this is really bad.
Yeah.
But it's a bit slower. I like it. It's controllable. So in the end, it's not too bad. But
Yeah. I mean, they might think it's bad, but go to an Oceanic Championship.
yeah, and yeah. So if anyone's considering painting their clock, be very careful and don't say I didn't warn you.
Okay. Cool. Well, that was great then. I'll let you go now. I'm sure you're keen to have lunch now. Hopefully the line's a bit shorter than it has been the last few days.
Yeah,
But,
hopefully.
congrats again.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
See you. Okay, thank you, Dr. MC, for the raid. Unfortunately, we're just about to go to lunch, so the timing isn't perfect. We'll be letting you go in a sec, but stick around. We'll have some more. Well, I think we're going to have a highlight reel during lunch, or no, I'm getting word that we're not having a highlight reel during lunch. We'll just have a bit of a break, and then in about an hour, we'll come back and have more cubing action. So see you later.
thing here.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We've just had a lovely lunch break once again, and we took a few staff photos. You might have seen that on the stream. Lots of fun. It's really cool, like having a moment to appreciate all of the hard work that
Yeah, definitely.
we have put in, especially. No, I'm kidding.
No, there's some ground soldiers out there that have done so much, which is really great.
Yeah, and now we all get to chill out. We've got some seating for the crew members, so they can get a nice close look at all of the amazing solves in the finals, and they can get kind of rewarded for all their hard work.
Yeah, and that's right. The whole afternoon now is coming down to our finals. So we have square one up first soon.
People to watch out in that are the main favourite is David Epstein.
Yep.
He got a sub-6 average in the first round, and he currently has the Oceanic record average. And second favourite is probably Adrian Ovremartin from New Zealand, who actually just won clock, which was a massive upset. But also some other people to watch out for. We've got a Benjamin Rory, who got a PR average in the last round with 7:42, and I think he's got the second fastest single in the continent as well, with a mid-4.
Yeah, right.
And both Benjamin and Adrian use a less common method, Lin.
Lin, yeah.
So it's going to be interesting, kind of comparing both methods in here. But I think, David definitely the favourite, but who knows?
Yeah, there's the call. So square one's up first. Now to get into the square one final, the top 16 seeds, the slowest time by Joshua was 13 seconds. So
much better than me.
Yeah. There is a big range of times here in the finals, but some very competitive times, especially at the top with David Epstein. Here they come in.
Jonathan Charlesworth from Western Australia.
Jacob. Charlie Eggins from Queensland, the 11th seed.
Everybody loves Charlie. Woo! Big fan of Ashley. Zaid hoping to redeem himself after a very disappointing clock round.
Yeah.
Tim, former national record holder for New Zealand.
Jody Brewster from down in Tasmania.
Yeah, just scraped into the 3x3 final.
Yeah, he did, hey. Asher representing the United States.
Dwayne with a 9.89 average. Phoenix got a PR in the last round with 9.53.
Dwayne is running off, looks like he needs a bathroom break or something.
Adrian, third seed.
Coming straight off of the clock final where he made himself the Oceanic champion there. And David Epstein, the first
David.
seed.
Big cheer for David.
Big cheer there, yeah.
In his hometown. Yeah, so we're going to be mostly watching Station 1 and 2, but we also want to keep an eye on Adrian on Station 3, because he's definitely pretty speedy. Not quite sure where Dwayne's got off to. Probably just lost track of time and had to run and grab something or pop to the toilet.
Yeah, hopefully just a toilet break and nothing that's going to interfere with his solve or hit the wrong cube or something like that. But we're seeing the first couple of cubes come out already over on the left stations there. The crew seating is starting to fill up a little bit more.
Yep, got a pretty big crowd building up behind us as well.
Definitely,
Everybody moving in from the fun zone to come and watch some pretty intense finals.
It's great here with everyone in one row here. You get a good close-up view at these solves, and there's going to be some fast ones, some crazy ones.
There's Dwayne. Dwayne has returned.
Looks like he's come back with a plushie. And in his usual style for this competition, plenty of special objects on his table there to keep him company.
Yeah.
Here's Asher with his first solve.
Asher got a 10.18 average in the first round with a 5.91 single, neither of which were his PRs, so I don't think he did particularly well for him. But we'll see if he can improve in this round. Not quite sure what method he uses, and he's solving under the table quite a bit, so no idea how far through the solve he is. But it's a 10.28. Now Dwayne going for his first solve. Dwayne's PR is 9.00, which he got last weekend at New Zealand Nationals. I don't think he knows much CSP, so we might see him get a little bit unlucky with parities. But a 10.12 to start off, not too bad. Alright, Benjamin Worry on station 2. He's the second seed coming into this round after getting a PR in the first. But I think his PR is still very beatable for him. Oh, bit of a mistake early on.
Yeah.
Still an 8.4.
But there was
big
definitely a
shake
bit of
at the head.
locking there. Yeah. Not his best.
Right. Here we have Feliks Patterson on station 4, the fourth seed. The station they were on, or the seed they got in the round prior. Feliks getting a 9.53 PR average in the round prior. He turns very fast.
Wow.
Oh my days. And I think he had parity. And a 9.59 with parity, I believe.
And with a lot of turns in there.
Yeah. Here we have Adrian on his first solve. Ooh, looking pretty strong. On to the last step for Lynn. Bit of a lock up at 666. That's pretty good. So Adrian currently has both square one NRs for New Zealand with a 664 average and a 467 single. So that first solve was a little bit slower than his national record average, but not a terrible start.
Station 1, David Epstein, the first seed going into this round. He's about to start his first solve.
Just taking his time to get in the zone. So something interesting about square one is probably about half the solvers in this final will do something called CSP, 580, where they will quickly trace through the state of the cube in inspection to figure out if they're going to get parity or not. So parity is a state you get about 50% of the time normally, and the algorithm to solve parity takes about 2 seconds, even for the best. So the top solvers will use CSP, where they trace through, and then if they think they're going to get parity, they'll do something differently so they don't. So Feliks, I'm pretty sure, doesn't know CSP, so that's why we saw him get the parity case in his first solve. But both Adrian, Benjamin, and David all do know CSP.
Definitely.
So we'll see them tracing around the cube and using a lot more inspection than the other guys. Right, here is Dwayne's second solve. And a 9.27. Zaid Chowdhury actually started with an 807, so pretty solid start for him.
Yeah.
Just judging by the first solve, he got the third fastest first solve. So if he keeps this up, maybe he could be on track for a podium. Alright, Phoenix getting his second cube now. And so is Adrian. He's just starting his solve now. Looking pretty good. And a 688. Not great for Adrian, but still consistently sub 7.
Yeah.
So in a high pressure situation like this, that's pretty solid. And Phoenix with not a great solve and parity as well. So he's going to be getting a 14.
Yeah, he's not happy with that.
Benjamin on station 2 has got his second solve now. He started with an 8.4, so not great for him. Let's see if he can improve on this solve now.
Looks a little bit rough there at the start of the solve.
Eesh.
Can you bring it back?
And a 901, he's going to be very disappointed with that, but still, he could be on track for a third place.
And David at station 1.
Zaid Chowdhury with a 757.
Wow.
Wow, he's doing really well. Yeah, he's definitely looking like he's in third place at the moment. Oh,
There we
he's
have
missed the
it.
489 from David.
Blink and you'll miss it. There he goes,
Wow.
David Epstein.
Nice cheer from the crowd. He's going to be happy with that. Although he's staying very focused. Not getting ahead of himself. He's still got 3 more solves to go. Right, Asher on his third solve now. He has a 10 and a 7 and another 7. So since this is Oceanic Championships, we'll have a couple of separate podiums. So one will be an Oceanics podium, where only people from any countries in Oceania, so basically Australia or New Zealand, this competition can podium. And there will also be an overall podium, where people like Asher from the US or myself from the UK can get on that podium as well.
For 7x7 finalists, please make your way to the red stage waiting area. The 7x7 finalists, the red stage waiting area.
Dwayne's not doing too bad. He's getting consistently around the sub 10 barrier. And oh, that was a 569. Oh no, I think that was a practice solve. Oh no,
No, that's
569 for Adrian.
569 for Adrian.
So he's got 2 6s and a 5. So he's in a good position. I think if now in his last 2 solves, if he just gets another 5, he'll secure NR average. But I think he'll be wanting to lower it as much as possible. Phoenix having a bit of fun on station 4, trying to get as close to 1 second as possible on his stack mat. Some competitors like to have a little bit of fun between their solves, just to try and lighten the mood, get some pressure off. And
Poor guy.
Phoenix is opting to try and get his timer to
It looks
display
like he's
exactly
practiced that a lot though, Chris,
1.000.
He's very close. Off by his third decimal,
It looks
3
like-
times out of 4 there.
Looks like
Honestly, his average of
yeah.
5 might be closer to 1.
Alright, just off stream, we've got Zaid doing his third solve. He started really strong with an 8 and a mid 7, and this solve's looking good.
Oh no.
He made a mistake and got parity as well,
Yeah, which brings him.
at 11.9. Right, David Epstein, station 1, on to his third solve now. He started pretty strong with a 5.8 and a 4.8. OCR average is currently 550, also by David, but he'll be wanting to improve that as much as possible, and he's definitely also got the goal of world record in mind. But oh, this solve's looking good. Oh, and a 565,
565,
really
which
smooth.
will be counting alongside his first solve, the 580. Yeah, which is putting him in a good position to be pushing that first place.
Yeah, for sure. No one else is really close to him yet at the moment. Unless he gets 2 bad solves and Adrian gets 2 good solves, I think he's going to be pretty securely in first place. So, second in the world is currently Samir Agrawal with 543. So he'd probably be pretty stoked if he could top that and take second in the world. But I don't think world record's really possible here unless he gets 2 ridiculous solves. Ooh. Dwayne with a very lucky finish on that solve.
Yeah.
Getting a 12.0. Adrian 6.62. That's not quite national record yet, but it's still a really good average locked. His worst possible average is 672, and his best possible is 632. So if he gets that, he'll be, very much improving his national record.
Yep, 664, right.
But yeah, he's already locked in second place, basically guaranteed. Right. Just off screen, we've got Zaid going in for his fourth solve. He started really strong with an 8 and 7.5, and then had a bit of an unlucky finish to his last solve, giving him an 11. Bit of a lucky start.
And this
Recovering
fourth solve for David is crucial.
Oh, and a 9.37 for Zaid.
Ooh.
Right, yeah. Back to David. Fourth solve. If he gets something good here, then OCR is very much on the table. Good start. Oh, bit of a pause. OBL, PBL, and a 5.18. That is OCR average locks, I believe. Not quite. 5.54 worst possible average. So I think that's already his second best ever, locked in the first place, no matter what happens. Really good solve from him there. Bit of a pause at the start, but he made that back with some really good efficiency.
Yeah.
Feliks with a 10.003. And Benjamin Worry on his fourth solve now. He's been doing not as well as he'd expected in his first few solves. But it's going to be close between him and Zaid for third place, I believe. But 7.69.
It's looking as though David and Adrian are almost confirmed for first and second there, but third place is very much up for grabs between a few people here.
So yeah, Zaid Chowdhury's best possible average is faster than Benjamin's worst possible. So Zaid does really well, Ben doesn't do so well, then we could see Zaid take third place.
Yep, it's coming down to these final solves for a couple of these guys.
This is really intense. We've got David with a good shot of OCR. We've got Adrian with a good shot at New Zealand NR. And it's really close for third place between Zaid and Benjamin. Zaid on to his last solve now. Sadly, he's just off stream, but we'll keep you updated. And on your stream now, we've got Adrian on his last solve as well. Zaid's solve's looking good. Oh, lots of pauses at the end. And that's disappointing for him. So I think that's secured Benjamin's third place. Adrian with a massive pause struggling there. So he's not going to be able to improve his national record today. But still, second place for Adrian. I think we've got third place for Benjamin guaranteed. Yes, third place for Benjamin guaranteed. So the podium's already set. But now it's David Epstein on station 1. Can he improve his OCR?
He needs a 5.78.
Shake of the head at the scramble. Oh, very lucky. Doesn't look like a nice case. Nah, he's not going to be able to improve it. But still, an amazing average from David in such a high-pressure round.
Yep. He finishes with a 10, but he is the Oceanic champion.
Yes.
With a 5.54 average. His worst possible average, but still not far behind his own OCR there.
So Benjamin on his last solve now on station 2. He is already guaranteed third place, but he won't know that. And he got a 7.7. So a solid finish for him as well. So the podium is third place Benjamin Worry with an 8.19 average. Second place Adrian with 6.72, and first place by an absolute mile is David Epstein with a 5.54, almost OCR average, only 0.04 off, and he had good potential going into that last solve, but just couldn't quite get it. Looked like it might have been a bit of a hard scramble with both.
Yeah, he could see that in
Adrian.
inspection. He wasn't too happy with that. Hey,
he had a shake of the head in inspection.
with that call, up next is the 7x7 finals.
Yes. Well, that was pretty intense. The podium was pretty set out, but possible records,
Always
couldn't quite.
exciting.
Yeah, both Adrian and David couldn't quite clutch their respective records, but still some really impressive solving. We're just going to get all the stations cleared up and all of our 7x7 finalists ready backstage. And then we'll be getting started. This will be a slightly less exciting round, but still interesting nonetheless. It's pretty much expected that Feliks is going to easily win this, bar some sort of DNF from a pop or maybe an accidental slice at the end.
However, the next 5 places behind Feliks are all within 5 seconds of each other thereabouts, so that will be interesting. It seems like, judging at least by the first round of 7x7's results, that second and third place could be going to a number of people.
Yeah.
Namely Ryan, Driscoll, Angela, Brian, and Dwayne.
Yeah, so
We'll see.
between second and fifth in last round, there was only a 5-second difference in the mean. So very close.
Very
so Dwayne
close.
got his personal record mean, and which placed him 5th place, but he made a lot of mistakes. And I talked to him afterwards, and I was like, "Oh, how did 7x7 go?" And he's like, "Terrible, got PR."
He has very high expectations for himself, I think, Dwayne, and we'll hopefully see some great results.
Right, here come the finalists. Darnaset from New Zealand.
Representing Hong Kong, Yibo, who's living in Queensland but representing China.
Woo!
Finn
Finn
for New
Trass.
Zealand.
Lovely guy from New Zealand. Woo!
Jody's second appearance in the finals.
A few Western Australia competitors in this round.
Representing Indonesia.
Lots of international competitors in this
definitely.
round.
More so than the last rounds, for sure.
Woo! I'm excited to see what Dwayne can get here.
Big cheer for Angela from the crowd.
Get ready.
Feliks Zemdegs. The biggest cheer there for the man himself. Will be sitting down in the first station here, beating the second place seed in the last round by
About 45 seconds.
45 seconds. It's a whopping margin, really.
Yeah, it was actually quite close to his Oceanic record mean, only a few seconds off.
Oh, that's great to see. Feliks still in good form there.
Yeah, I think his 6x6 and 7x7 are probably the events he's most close to beating his Oceanic records in.
Yeah,
And with new hardware coming out,
true.
it's making it a bit easier as well. So I think it's just a matter of time before we maybe see Feliks get a sub-2 mean. That's probably a big goal of his. Maybe it's this round. Right, we're just watching some warm-up souls from these guys at the moment. We've got Station 1 of Feliks Zemdegs and Station 2 Ryan Driscoll.
Ryan Driscoll has been around for a long time as well.
Yes.
A very notable name in the big cube scene in Australia. So it's great to see him on the big stage here next to Feliks.
So lots of personal records in the last round. People from seed 3 to 8 all got both PR, mean, and single in the last round.
That is nuts.
But Ryan and Feliks not quite getting their PRs, but probably not too far away, especially for Feliks.
This is going to be some more gaps between solves in this as well, as 7x7 is quite a large cube. Takes a while to scramble, doesn't it, Chris?
For sure, yeah. It takes a long while to scramble.
Especially compared to some of the other finals on today, such as Square One or more namely Scube, 2x2, 3x3 Pyraminx. Bit of a different pace, but
Something interesting at this competition is usually when they're doing finals, they do 7x7 and then 6x6 straight after. But they've decided to give the guys a bit of a break at this one and put Megaminx in between, which I think is a good idea, because otherwise they'll be doing their last solve, rushing to grab their cube, rushing backstage. Maybe they need to go to the toilet, and then it can be a bit of a pain. So we've got Megaminx in between, which I'm looking forward to.
yeah, although there are competitors like Feliks that are doing all three there.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, a lot of familiar faces that you'll probably see throughout many of the finals, some of the all-rounders here today.
We've got quite a few New Zealand competitors representing in this round, most namely Angela Braganza and Dwayne Ramos, who are third and fifth seed respectively. But we've also got Finn Trass, who's got potential to break 7x7 national records, actually.
Right.
Earlier this year, he had a pretty good shot because I think I lent him a 7x7 and he had a really old one, and all of a sudden he was getting some really good times. Not sure what 7x7 he's been given to use now.
Hopefully a good one.
Yeah, hopefully a good one. And also from New Zealand, we've got Darnaset and Station 15, and he's been cubing for about a decade. Hasn't been to many competitions. Used to hold some New Zealand national records back in the day. But yeah, he came to this one, and I've been chatting to him a bit, and he's a very nice guy, and it's cool to see him make a final after being cubing for so long.
And not just any final, the Oceanics final.
Oceanics final. Very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone just tuning in, this is a massive competition showcasing Australia and New Zealand and some other countries' best talents. The fifth biggest competition in history, right, Chris?
Yeah, biggest competition of the year.
Yeah.
The sixth and final continental championship of the year. We've been all around the world.
Yeah.
Apart from Antarctica.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Can we teach a penguin to solve a 2x2?
I'm sure we can manage it. Give him a 4 move.
Maybe a 1x1. A clock for sure.
Right.
Something.
We're getting the first cubes now. Looks like Angela's going to be one of the first to solve on Station 3. Very excited to see what she can do. She's a big crowd favourite. We've got a lot of New Zealand fans in the crowd, and they're all very excited to see if she can take home a podium.
Good to see her solving a little bit above the table there, so we can keep our eyes on her cube there.
Got some love for Ryan Driscoll in the chat. Good to see. Where are you guys all based at the moment? What time is it? You up late? Who are you supporting? And what are you looking forward to the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, Finn on Station 12 is also hitting the 2-minute mark in his solve. Yibo is finishing up his edges almost. He's a little while off.
It's quite hard to see how far through the solves these guys are, since they're so far away and all the pieces are so small.
It looks like Angela's on her last 2 centres, but I'm not 100% on that. It's a bit hard to see.
So in 7x7, there is 2 main methods that the people use. One of them being reduction, where you solve all of the center pieces, and then you match up all of the edge pieces, and then because they're all matched up, you solve it like a 3x3 after that. But one of the other really common methods, which I'm not quite sure if Feliks is using, I think he's sticking with reduction, is the Yao method, where it's very similar to reduction, but you also solve your cross pieces, usually on the left, while you're building your last 4, just before you build your last 4 centers. So then once you get into your edge stage, it's nice and fluid. You don't have to be rotating, apart from just rotating right and left. But however, on the station 5 is Dwayne
Dwayne.
Ramos, who uses Maya or Maya, not quite sure how you're supposed to say it, which is very similar to Yao, but because Dwayne is a Rue user, he doesn't want a pre-built cross, he wants a pre-built
Oh,
Rue
okay.
block.
I hadn't heard anyone explain it exactly,
Yeah.
but so. Okay.
So it's very similar to Yao. You build your you build your first 3 cross edges, and then after you finish centers, you build the last one.
Yeah,
but
right.
with Maya, you build your first 3 and first 2 centers on the left. Go through, do edge pairing, and then you've got your first block solved
Okay.
as you get to 3x3 stage, instead of just having the cross for Yao. So Dwayne is the fastest solver in the world who uses Maya for both 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Amazing.
Because it's a pretty uncommon method, but he seems to use it pretty well, having got the 6x6 New Zealand national records in the first round.
Here's Angela. Looks like she's getting onto her last layer here.
Yeah, pretty good
About
solve
to finish
for
up
her.
the solve, looking for a sub 3. Yeah.
257. That's not bad. Her mean in the first round was 252, so she's not going to be
so
ecstatic with that. But
her worst solve of the event at this competition, but
yeah,
it's okay.
it's alright. Just the first solve, getting used to the environment, getting used to the big crowd. Dwayne looking like he's about halfway through his edges at 220.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a good solve for him. Depend on how these last edges go. Cyrus next to him, powering through his centers there.
So 7x7 New Zealand national record mean is currently at 251 by Ben Kirby and a 238 single. Looks like Dwayne's onto his 3x3 stage now. Oh, not quite. Yeah, not a great solve for Dwayne.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to quite make this sub 3 there, but he gets a 302.
A little
Doesn't
bit
look
disappointed
pleased.
with that one.
Yeah.
Ryan Driscoll starting his first solve on station 2. Right, since 6x6 coming up pretty soon, I've got to go backstage and get ready, so I'm going to be passing over to Jayden McNeill, who sadly didn't make Megaminx finals, but he'll be able to commentate the rest of 7x7 and Megaminx.
Yeah,
So
best of luck with
thank
that,
you,
Chris.
and enjoy these solves. I'll probably be watching from backstage.
Yeah, I'll see you back here soon.
See ya.
Yo.
Hey Jay, welcome. We've seen a few, average solves for Angela, and Dwayne not happy with his first solve exactly, but
Yeah, it looks like he got a little over 3 minutes. I think
Yeah.
Cyrus with the 249.
yeah, which is looking promising for him.
Yeah.
Feliks on station 1 is doing his first solve,
Yep, Ryan right next to him, the second seed.
and on screen, Brian Eng finishing up his solve. Brian gets a 259.9.
Yeah.
Now, you've competed with these two many times, I would imagine.
Oh, absolutely. Ryan Driscoll being long-time second in Australia for the bigger cubes 6 and 7. Looks like he's just on last 4 edges now.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a good solve for him. Feliks finishes 206, which is about on par, a little bit slower than his slowest time in the first round. But that seems to be the case for most of the competitors, what we've seen so far. And Ryan,
225, that's a really strong
225.
showing.
That's over 10 seconds faster than his best time from the last round.
Yeah, very much on par with what he used to get. Ryan being notably fairly out of practice for this competition, but clearly him in an out of practice state is still miles ahead of many people. and this seems a lot more similar to what I'm used to seeing from
Yeah,
Ryan
right.
back in the day.
Yeah, it's great to see him getting those times and probably warming up and getting into the competing today. Yeah, if he can keep that up, he has a very good look at second place today. He's currently sitting 20 seconds ahead of the next fastest time. 30.
Yeah,
Is that
30
right?
seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds ahead of the next fastest time.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not quite. I think Cyrus had 2:49, but, very much in that range. There's so far a very clear top two.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 23 seconds. Yeah, Cyrus with one. Dwayne's onto his second solve of the mean here. Cyrus starting next to him.
Angela appears to be about halfway through her second attempt for the mean of 3. Looks like she's just gotten to last 4 edges, if I'm seeing that correctly. Probably on pace for a very similar time to her first.
Yep, she's finishing PLL there 2:46.
Yep, quite happy with that compared to the first, looks like. Feliks getting started with his second attempt, just getting through centres at the moment. Ryan getting ready for his second attempt. Dwayne with the 2:49. And Ryan now just starting solve number 2.
Over on station 12, Finn Trass unfortunately finishing with a 3:21. Not his usual time there. Cyrus on his last 4 edges. Secures the sub 3 there, 2:55.
Looks like a not so great one from Feliks. He's only just now getting towards the end of the 3x3 stage and a 2:14.
2:14, yeah.
I doubt he's particularly bothered about that because, the skill gap is pretty apparent for 6 and 7 at this event. Ryan, I believe, just signing edge pairing probably in the last 10 or so seconds. fast for edges for Ryan, sub 210. Could be good pace for something in the low 240 range, which would keep him in a comfortable second place position. He's actually already been on 3x. Was on 3x3 stage. It looks like he may have scrambled some of his centres and edges, maybe.
Oh, yeah. That's not great for him.
Yeah, it looked like he was doing 3x3 in around the 220 mark, but I think one of the R turns ended up being a 2R wide, and that's
It happens, eh?
kind of thrown away what could be a very comfortable, lead for second. Instead, may have to clutch up depending on how others perform.
Yeah, and especially in an event like 7x7 where the other events today, in a format of 5 solves, you have that outlier that can be taken out, but in this mean, every solve counts.
Absolutely, and it can be a blessing and a curse. So for one thing, Ryan does have the counting 224, which I think gives him a lot of leeway, makes it unlikely for him to perform below his seed, but on the other hand, getting just barely a sub 3 only makes things a little more difficult.
Yeah. Though judging by what we've seen around, it looks like that sort of second and third place is going to be hovering between 250 and 3 minutes, just like the last round.
Yeah, Brian Eng with the 246.
I believe that's his best solve so far. But once again, with all the solves we've seen, it's getting very close between those. That's sort of third place to seventh place, just like the last round. So how everyone performs on their final solves of the mean will make a big impact on the results there.
Absolutely. Feliks going up for his third and final attempt for the round.
And what is he sitting with? A 206 and a 214, I believe, yeah. In the last round, he had a 203 mean, so...
Yeah, and that was his best in quite a long time.
Yeah, almost only a few seconds off his OCR. However, he can't really throw himself out of first place here.
Yeah, pretty much has to DNF to not win.
Yeah.
Even probably a 330, if I had to guess, would still be enough. Ryan getting ready for number 3.
Dwayne on station 5 there, powering through, hoping to get a good time to finish his mean. And I believe Dwayne and Cyrus are both sitting not too far off that edge of the podium.
Absolutely. I think the main fight is seeming to be for third place.
Yeah.
It's top 2.
Yeah,
Could
Feliks
be
and
locked
Ryan
in.
are almost certain there.
Yeah, I'd say Feliks is pretty certain. Ryan's one decent one away from being certain.
Yeah, I think he just needs to get maybe a sub 250 or something here.
Probably, especially given it looks like Angela's not having a great
No,
solve
she's
to
struggling
finish.
this mean, which is unfortunate as she has many fans here watching her and all of New Zealand rooting for her, I'm sure, watching the stream from home or in the grandstand here. But that's alright, it's a great achievement to move into the finals as the 3rd seed and still get a formidable average there.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we'll be seeing quite a bit more of her for the Big Cube. She's notably the NR holder for 4x4 in New Zealand, and obviously a very well-rounded Big Cube solver, clearly making 7 finals with ease, being the 3rd seed.
Yeah. Feliks 206 to finish his mean.
Yeah.
Dwayne, 243.
I think that's his best for the round.
Yeah, definitely. And that should give him an average that's going to be very close. I think he has a chance for third there.
Yeah, he might be currently third, and looks like he's... Oh,
Cyrus
sorry.
with 248, though. Between them and Angela, it's going to be... And possibly Brian. I didn't see... Brian got a 246, but I wasn't sure about his other solves.
Mm-hmm.
I believe one of them was over 3 minutes, so it's going to be cutting close. Everyone's times there.
Absolutely. Looks like Ryan is just finishing up edges. Appears to be in the L4E portion. On pretty good pace to lock in second, actually. Could even do the same mistake he did solve 2, and I think, again, just kind of get carried by the 224 on his first.
Yeah, it's a great solve to count there. But he's looking good here. Onto PLL, and it's going to be...
Yep, he's locked it.
Yep, and that locks Feliks in first place, Ryan in second, and I believe we're still waiting for Brian's last solve, but at the moment we have Cyrus sitting in third place, just 3 seconds ahead of Dwayne.
Yeah, just edging him out barely.
Just from Dwayne's first solve, which was over 3 minutes, has sort of pushed him out of that contention for third place. But I believe Brian has a chance here. But it's going to have to be a good last solve for him.
Yeah, we can see just now he's sort of either starting L3 or towards the end of it. Looks like, or towards the end of first 8 edges, I should say, going into L3.
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe if he can get a mid 240, that might be just enough.
Yeah, looking at the edges, it looks like he's cutting it pretty close.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him. Yep. It's like Brian still gets a decent solve, 254, but it won't be enough.
Yeah, not quite. And with that, we're pretty much done. I believe all we have left is Jonathan Charlesworth finishing his last on Station 10. And then with that, we'll be going into the Megamix finals.
Yeah.
The audience and everyone else in the venue, if you want to get some merch, it is now getting close to where we're closing off the merch table. So if you want one of the Oceanic shirts or hats, please make
Amazing performance from Cyrus to
again, kids t-shirts are down to $10 and adult
to reach that overall podium. However, on the Oceanic podium will sit who in third place? Dwayne.
Yep, Dwayne looks like he does end up getting third for Oceanic at the very least.
Less than a second is Brian behind him.
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, wow. Across 3 solves of that length, hey, within a second is brutal for Brian, but that's the way it goes. Next up, some familiar competitors will be joining us for 6x6.
16 seed from Australia is Darcy Way. 15 seed from New Zealand is Jayden or Bremerton. 14 seed from Australia is Jonathan Charlesworth. 13 seed also from Australia is Jodie Brewster. 12 seed from Australia is Timothy Yang. 11 seed from Australia is Riley Dexter.
Yeah, a lot of faces here that we're going to see in a number of finals this afternoon. Zach Graham, who's just come off hitting the podium.
It was third place for Oceanic in clock, which is
an
what he was
amazing
gunning
achievement
for.
for him, dropping his
Absolutely.
PR average by over a second from before this competition.
Yeah, in such a high pressure situation too. Gotta assume that bodes well.
Yeah, representing Queensland, the state Jay and I competed, so we were rooting for Zach in that, and very happy to see him get third place. James McDermott from the stream team here.
Yep, Team Kookaburra represent.
Chris Mills.
Another Kookaburra.
I'm sure you've seen these two commentators on today. Feliks Zemdegs, the second seed.
Well, yeah, Alex.
Yeah.
He's kind of cracked.
And a big round of applause for Alex there. Yep, he is fast.
Yeah, 32 average in the first round. Very comfortably in first place. Another kind of apparent skill gap comparable to the 7x7 one we just witnessed. It's mega, not 6x6.
Oh, we're doing big. Oh, that's right. It's split up, yeah. Yes. Yeah, a 9-second gap there between Alex and Feliks, Mega Minx. And Alex getting the OCR for Australia and New Zealand in the first round.
First sub 33. And he says he's, still got a bit more to give.
Yeah, from what I've heard.
Giving us a nice little cheeky wave. Hey, Alex.
He's cheeky. He's a show pony, as we discovered in the first round.
A good dab for good measure.
But according to Alex and some other sources I've heard, that's his at-home average is still better than that, and he believes he can push that continental record further. So we'll see how he goes on the big stage today, though.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like he's in a good mental state. So I think OCR is without a doubt on the table.
Yeah. James McDermott and Chris Mills as well in the third and fourth seed. We'll be battling it out for that third place. Already Feliks and Alex solving there. Almost at the exact same time.
Yeah, pretty synced up.
Alex's TPS, he never stops turning.
Doesn't miss a beat, yeah.
No.
It's a deadly combo. Good turning, good turn speed, good look ahead. Can't really ask for much more.
No, especially for Mega Minx. And wow, 31 to start. Very solid start to his average.
Feliks at the 44.
And a 45 for Yibo and Jasper there. 43 for James.
Yeah, looks like it's good in terms of penalties, but not what he wants in terms of times. Chris also with a 43. A lot of matching times on the stations.
It's very close. Jamie Otsu as well in Station 7. State record holder for Queensland.
Yep, getting a 49.
Yeah, which is about where he usually sits. Good first solve for him. yeah, after that first solve, Alexander sitting comfortably ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, next best being over 10 seconds slower with James McDermott thus far.
Here he goes for his second solve. He snaps straight into that very focused, serious look, hey, from waving at the crowd and bouncing about before.
Yeah, very clearly used to switching between his two modes. Starting off pretty clean as well. TPS on point.
Yeah, personally, it's hard for me to comment on much when he seems to not pause on either of these solves so far.
Not really built to do play-by-play because
it's like a constant just flow, and it's really impressive to see. Gets a 32.
Yes, that's 2 solves so far under his
now, is
OCR
that good?
average.
It looks like it.
Oh, penalty-wise.
The front face may have moved. I don't think so, though.
No, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
So that's 2 solves so far under OCR average from the previous round that he got.
Yeah, I have just seen a couple of solves from him that when he tends to throw the cube on the table, but it looks like he's free from penalties there. He's fine. Feliks going on station 2. Yibo finishing with a 45. Just slower than his first time. Ooh, Feliks with a sub 40. Zach Graham, 50.33. That is his second solve. His first being a 103, which is a long way behind his usual times.
That's a rough start, for sure.
I know he hasn't been practicing Mega Minx a lot lately, focusing more on his clock and some big cubes, I believe, but, you know, it's still not great to see that. Got a little head-to-head going here with Yibo and... Oh no, Yibo's just warming up, my bad. But Jasper on station 5.
Yeah, would be synced up otherwise, but really just Jasper going for his second, I believe.
Ooh, 7 seed Jamie Otsu finishing with a 46 as well.
James McDermott just getting started on his second attempt, along with Chris Mills.
And I think we missed that, but Jasper finished 49. She doesn't look too pleased with.
Ooh, James with a 36. Pumped about that.
Yeah, wow.
Maintaining second place so far for the first 2.
Chris there, 44. is Yibo on station 6 starting his third solve. Just after that, Alexander is inspecting on station 1.
Getting ready for solve 3 could potentially be locking in a good chance for OCR average.
Yeah, he started off his average very solid with a 31 and a 32.
Feliks also about to get ready just as Alex wraps up. Doesn't look like it's going to be too great for him. I think he might have made some mistakes in F12.
No, he's not happy with that, but he's brushing it off.
Still comfortably leading. I think he's still the only person to get sub 36 in this entire round.
Yeah, his worst solve is still better than anyone else's best, I believe.
Yeah, another kind of example of the skill gap we're experiencing.
But he's could still be looking at a really great average if he can keep that 35 as his worst.
Yeah, 2 more good ones. Still very comfortable OCR odds.
Yeah, definitely. His OCR being 32.92, and he is currently counting a 32.35 so far. So depending on his last 2 solves, we could see something really great there. Feliks at 30 seconds gets a 36.92, which will be counting his 39 from before, but he still doesn't seem too happy with that.
I think it looked like he could have done the last few steps a bit better.
Yeah, that was a long PLL there.
Yeah, over on station 3 and 4, James and Chris both getting started. James still, depending on how this one goes, could be maintaining a slight lead over Feliks for second place.
Just off camera as well, Jamie Otsu with a 43.11.
Could be potentially on pace for NR2.
He could be, and that comes after a 49.
Looks like James has not done as well as he'd like. Probably slightly behind Feliks if I would have to guess. And Chris also with another 43. Alex on station 1 now getting ready for his 4th solve.
Yeah, he's going to need something in the realm of the very low 30s. 31, 2, 3, if he wants to keep up the pace for OCR here.
Yeah, I think he could probably count like a high 33 if his last is his best.
Yeah.
But otherwise... Oh, this looks good, actually. He's already on PLL. That could be low 30.
Amazing.
High 30.
30.94, which will be his best solve of the average so far, counting his 31 and 32.
And we have a best possible average of 31.44, which would lower OCR by over a second.
Yeah, almost a second and a half. And his worst possible 33.
Yeah, which is just like milliseconds behind his OCR from the previous round. Which is crazy because that would be accounting 35. So he could get like a mid 35 and still get OCR.
Yeah, true.
Jasper just wrapping up a possible sub 50. Yep, 49.3. And Feliks at the midpoint of his attempt.
Another sub 40. I think he seems happy with that, for at least the consistency in the average,
Yeah.
which should secure him or get him close to second place there.
Yeah, I think he's very likely to have a slight lead over James, who's just going into his fourth solve now, along with Chris Mills, who appears to be wrapping up his fourth solve. 42 for Chris.
Calling the 6x6 finalists to the red stage waiting area. 6x6 finalists, please make your way to the red stage waiting area.
39 for James. Very solid.
Yeah.
Could be looking quite good for third place in Oceania. Alex getting ready for his fifth and final solve on station 1, potentially going to get an OCR, only needing a mid 35. So we'll see how he goes over on station 1 as he just starts his starts his fifth solve. Alex now just finishing up his last few pairs and speeding through the last layer portion, it seems. But it seems like a few lockups towards the end. Oh, and a lot of AUFs. He actually, I don't think he's quite got it. Looks like the pressure might have gotten to him. Unfortunate. Yeah. I think he knows he had that in the bag, but still first place. But yeah, just barely missing out on OCR with that.
Yep, he's a little unhappy with that.
Regardless, I don't think anyone's best possible is going to be better than his 33.08. So he's going to be your new Oceanic champion, your inaugural for the Megamix event. James getting ready for his final solve over on station 4 as Jasper wraps up on station 5. Depending on how this goes for James, we could be seeing a potential Oceanic podium.
That's right. And James's best possible average is better than Feliks's worst, so there is a chance for either of them to get second place here.
Yep, odds definitely on Feliks's side, but James being a Megamix specialist and a bit more dedicated to the event, so to speak.
Yeah, depending on if he gets his best solve here, he's certainly in with a chance, but we'll see. Well, not looking the best. He's just onto his last layer now. Looks like he's going to...
Oh, that's a pretty meaningful pause.
41.
Could still be quite likely third place, but I don't think... Yeah, I think Feliks guarantee beats him.
Yeah, it gives James a 41.17, so Feliks would have to... No, Feliks gets a 36.
Yeah, he clinches it. Little fist bump for good measure.
Counting 36 from before as well. Just going to secure him second place. Yeah, and give him a better average than his first round. Still not his best. 38.73.
Yeah, it looks like we are just wrapping up right now. Off stream, looks like we just have a few people left. Ari on his last, and Jamie Otsu, Queensland state record holder, could potentially get NR2 off stream for average.
Yeah, Jamie is looking very good with his solve so far. I believe he's guaranteed sub 50 average here, and definitely going for his PR.
I think he might have PR as worst possible
might be,
average.
yeah.
Because he got PR round 1, if I'm not mistaken. So we could actually just check and see.
Yeah.
Oh no, not quite PR. Okay, his worst possible average wouldn't quite beat his first round, but his best possible is sub 46.
Let's see how he goes. His
Final call for 6x6 finalists. Please make your way to the red stage waiting area immediately. That is 6x6.
onto his last lay at 40. It's looking good. 46.02.
Yeah, I think that's sub 48 for sure.
Yeah, that should be a 40, high 46 or 47 average possibly.
Yeah, that's quite good. With that, we're going to get started on 6x6 finals and swap. With that, I'm going to swap out for somebody because I need to use the restroom.
No worries, Jay.
I've been low-key busting for a little bit, but I will be happy to come back on in a bit because there's quite a few events before like OH final. So yeah, with that, I'll be handing over to Chris Mills.
Awesome, thank you, Jay.
G'day, Tom.
Chris, welcome back. Hey, how did you feel about your average?
It was a bit weak.
Yeah.
44, not terrible.
Yeah.
But I really didn't warm up, and I wasn't really very focused.
Yeah.
Not too fast. Would have liked to beat James, but he did pretty well with a 41 average.
He did, hey.
And Feliks with a 38 average as well. No way I'm beating now.
No, it's a tough competition.
Anyway, we're on to 6x6 finals now.
Yeah. Some big faces coming here. Ryan Driscoll.
Lots of New Zealand representation in this one as well.
No, it's great to see a mix of Aussies, Kiwis, I believe United States, Hong Kong, China.
Angela just missing out on a podium in 7x7.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Big cheer for Jody, crowd favourite. Ebo, the older brother of Guanbo Wang. Honestly, I know nothing about Andy.
Really? Yeah. I know Andy's been competing for a lot of years and always very solid in the end-by-ends.
Ooh.
And
So
Feliks, the first seed, big cheer for him.
And Dwayne, the second seed, got third for the Oceanic podium in 7x7. Just missing out on a New Zealand national record mean. A bit unfortunate. He counted obviously counted. He got a 3:02 on the first one and then had two really fast solves after that. But he's the second seed coming into this round. Got the New Zealand national record mean and single in the first round, taking it off Ben Kirby, who's honestly, he's had the big cube records for as long as I can remember over in New Zealand. And Dwayne actually started that mean with a 159 and then got a 135 and a 141. So started his 6x6 first round mean similarly to how he started his 7x7 final.
So there is some room to improve there on the NR for sure.
For sure.
And especially if we see him in good form like he was towards the end of his 7x7 average. Keeping those nerves in check. It is a similar story to 7x7 with Feliks leading by a fair bit.
But I think it's more doable in this one.
Yeah.
Feliks was only 13 seconds ahead by mean in the last round. And so if Dwayne somehow pulled out 3 amazing solves and Feliks was a bit off his game, then we could see an upset. But it's very unlikely. So the big contention for second and third place, there was only a 2-second difference between second and fourth in the first round. So Dwayne with a 145.48 mean, Brian Eng just 0.3 behind, and Andy Gong only a couple of seconds behind that as well. So really close between these three. Probably those guys are the favourite to get the podium. One of them's obviously going to have to miss out.
Yeah, unfortunately, and Yibo getting his PR in the first round. However, he's going to have to push that more if he wants to get up there. It looks like he might be out of the podium there because Feliks and Dwayne, there's some really fast solvers in here. Everyone's just warming up. However, it looks like Angela's already on her first solve. Jasper's starting his first, as is Ryan, Jody, and Yibo, who are on screen. Most everyone's gotten their cube except for the first two seeds, who tend to be done last, it seems, from the finals so far.
That makes sense, I guess. They want everybody to finish at a similar time and may as well scramble the people on the slower stations first, so then the faster people get them afterwards and they all finish roughly at the same time.
This is looking good from Jody.
A 136 on station 10, which you just got to check who that is. Oh yeah, that's Cyrus Wong from Hong Kong. So I don't know if that's a record or anything, but a 136, really fast for him, considering he got a 202 in the first round. That is crazy.
19 seconds faster than his best single from the last round.
Yibo with a 141 single as well. Not quite sure if that's PR or not for him. But
I think it could be, though. It's a very impressive solve for him, and if it's representative of the rest of his average,
that is a personal record for Yibo, so he's gonna be pretty pleased with that.
Feliks going 20 seconds in here, and Dwayne inspecting next to him on stations 1 and 2. And as we talked about before, Dwayne also using Maya for 6x6, is that right?
Yeah, that is right.
Yeah.
Angela actually got a 144.96. She's on station 11, so just off stream. So that's a really good start for her as well. I'm pretty sure that's probably a personal record for her.
Yeah.
So she's going to be quite pleased with that. And first solve sub the New Zealand national record mean. So a very good start. Right, both Dwayne and Feliks are doing the first solve. Feliks is opting to solve under the table a little bit, so it's kind of harder to see where he's at.
It looks like he's getting there, though. Onto 3x3 stage for sure with that speed of turning.
Yeah, and a parity, and almost plus 2'd, but a 127. Playing it safe at the end. That's still much better than most of the other guys are going to be hoping for.
Yeah.
Dwayne onto his edges now. Bit of pausing, lots of UU primes trying to recognize the pieces. Looks like he's not quite in the flow of it yet, but still getting it solved. Looks like he might be on to the last 4 now. Yeah, big pauses from Dwayne, but still not on a terrible time. I think it's going to come down to parities. We'll really decide how fast this is. Now onto his 3x3 stage. Remember, he uses Maya, so he will be solving with the Roux method at the end. He's just doing a parity algorithm into his CMLL, bit of a lockup, and a PLL parity as well, and a 152. A bit of a rough start for Dwayne there, but still very much recoverable. He could easily do what he did in 7x7, start off a bit rough, and then bring it back. That's what he did in the first round of 6x6. He started with a 159 and still pulled it back to get NR mean. So it's definitely not over for Dwayne yet. Ryan Driscoll started off with a 155. Brian Eng starting off with a 2-minute solve, and he was the 3rd seed. So already we're looking like a bit of an upset. I think Angela's
10 seconds slower than his
second Oceanic, just based on the first solve so far. which as a half Kiwi, I love to see.
Yeah.
And Dwayne, also that first solve, despite looking pretty disappointed with it, it was still a 152, which I think is the third fastest solve for an Oceanic competitor.
Yeah, and
on
like
the-
you
on the
said,
first
his NR mean started with a 159.
Yeah.
Right, so that's 7 seconds. It will depend on his next two if he can, pull them back like he did before, or if he's going to, not quite find that flow that he's used to.
And a 150 for Yibo on, I think that was his second solve.
Yeah, he should be happy with that. Could be looking at a very good mean there, which will place him high up.
Yeah.
Maybe just around the podiuming area. Depending on how everyone goes in this round, it's hard to tell. And Angela, 141.
Oh, wow. She is massively on track for national record mean right now. It's a bit of a shame she's off stream.
Is that her PR?
That is her PR single
She's
again.
broken it twice in a row.
Wow. So I think she only needs like a 150 for national record mean now to beat what Dwayne got in the first round.
Yeah, she's off camera, but she's taking some very big deep breaths, obviously trying to calm herself because, I mean, understandably, right?
Yeah.
After breaking her PR twice, she knows she's on track for NR there.
Oh, never mind. She has a 139.
Oh.
But still, two
Chris,
really good solves.
how dare you
How
confuse
dare I?
us?
How dare I? I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
but two very great solves right around her and well below her PR average.
And below the national record mean as well. I just hope that she manages to keep it together for the last solve. It would be great to see her walk away with a third place, maybe even a second place.
Feliks with 122 for his second solve.
Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah. Right
and
around the
Gong with a 112 on it. Not a 112. I'm reading it off the sheet, which has it in seconds, not minutes. A 152. Sorry. Angela just doing a warm-up solve at the moment off screen.
Yeah, I'll be honest. After 3 days of streaming, I can forgive you for taking a little bit of time to convert those measurements. We're having to take them out of minutes into whole numbers and do that in our head. But
Dwayne,
right.
20 seconds into his second solve. Not a great start for him, but still looking pretty strong and comfortably on the podium if he managed to keep that up. But yeah, very disappointed with that first one. He knows he can do better, and maybe he will. We'll see. Brian Eng on station 3, halfway through his second solve, I believe. He started with a 2-minute flat, which is he's probably a little bit disappointed with. So to have a chance of beating Angela and Dwayne, he's going to have to try and bring it back with some lower 140s.
Now calling Scube finalists. And a Scube finalist to the red stage waiting area, please. So Scube finalists, please make your way to the waiting area.
A 137 for Brian Eng on that one. That's pretty good for him. That might actually be a PR.
yeah, right. His best solve.
Yeah,
of the
I
round.
think that is. I
Sure.
think that is a PR for Brian Eng. Let me just check if he beat that in the first round. He did not. Yeah, PR single for Brian Eng. Triple checking this time. Oh, Dwayne onto 3x3 stage. It looks like he's got parity to deal with.
Oh.
And a 144. Much better. I guess he didn't have parity.
Yeah, no, that kind of pushes him out of contention for his own OCR there.
National record.
National record, sorry. Definitely not OCR. His own national record, but
Who knows? He could get.
You know.
I think he'd probably need about a 136 or something.
yeah, something similar to his best solve from the last round.
Angela. It's about 30 seconds into her third and final solves. She is very much on track for NR. I think she needs something around a 150 to beat that NR.
And
So she's been
Yibo,
doing
yeah.
really well. I hope she can hold her nerve. She's just off stream. We don't have a camera on her, but we'll keep you updated.
Station 5 Yibo hopefully finishing his solve here. .153, which I think comes after a 150 and a 145 or 146 earlier. We're not too sure. We think we've missed his first solve, but I believe
I think it was a
that might-
141, the first solve,
141. Oh, that's right.
because it was just sub his PR. All right. Angela looking pretty good. I think she might be doing parity right now at about 130 something. So as long as she can hold it together for 3x3 stage, not sure if she's going to get any other parities. Looking really good. Another OLL parity. Into OLL, into PLL parity, into PLL, and that's a 147. That's a
147?
national record
155.
mean for Angela. I'm almost certain. And I'm pretty sure, unless Dwayne pulls something out the bag, she's going to get second. Wow. That is so awesome to see.
Especially after a disappointing 7x7 performance, to see her come back with this. We've got Feliks with a 116. And the delegate over there is calculating.
Yeah, that's a national record mean
Yeah.
for Angela.
And Angela covers her mouth. She's so excited.
144.77 is her mean, beating Dwayne's NR by about 0.7.
Yeah, less than a second. Very close.
She's going to be
Congratulations
absolutely
to her.
stoked with that.
And she has put herself in a position to definitely be on the Oceanic podium.
Yeah, I think she is second right now. Jodie is currently in third with something around the 155, 156 area.
I believe Yibo might be in contention for the
For the overall
for
podium,
the overall
yeah.
podium as well.
Him and Cyrus Wong did pretty well. But since we're in Oceania, we're mainly
Yeah.
focused on the Oceanic podium. But let's not leave out Dwayne. He didn't start amazingly with a 152, then he got a 144. He could pull out a 136, a 135, beating Angela's NR.
Yeah.
We just don't know with Dwayne. He's fluctuates a lot in his solving, and if he's in the zone, no one knows what he can get.
Especially after two solves that he was visibly disappointed with. We can only imagine what's going on inside his head if he has, managed to sort of brush those solves off and just focus on this last one, or if perhaps the worries got into him. We'll see in this
Brian
solve how
Eng
it
with a
goes.
152 on his last.
Yeah, I think that's a good average for Brian as well.
I think it's going to be close between him and Dwayne. That's a 150 mean for Brian. I think I'm going to have to dash off in a second because I sadly made Scube finals.
Oh, did you?
I got 5th place in the last round.
How
So I'm going to be
disgusting.
on the stream.
Oh.
That's really embarrassing because I'm going to get 5-second
Okay,
solves.
we'll make sure we watch all your solves and break them down, Chris.
Please
and I
don't.
won't bully you. Or
I'll
will
try
I?
and pass the headset over to somebody.
Who have we got?
I'm going to pass
Thanks,
over
Chris.
to James. Enjoyed
It's been a
Dwayne's
pleasure.
last
See you,
solve.
see you again soon, hopefully.
And I'll probably see you later on.
As this rowdy bunch switch over, Dwayne looks like on his last 4 edges here.
Hello.
Few
What do
little
we have?
pauses there. Welcome, James.
Welcome, Tom.
We're just having a look at Dwayne's final solve of the mean. He's onto his Rue 3x3 stage here. Ooh,
Not what he was been
unfortunately,
looking for.
no, he's finished with another 150, which I'm expecting him to be quite disappointed with.
Yeah, definitely. However, I wasn't tracking things as closely as you guys, I imagine, but am I correct in thinking that Angela may have come second there?
Yes, with a national record. James.
144.5?
Yeah.
Brilliant to see.
Yeah, no, she was seemed very excited by that at the end when it was, calculated that she's broken the New Zealand record.
Yep. No, I'm super happy to see that. She's been very fast for a very long time. She's mostly been a 4x4 specialist for most of her career, but she's recently branched out into 5x5 and the other big cubes. And she's been, chasing the NRs, sort of dancing around them. Right. And getting that in a major final is just awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome to see.
Especially after we saw her unfortunately pushed out in 7x7.
Yep.
With some unfortunate times, but no. She really performed well in there, especially in a big final.
Yeah.
And Feliks setting a OCR single.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. Still got it after all these years?
He's still got it.
Yeah.
I wonder, how long has it been since his last OCR?
I couldn't tell you, unfortunately.
No, that's great to see.
Yeah.
Some good times there. And, yeah, Angela with 144.83.
Yep. It's now up on WCA Live. It's official.
It's official. And I believe we're yet to find out exactly who took third place. Just because there was a few between Yibo getting his PR.
Yep.
He broke his PR in the first round.
Right.
And once again now by another 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So he could be sitting on the overall podium.
He could. Dwayne currently in third on the Oceanic podium, but we've yet to enter Andy and Brian.
No, all the names are coming in now.
Yeah. I think Brian didn't do fantastically on his last solve, if I'm correct.
I thought he got a 152.
Yeah.
But not exactly what he wanted maybe after his other solves.
Yeah. So the last couple of results just coming in now. And Brian did bump Dwayne off the podium by right around 2 seconds.
Yeah, right. He got a 2-minute solve, but that 137 really brought him down.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was his PR single, 137, and he finishes
awesome
with a 150 mean.
Yeah.
The third place Oceanic champion.
Well, we're just waiting on Liam Heidechek and Ryan Driscoll to come in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you were tracking their averages.
I think, unfortunately, they were a little bit below there.
Right. Okay.
So
well, then that's your Oceanic podium. Feliks Zemdegs in first, of course, with a 122.13 mean, featuring that great 116.54 single, first OCR after a while. In second place, Angela Braganza from New Zealand, 144.83 NR mean. And in third place overall is Yibor Wang with a 148.66 PR mean, featuring a 141.68 PR single, so double PRs in a major final. Great to see. And then Brian, again, like you said, with that 2-minute solve at the start, but a 137 to bring his mean down to 150.05, rounding out the Oceanic podium.
Yeah, nice. Now, up next, Scoop Finals.
So what are you excited to see here?
Chris Mills.
Chris Mills. Chris in Scoop Finals.
He's just asked me not to commentate on his solves, but...
Okay. We both know he's not getting that treatment.
We will be ruthless. Riley Dexter coming in for, I believe, his third final.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he's been in a few.
Well, I'm told by Michael Tripodi that he is that Riley tops Australia's sum of ranks, something like that.
Yeah, I think so. Him and Jay are very close.
Yeah.
But I think Riley might have inched him out.
Right. So definitely not surprising to see him in all these finals.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of great all-rounders that we're seeing in many of these finals today.
And speaking of great all-rounders, Henry Isles is an up-and-coming cuber from New Zealand. He's been just getting into it in the last few years, and his improvement has been insane.
Yeah, right.
He dropped his average... he's dropped his average in every event, really, that he touches by a massive amount, and he's very, very quickly become one of the best all-rounders in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Very excited to see what he does. There's the man you're talking about, Chris Mills.
He's filming with his GoPro.
Yep, of course.
Clearly excited for this Scoop final. So Felix Patterson breaking his own PR average in the second round there with 278. And Dwayne,
crowd favourite for
crowd
some.
favourite, and he broke the NR single in the last round.
He did.
245 average there.
Yeah, just a tiny bit off the OCR average that he set just around 2 years ago at New Zealand Nationals 2020. Hasn't been able to beat it since then, but he's come close on a number of occasions, and I'd say he'd still be the red-hot favourite to win. But we'll see what happens. I'd say, Feliks, Eli Panetta, both have chances to take him down, especially in an event as volatile as Scube. It's very easy to let one or two small mistakes really ruin your average.
Especially after his disappointment in the last couple of rounds. You have to think about, how people can handle the pressure of a final after a final.
Oh, exactly.
It's
rough.
intense, especially if you're not getting the results you want. That sort of pressure people putting on themselves and the expectation is surely surmounting.
Yeah, exactly. It really snowballs, I think. You
Exactly.
do badly in one event and that doesn't help you for the next. You might do badly in the next, and then it becomes harder and harder to recover and get the sort of times you're looking for.
But hey, hopefully we want to see Dwayne snap out of that and
definitely
get a great average here. So
hopefully he pulls off a mental reset and does pretty well. So we're just starting in now.
Yeah, Phoenix and Dwayne on station 1 and 2 already in Phoenix starting. Oh, he's not happy with that. He had a little bit of a lock up and a pause there. 3s and 4s around the board so far. 2.6 from Asher though.
2.7 from Dwayne.
And so Asher with the best solve so far, and Dwayne just narrowly behind that.
Yep. Yeah, chat asking who has OCR average. That would be Dwayne, your number 1 seed, 240. Came very close to beating it last round, but didn't quite manage to do it. Dwayne warming up with some 3x3 solves, or nope, maybe not.
Eli 288.
288. That's a good start.
You will see Phoenix with his second solve, looking to get something better than the 380 he started with.
Like I was saying, it's just such a volatile event. He had that 380 to start with, and one mistake now, and any of his remaining 4 solves could count that and
and it's
really hurt his average.
Such a quick scramble-based event, it's not uncommon to see a bit of variation there. Unfortunately, he attempts to fix it twice and still ends with a +2.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
That's gotta hurt. Those cubes are slippery, right?
Yep.
They suck too.
Well, that's why you've seen, the wingy Scube and the Moyu one, the name of which I cannot remember, but they have different shapes for grip. It's a bit like Megaminx really, which I practice, where the manufacturers add ridges or bumps or whatever.
Yeah, very different. Hey, Dwayne gets a 286, which he's also not happy with, but he still seems to be ahead of everyone.
Yeah. I'd say that, he wouldn't be happy with a high 2 average, but a high 2 average would, I dare say, place him in pretty good position to win. We'll see.
282.
Looks like Eli's second solve was a 5.04. So not counting yet, but if it did, then it's going to be a bit tricky.
Chris Mills now. One of our fellow commentators.
Yep.
Who managed to bump up to the 5th seed here for the Scube final.
I don't know how that happened, really.
I don't... Oh!
And a 311.
311. Is that good? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, right. He was playing the humble man before he left, pretending he didn't care about this. But maybe after that solve, he's thinking about taking this seriously. Who knows?
Could be. And a 4.21 from Feliks, it looks like. So
That's going to count his 3.8, which he won't be happy about.
no. And I think the 4.21 will be counting as well, because I believe that last solve was a DNF. Well, either a plus 2 or a DNF. I'm not entirely sure. It's hard to tell from our angle, but either way, not a great one.
Yes, we're not sure about the third solve, but he has one more to possibly try and get a podium. It seems like everyone's struggling a little bit. However, there have been some good times, even from people off camera here who we might not have expected.
And there we go, Dwayne with a 297. Not too pleased with it, but another sub 3. So he's counting 2 sub 3s now. So judging by the rest of the times we've seen so far, that puts him in great position.
Yeah. He's certainly looking at a first place here.
I would
However,
think so, yeah.
that doesn't seem to reassure him. He wears his heart on his sleeve and he's not looking too happy at the moment.
No.
Chris Mills with another low 3.
I don't know what's happening here.
He wants to get on that overall podium, I think.
I think he does.
He went a minute, and Phoenix, unfortunately, 5.6. He comes in as the second seed, but he just, has a much different result this time. Like you said, there can be that variation, there can be that volatility in this sort of event.
And it looks like a 4.72 for Zichi. I can't imagine he's too happy with that. Looks like, just a lot of people struggling to handle the pressure in this final. Lots of 4s, 5s even, in an event where I think most people here are probably capable of, mid, low 3s, maybe even sub 3s for the top seeds.
But it's not uncommon to see that, the finals results being wildly different to the second round that got them there, right?
Yeah.
With extra pressure. Ben Wakeland with us 265 off camera. I think he's happy with that.
Ooh.
Dwayne 396.
It's not the best, but his worst possible average is still 326, which is better than most people's best possible averages from what we've seen so far.
He will be almost, I think it must be locked in, right? That
I think it's just about. We haven't been able to track everyone's times, unfortunately.
Yes, true. We have a few people unsure of, especially Eli Panetta, I believe. We didn't catch all of his solves, but just there in Station 6, he's leaving. I think he had a very solid average that could almost see him podium.
Oh, I would definitely
I think definitely. We'll have to wait and find out once these times get officially entered. We've only tracked so much here.
Yeah, it's very hard to track every time an event as fast as Cube, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Chris Mills with a 259?
What's Chris doing? I don't know what this is all about, Chris being a Cube man. But that
we
looks
have
like
to remind him that he's representing the United Kingdom.
Exactly.
Just because you're half Kiwi, you can't just come in and push. You can't come in and push these Scube lovers off their podium, Chris.
Yeah. I don't know what this is all about. And Dwayne coming in for his last solve now, I believe. And Dwayne with a 177. And that will give him his best possible average of 286. So I don't know exactly what Eli's average was. Again, there were 2 or 3 times in there that we missed, unfortunately. But I would suspect that Dwayne's got the win almost sewn up. Again, Eli could be a bit of a wild card there. I would certainly expect to see him on the podium, but we'll have to find out for when the actual results come in.
Yeah, from what I saw, I believe Eli's looking at a 3-something average, but we're not 100% sure. And Chris Mills, we're not sure about his average either. I think we've missed one of his times, but hopefully we'll get these entered into WCA Live very soon.
Yeah, I believe Chris was looking at a low 3 average, because I think he was counting a 311, 314, and 397 it might have been.
Yeah, he's certainly
put him at about
sitting in top 5 somewhere
3.3.
there, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
But yeah, Dwayne definitely taking first place, although, mixed feelings about it, I think.
People saying Chris might get second.
Really?
He might. We don't know.
We'll see very soon.
Again, I think Eli is the wild card there.
Yeah, definitely.
We just don't know what he got.
Even though he is someone that we know
Yeah,
has
well,
that
exactly.
potential, as most of the top 10 seeds do, right? Like they're,
Yeah, I'd say so.
although we have Dwayne, who, Dwayne and Phoenix, who, but that upset can happen with Phoenix as
Yeah,
well. It's hard to
exactly.
tell with the event like this.
I mean, Scuba's one of those events where you can have a heavy favourite,
Yeah.
but there's just so much variation from solve to solve, and the small mistakes can mean that you can go from being a heavy favourite to get an average a second or two faster than
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
which means 5-10 people could beat you.
Yeah, and Asher's just finished with the 290 as well, so
Nice.
I think that counts another sub 3.
Yep.
He could have a good average there as well.
So Asher, another one like Chris, who's not unfortunately eligible for the overall podium, for the Oceanic podium, but might be looking at an overall podium. We'll see soon.
And next up, we have the Pyramix final coming up.
We do. I dare say, Pyramix has been one of the absolute highlights of this competition.
It has,
for me.
hey.
We've seen some pretty nuts results. Round 1, Elias, of course, with that ridiculous 181 average. Jasper Murray almost getting a 174 average, just plus twoing out of it on the very last solve. We had... what else do we have?
Very fast single that got +2. I'm not sure, but it's been a very eventful event,
Yeah.
I guess you could say.
That's right. We had Sebastian Lee plus twoing out of a 113 OCR single, and also, unfortunately, not starting the timer on a very fast single. People in chat speculating about how fast it might have been, maybe sub 1.7 average if he had done both of those solves correctly. Very hard to know, but that was just round 1. And round 2, we had 2 sub 2 averages, and I believe...
Yeah, NR from Sebastian Lee.
Yep, and Elias coming very close. I believe he plus 2'd out of OCR single again, another 113 plus 2 on the very last solve, and that would have been a 177 average for him.
Yeah,
so he's looked really great this competition. So heading into finals, we've got at least, I would say, 3 or 4 people with sub 2 potential.
Yeah, and Wesley Allen, they're getting the NR single for Australia. So, we have 3 or 4, even just Australians that are sort of on that cusp of breaking national or oceanic records. That we'll see what happens. It's definitely going to be a star-studded final.
Absolutely. And now we're just calling out the Pyramix finalists.
Yep.
So hopefully we can switch to that.
Riley Dexter again, repeat appearance. And the man himself, about to be announced. Half Kiwi.
Yep.
Half British.
Chris Mills.
Chris
the
Mills
man,
representing the United Kingdom.
The legend.
Filming all of this with his GoPro and having fun.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think not being eligible for the Oceanic podiums probably lowers a lot of the pressure for him.
Yeah.
He's just here to have fun, Maybe get some overall podiums, but mostly just have a good time.
Definitely. And provide some great commentary here as well, hey.
Oh, definitely. I think that's part of having a good time,
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely enjoyable. Phoenix Patterson. And now all of these seeds getting called here are contending for the podium for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Elias is one of our strong favourites as well.
Yep, I would say so. And big round of applause for Jasper there. Any predictions of this final? Who's your pick to win? Who's your pick to podium?
I don't think I should be answering that with my very limited knowledge of Pyramix, Some of these names I hadn't heard of before.
Oh, really?
Wow. To be honest.
Yeah.
But no, man, it's hard to tell. Hey, I'm excited to see, though. I'm sure there's going to be some very fast times, and we're witnessing them right up close here.
Oh, definitely.
The final stage.
Going to be great. We've also just got Scube results coming through now. It looks like Dwayne is in first at the moment with around half the results entered.
Yeah, tied average with Asher, but he beats him on single there.
Absolutely.
Asher with a very consistent average. His best 273 in a 286 average. Wow.
And Chris, with a 341 average. So he did get something very good.
Yet to see Eli
And right now, Henry Isles second on the overall podium. Sorry, on the Oceanic podium. Again, yet to see Eli come in, but we could see a podium for Henry. Yeah, so Eli now has been confirmed with a 298 average, so he did get sub 3.
Yep.
Just a couple of results left to enter.
Going back to Pyraminx here, though, Phoenix starting his average with a 324.
And Jasper with a 175 first solve. That's great. Sebastian just getting his first scramble now. Elias, it looks like, started off with a 249. What's Sebastian going to do? Looking around, doesn't seem sure of himself. But a 189. That's a strong start.
Yeah. Very strong.
Just a little behind Jasper on that first solve. But both of them with fantastic starts.
Ooh.
And a 270 for Wesley Allen. I can't imagine he'll be too happy with that, given he had a 2.1 something average in the first round, in the second round, I believe. But you know, it's not terrible. He could count that and still get a podium, I would think. Just depends on how the others do.
Riley Dexter 416.
Ooh,
Not happy with that, I imagine.
no, not at all. And here we've got Jasper on station 2 coming in for his second solve.
Ashley gets a 246.
Wow.
You know, not a bad start at all.
And Jasper with a 181.
We have on station 4, Elias about to do his second solve.
Yep. So Jasper off to a flying start.
Yeah, Jasper with a strong 175 and 181.
Now we've got Elias just preparing himself mentally. He's been so good through the first 2 rounds. Can he hold himself together in the finals?
Dwayne gets a 276 while we're waiting there. Such a fast event.
Yeah.
Time's flying everywhere. It's
Oh,
hard
it's
to keep
impossible.
track. Hey,
Yeah.
Elias using that inspection time.
Oh, a bit of a...
Oh, looked good. Yeah, he's not happy with that.
Looks like he might have missed one look to that, I think. And only getting a 321, unfortunately. So that definitely won't be up to his standards, counting that 249. It's not, you know, it's not bad enough to put him out of the running. Yeah, he can still pull it back together again, but he'll have a bit of an uphill battle on his hands, I'd say.
Sebastian Lee preparing himself on station 1 here, sorry, for his second solve. He's sitting with currently the third best single of the round, behind Jasper's 2 solves. Jasper as well, inspecting right next to him.
Oh, and Sebastian not starting the
Another
timer
missed
again.
start.
Ooh,
Jasper 243.
looks like he locked up a bit there.
Yeah, a
but
bit of
still
a fumble. He knows it could have been better.
Yeah. But again, he's only counting a 181 so far. That could still be easily in contention for a sub 2 average, which I would say should lock the win, going by how everyone's going so far.
Dwayne on station 5, and Wesley inspecting here on 3. Both of them about to start. Off camera, Dwayne has a very unsure solve there with a 6, and Wesley 239.
That's a pretty strong showing. He'll definitely be in the mix for the podium with that, I'd say.
Yeah, well, again, anything could happen from now on. We could get a crazy good scramble.
We could.
We
It's
could
one of
get
those
some terrible scrambles. So it's hard to tell how it's going to go, and especially with Sebastian DNFing.
Yeah.
Second solve.
And Elias coming in for his third solve now. Hopefully he'll pick up the pace a bit. Get you know, those sub 2s that he's been getting in the first 2 rounds.
It doesn't look.
I don't know. It looks like he's found something.
Yeah, he has.
And 189.
189.
Very good.
Great solution from him. He's happy with that.
He is.
Yeah, he knows
He's
he's back
very-
on track. He's got this mojo.
Yep. And
Ready
Jasper
for the
just
next.
inspecting now for his fourth scramble. How will he do?
Phoenix off camera gets a 3.2. His
And a
average is
204 for Jasper. That's a very strong, only counting a 204 and a 181 so far. It's looking like a sub-2 average. He's got that 243 hanging over him.
still disappointing for his high standards.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at home
But,
he's averaging, 1.5, 1.6, that sort of thing. So
but
it's a bad solve
still,
for him.
He's got a convincing lead in this round so far.
Oh, definitely. His worst possible average right now is 2.09. His best possible average is 187, so very consistent in that high 1 territory.
3.16 for Dwayne.
Yeah. I can't imagine he'll be too worried about Pyraminx. It's
And
not one of his main
Station
events.
1 here, Sebastian. With a 1.83. How was that tip turn on the back?
Yeah, I don't
Wow.
know.
I'd honestly...
It's incredible.
Yeah, it beats me. That's
Yeah.
crazy. He brings it back after that DNF. He doesn't let it worry him, and he's...
That's
Yeah.
true. He's back on track. He's now counting a 189, in fact. So we've yet to see Solve 4, but he could be also in the mix for a sub-2 average.
I believe that was his fourth solve, right?
I don't know.
We might be missing one here in our data collection.
Now,
But that's
Elias and
okay.
Wesley coming
We'll
in for their
see what
solves.
Wesley starting first, 2.1.
Oh, no, that was
he's a warm-up, yeah.
But
I misread
Elias,
that.
Elias with a 175. That's very good.
That counts his previous solve.
It does. His best possible average is now 2.04. So he's locked out of sub 2 because of that counting 2.49, but he could be on for something very good nonetheless. And Jasper the 299. So that unfortunately does mean that Jasper's average is 2.09. Still a very, very strong average, but it's not.
Yeah,
It doesn't
not
have the wind
quite
sewn up for him. So Sebastian does still have that DNF hanging over him. So you'll need to have incredible composure in order to maintain speed in these next two solves, but we'll see what happens. People saying Elias can win. Absolutely right. Seb could too. I don't see anyone else winning at this stage. Now Sebastian has received his cube cover. He's just preparing himself mentally, taking a long time with it.
2.2, Richard over there.
Wow.
To finish his average, I believe.
And Sebastian on station 1, about to solve.
His fourth solve of the average. Can he pull out a sub 2? He
And a
gets a low 2.
217.
That'll be enough.
So that's a counting time. His best possible average would still put him in first place. His worst possible average would put him in second place as of right now. But Elias has just gotten his cube cover for the last scramble. It's all very close to the top end. It's going to be a low 2 podium for everyone, I think.
Yeah, Wesley with a 2.12.
Yeah, wow.
He could be on for third place, possibly.
Possibly.
Depending on how Sebastian and Elias go on their last solves here.
Yeah. They both have bad solves hanging over them on the second
Yeah, so
scramble.
it really comes down if they can perform under pressure on this last one, and if they can, find a good solution to, which he does
He
at
does.
1.68,
So Elias gets his best possible average.
which puts him in first place.
It does.
Above Jasper.
2.04. There's only 1/20th of a second in it there.
How is that? After a 2 and a 3 at the start of his average, he pulls it back so strong.
He did, but Sebastian still with a 1.83 best possible average. We unfortunately don't quite know what he needs to win, but it's gonna be doable.
Sorry, his best possible average is
Sebastian Lee, sorry, best possible average is a 196 apparently, according to our sheet.
We're not sure because
Yeah.
of that DNF. Our our Excel is a bit all over the place here. But let's see what he gets.
Station 1. Yeah, there we go. See Sebastian Lee in for his final solve.
His best possible average is 1.96, however. We're not sure
Yes.
about the worst.
Yeah. Oh, well, the worst would be a DNF if he DNF'd this.
Yeah.
So he's going to need, I think, just barely a sub 2 in order to secure the win, like a high 190, something like that. Anything faster and he's got the win. But I believe Jasper and Elias are locked in for a podium, each of them.
Wesley as well going for his last solve on station 3.
Oh,
1.91 from Sebastian.
1.91. So I think that'll actually give Sebastian the win.
1.99 average.
So it's 199 for Sebastian, 204 for Elias, and 2.09 for Jasper.
Wow, what a suspenseful round, right? All coming
exactly.
down to those last solves.
Yep. And I would think that's got to be one of the fastest podiums ever as well.
True, wow, yeah.
That would be a 6.12 sum, which might be second or third fastest of all time. Just
Wow.
incredible depth of talent on display here. We do have the Scube results all through now, so I can confirm that the Oceanic podium is Dwayne in first with a 286 average, Eli in second with a 298 average, and Henry Isles from New Zealand in third with a 384 average. He was he's one of the ones that I mentioned during his walkout. He's been an exceptional all-rounder, and it's great to see him get an Oceanic podium.
Big congratulations to him.
We also had Asher and Chris in the mix there, taking places 2 and 4 overall, with 286 and 341 averages respectively. Obviously not eligible for the Oceanic podium, but great results from them.
And in Pyramix, we're getting some results entered. Sebastian confirmed with a 199 average. Wesley ended up with 240, which unfortunately is likely to put him in fourth.
I believe fourth
Fourth place.
I think that's correct.
A bit of a gap there, and those top three just getting insane.
Oh, they're definitely the class
averages.
of the field here, I'd say.
Yeah. And especially for Elias, coming from a 3 and a mid 2, right? To count that 2 but still push on and get some...
Yeah, him and Sebastian, because Sebastian had that DNF hanging over him the whole average.
Yeah.
So it's really impressive for him to keep his composure and manage to get, great solves in the last 3.
They're both very, very high performers under that pressure. And now the 5x5 final. David Epstein coming in after winning square 1 earlier today. Riley Dexter again. The all-rounder, the Sum of Ranks king.
In just about every final.
Yeah, pretty much I think we will see him.
Very busy evening for him today.
Big round of applause for Angela.
Now I think I'm going to swap out right around now because I've got 3 blind finals next that I'm going to have to warm up for.
Great
so
idea.
I think I'll be welcoming in Jay or someone. But I'll see you later for, I believe, 3x3 head-to-head finals with myself and Michael commentating. So I'll see you guys later.
Those are some great rounds.
Yeah.
See you soon, yeah. All right, all of our seeds have been called in with Feliks and Yibo taking the first and second spots. Jasper behind them. In the first round of 5x5, we saw Feliks with a convincing win, as in all the big cubes today, with a 47.04 average. Yibo representing China, of course, behind that with 54. And then Jasper not far behind that, 54, and Angela with 55. So those 3, Jasper, Angela, Feliks, looking for that Oceanic podium with Brian and Dwayne not too far behind, but it'll all depend what happens in this round.
Absolutely, yeah.
Welcome,
based on
Jay.
hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, like you were saying, it looks like Brian and the other guy.
Brian and Dwayne.
Yeah, Brian and Dwayne,
Yeah.
they're both in the mix, but based on the first round, I feel like there would have to be somewhat of an upset.
They would have to, maybe be breaking PRs or an upset with the others, but
Yeah, although I guess bear in mind Angela did get a PR. I believe her PR from before would have been 57, if I'm not mistaken.
okay, true. So
it's hard to say if
anything
it's a
could
case of
happen,
like,
yeah.
could be she's improved or just had a very hot round one.
Brian's already at it, and Dwayne inspecting next to him. Feliks also starting his first solve. Everyone except Alexander and Angela, I believe, are chewing through the first solve of the 5 here.
Angela just finished up her first solve. Can't quite see what she got from this
56 for Angela and a 56 for Riley.
angle. +2, I think, for Riley. He just put up the 2 sign.
47 for Feliks. On par with his
53 for Brian
last
Eng.
average.
That's quite good.
Yeah, that's a great start to the average for him. That sort of time, if he can keep it up, will definitely be close to the podium level we're looking at.
103 for Dwayne, not his best.
No. I wonder if his performances in the previous rounds are affecting him now, because James and I were talking about that snowball effect of when you're competing in so many finals like Dwayne is and not getting the results you expect, perhaps.
It's a double-edged sword, because on the one hand you do get kind of a lot of warm-up, but on the other hand I feel like it's very easy to carry some negative momentum. I've definitely kind of experienced both ends of this at different majors.
Overall, after those first solves, though, Brian came in behind Yibo and Feliks. So it's looking fairly close between those first 5, It
appears like everyone's gotten at least with the exception of Dwayne, everyone's gotten at least a decent first solve.
Yeah.
Like something you'd be okay with counting. Probably with the exception of Feliks. I feel like Feliks does not want to count a 47, but he's just that much farther ahead, it doesn't really matter.
No, of course he still wants his best results, but it's going to be hard for him not to become the Oceanic champion here.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, you're here to get the titles. You can save the PRs, the CRs for later.
Yeah, exactly. Angela warming up there, but Jasper is on to his second solve. He started with a 57.
Brian getting started with his second solve.
Dwayne about to inspect as well. And it looks like Jasper's getting there onto his PLL.
Very clean MU for the 5x5. I feel like it's a touch risky, but did not miss a beat on any of the turns. Feliks going up for solve number 2. Yibo not far behind, just getting his cue put down now.
Brian hopefully getting towards the end of his solve. Off camera there. Unfortunately, it's not going to be under a minute, so he's not going to be too happy with that. 54 for Riley keeps him close to that podium.
For sure. Certainly still in it. Feliks appears to be
And
on
there we
the
go,
later.
Dwayne. Oh, it looks like he's +2'd.
That's a very big shame. Feliks
Can't-
44.
Feliks 44, yeah. Bit better than his first. We're hoping that's just a +2 for Dwayne and not an M slice there. I can't really see behind the cube cover. Can you, Jay?
No, I can't. Not
No.
from this angle.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a
just a
+2.
+2. So
Yep.
that gives him a 54. Which again is what we're probably looking at for third place, maybe.
Thereabouts, yeah. It's
Yeah.
pretty close in the second to third range. I don't feel like we have a very clear second place like we might have for,
Yeah.
7x7, for example.
Gibo with 104, which is, a bit slower than... a lot slower. 13 seconds behind his first time was quite good, I think.
Angela just wrapping up the kind of final third of her solve. Getting through those last few edges. Looks like she'll be getting to 3x3 stage fairly late, and it'll be hard to secure a sub 1 with this. Probably more like a 103 to 105 if I had to guess.
Yeah, I
Thereabouts.
think you're right on. Oh,
102.
she proves you wrong, Jay.
Yeah, no, that was a really good
0.98.
3x3 stage by her, actually.
Yeah, it was.
I think it
very
was like,
fast.
I think it was Redux done at 52, so that's a very good 3x3 stage.
Yeah,
I don't
wow.
believe she uses Yao either.
Seriously, so 10 seconds. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
like
that's
actual just
impressive.
3x3. Jasper chugging along nicely. I believe a Yao user, so edge pairing will get done a little later, but to compensate, the 3x3 stage
Yep.
should be fairly quick. This one's actually looking pretty nice if these last few edges get done nice and efficiently. Oh, looks like a wing parity, but Yao duck's done at about 45, so it could be a very low 50. Though I think there was a mistake on the OLO. Looks like he had to go through that at least twice.
Yep, he looks a little shaky there, but he finishes with a good enough time.
Yeah, you've also got to wonder, similar to Dwayne, like Jasper.
He's
for
been up
his
there for a while, hey?
yeah, and for his standards, I don't think he got quite what he wanted in the Pyramix event.
No, yeah. Riley Dexter getting towards the end of his solve off camera there, and he is looking very good from his first two solves. He ended up with a 56 and a 54, which is he's above his weight there as the 8th seed in this round.
For
He
sure.
could be looking good depending on the rest of his average, but
Absolutely.
let's see, Feliks starting his solve and Brian
Yep, just towards the end.
towards the end, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately Riley gets a 1 minute 04 there.
Looks like another over 1 minute for Brian, which is a bit unfortunate. Not quite able to capitalize on such a strong start with
Yeah.
a 53.
Seems like bar Felix, most everyone not as strong on their second solve as the first there, hey.
Yeah, and I think with that, it's kind of unclear to me who's really in the running for podium. I feel like it's a bit all over the shop at the moment.
Yeah, about 5, between the 5 of them, like, could be anyone for second and third at this point. Hard to tell. Felix still solidifying his lead though.
Yeah, three
It's
times.
Not great times for him, right?
Yeah, but I mean, all three are like several seconds better than
Yeah,
the second
yeah.
best overall.
He's definitely taking home a number of titles tonight.
Yeah, another case of like race to second, race to third.
Yeah. Which is a familiar sight in Australia, right?
Yeah, it's things change, but things also kind of stay the same. Angela with a 53, very strong solve from her. She might be probably one of the strongest showings for the first three, because she's got two really good ones, but then also the over 1 minute.
But we saw even in Yibo's average in the first round, which was his PR 55, which got him third, I believe. He had a solve over a minute there, so, it depends on those counting solves and if they can still perform and stay consistent with that 1 minute hanging over the average. You know?
Absolutely. 5x5 being the last big cube where you do get average of 5 formats, so a little more, or I guess I should say a little less variance in terms of what kind of results you can get across a large number of rounds.
Jasper turning very fast there, but he looks like he's going to finish with a decent time.
Yeah,
maybe
53, 54.
Yeah.
There we go.
Staying pretty consistent. Yeah, 54.78 being Jasper Murray's PR average. Third ranked in New Zealand.
Brian Ang getting started on solve 4, I believe. Although not the strongest showing, still pretty strong among the race for second and third. And since he has a 53 on the first, there is a non-zero chance that the next two are just really hot solves, and he could sneak out a second or third place for Oceania. But
yeah. Also on Jasper, his best possible average does have the chance to break his PR there.
Yeah, Jasper also kind of having a strong showing. Kind of slipped under my radar personally, but yeah, all those solves have been quite good results-wise.
Brian with a 51. He's surely happy with that one.
Yeah, just like I said, if he gets one more good single, it's not the most consistent average, but it might just be enough to pull him ahead.
Yeah, with a counting 53, it could be enough. His best possible average is 55. He's guaranteed sub 1, but that probably won't be enough at this point.
Yeah, there's a slim chance he beats Jasper, but odds are not quite in his favour.
Jasper would have to get his worst over the average and Brian his best for that to happen.
Yeah, or at least very, very close to it.
Very close to, yeah.
Felix with 49, I think you can just go ahead and lock up first place and throw away the key.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got it.
Can't DNF his average now.
Yeah, no, there's no Kerpium left.
No cheat codes to beat him, frankly. Dwayne with another interesting finish there. The cube bit misaligned.
Technically solved, but not a pretty sight to see.
We do see this quite often with Dwayne's solved cubes. He adds a little bit of flair to his finishes sometimes.
Absolutely, a very expressive competitor. Angela on her 4th solve.
Yep.
And Jasper on 5th.
She looks like she's on a she hasn't made it to 3x3 stage yet, which means this is not looking great. She might have a counting 1 minute after this.
Jasper with a 50 getting his best possible average to secure it. 54,
Nice.
52.
And 101 for Angela. She had a very fast 3x3 stage, but she just didn't quite get there in time.
Yeah, Jasper's average is actually his PR.
Yeah. Which still keeps him in third place for New Zealand, but breaking his PR nonetheless.
Yeah, Angela with a 101. Another 10-second 3x3 stage, actually.
Yeah,
So
it was fast. Hey, she just didn't get there in time.
Yeah.
To secure a 50 at all, yeah.
Yeah, not great for this round, but bodes well for just her future in general competing. I feel like 3x3 stage is kind of an unexpectedly difficult step to do.
And I can't imagine there's a lot you can do to improve that, right? Other than just practicing, because...
Yeah, I mean, the only difference is, for one, the finger tricks you can do are a bit more limited, and you also don't really get to inspect. You kind of get to look ahead a little bit at best.
True, true. Brian with a 52 there to finish his average, I believe, which gives him a counting 52, 53, and 101.
Yeah, like I said, there was a world where Brian could save the average, and he appears to have done just that.
Gets a 55, which places him in third for now.
Yep, it'll be
Behind
third
Feliks
place.
and Jasper, but there's still more times to be entered here.
I guess you can't help but wonder maybe if you're Brian, you know, if just one of those other two solves went well, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in the same story for Angela, right?
Absolutely.
She has one more to go, but she already has that counting 101, which makes it difficult for her. She's going to have to pull out a good solve to secure sub 1 at least. And
yeah, it's
no
a double-edged
podium
sword,
chance.
because on the one hand, like, bad results early they put pressure on and also kind of take it off, because your mindset won't be the same if you start with, like, 3 very, very good solves. So it is, at the end of the day, a bit speculative. You can't really call it, like, a fail, per se, but nonetheless, interesting to see.
I mean, and you never know what their solution is, hey, right? Like, every solve is wildly different, so...
Yeah, that's one thing about
those
5x5.
little
Like,
mistakes.
it's a short enough event where, like, if you just take the right path, like during edge pairing or centers, you might just get a really good skip towards the end, or just some very favorable edges with, like, a lot of them pairing themselves up. But for the most part, you know, the people who are the best tend to perform to their seed.
Yeah. And we think we haven't gotten Yibo's last time. We're waiting for him to finish here on station 2.
Yep, sorry, not Jasper. Dwayne has just wrapped up.
But Yibo's best possible average would give him second place overall. However, he's not part of the Oceanic podium.
I gotta wonder if that GoPro on his table is even capturing the cube, because by God, can we see nothing?
It definitely isn't. I think it captures it for a couple of seconds as he brings it down and puts it up.
It's just, just dips. Oh, wow.
46.24 to finish it. Which is actually going to give him that's
best possible average right there.
A 54.03.
PR average.
Is going to be his PR again. After breaking the PR average in the first round.
Yeah, just a good 5x5 performance this weekend. You know, PR average in both rounds. Can you really ask for much more?
No,
I don't think you can.
Is 6x6 or 7x7 as well. He broke both, so a lot of PRs for him today.
Angela with a 54,
exciting.
very good finish.
Nice.
As you sort of foreshadowed, could get a strong last one, and this is going to be a 57 average for her. Not quite in the running for Oceanic podium, but strong showing nonetheless.
Yeah. Yeah, Riley Dexter, unfortunately, sort of sticking to his expected seed there, but
yeah,
just that counting 1 minute really screwed him over after a nice first couple of solves. So.
All right, and with that all done, it looks like we're going to get into the blindfolded final.
Which again, as per usual, the stadium's going to have to keep it down.
Yep, expect a very loud shushing noise from one of the announcers. And
some whispers from us, I guess.
Yeah, we might have to go ASMR mode.
Which I think everyone's been waiting for Jayden McNeill ASMR.
I mean, honestly, can you blame them?
No. The Oceanic's heartthrob, as voted by all of the crew.
Is this official? Is it locked in?
Yeah, it's locked in.
My heart. I'm blushing. I'm not blushing. They can see I'm not blushing. I'm blushing inside.
Yeah. And like a warm, cozy feeling. Perhaps.
Yeah, I feel the blood flowing.
I hope so. Yeah, so that is it for 5x5. It was a very interesting round, but in the end, the expected 1, 2, and 3 didn't place that way, but Brian.
Yeah, Brian notably pretty inconsistent, and then also quite a few PRs. Jasper and
Yibo as well. Yibo. Here they come in, the blind solvers. There's very interesting first round. I don't know if you caught it, Jay, but a number of competitors, Charlie Eggins, Michael Tripodi, I believe Tam, maybe James even, all DNF their first 2 solves.
I did hear about
Yeah.
Charlie and Michael having the double DNF
Yeah.
and having to resort to a safety, which is
Yeah,
a very stressful position. Probably one of the most stressful things
Definitely.
you can experience in cubing.
especially when you're the projected, first and second seeds there. It's a worry, but they were both able to clutch out that third solve and make it into the finals. Unfortunately, Charlie won't be on stream. We might be able to pan over to him possibly for his solves. We'll see.
Yeah, I would hope so, since he's capable of world records, even under such tough conditions.
Yeah, and we've seen him perform really well on a number of different stages, with different levels of competition. Benjamin Paul, hailing from Queensland, a very solid solver as well. And representing Singapore, the second seed. And big round of applause for Jack Kai,
Yeah,
former world record holder.
Got to give it up to the OGs, man.
Yeah, he held the mean twice, single once, I believe, back in 2018 and 19, around there somewhere.
Yeah.
And it was great to see him, get some of those old times he used to after a big break from competing, kind of, or practicing at least.
And with that, we will be entering
ASMR mode, yeah. Now no breathing, Jay, because the chat was saying there was a lot of loud breathing previously. Well, screw you, we don't care. Deal with it. Benjamin Paul nodding on at about 7 seconds there for his first solve. Oh, a bit of a pause. Not his best execution.
I can't tell if it's going to end up solved or not.
No, he DNFs it at 25 seconds. Unfortunately. It's going to be a little tricky to follow. Everyone's starting at the same time here, but Charlie Eggins going for his first solve on station 10. Off camera.
6-second memo. So far, pretty smooth sailing. And that's a low 14.
A 14.26 for Charlie.
Yep, new
It's
OCR.
good.
And new second in the world, I believe.
Amazing result from him, as expected. There we go, we get a beautiful shot of him.
Michael Tripodi with a 21+2, I believe.
Yeah.
Looks very upset. Can't help but wonder if maybe that was a fairly favourable scramble, given Charlie's result.
It's so unfortunate to do the whole solve and be penalised with the +2 in blind. It's really a big margin when you get around that 20-second mark from Michael. Benjamin Paul on the third station with a 19.68. He should be happy with that.
Yeah, that's pretty likely to lock in a podium.
I believe it's just slower than his PR.
Yeah.
But that could definitely podium depending on the results we get from Jack and Michael.
Jack going pretty slow on memo for his first.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. He's memoing it around the time he finished. Maybe messing up his memo and having to start again there.
Very big pause. But looks, no, a few corners off. DNF for Jack.
Station 10, here's Charlie Eggins, young competitor from Queensland. The current world record 2 blind solver.
This looks like could be 16 or 17. Yep.
17.47. It's about an average solve for him in competition generally.
Yeah, I think given that he's
single. No, he's guaranteed first place, really, with that 14. And now he's just looking to hopefully close out. I mean, yeah, that could be well on his way to OCR single and average there.
Michael Tripodi getting ready for his next solve. Benjamin Paul, unfortunately, with another DNF on station 3, but I don't think he's too bothered given the 19 on solve 2.
Here it is. Station 10, Charlie Eggins, coming off the back of a 14 and a 17. This is going to be his third and final solve of the mean. 3 blind finals here.
Another
7-second memo.
execution looks pretty clean so far.
Very smooth. Little pause.
Tiny pause, but should still be 17.
He pulls it back with an 18.
Not quite. OCR 3.
Very unfortunate for him. That pause, he almost had it there.
Jack High memoing on station 1. Looks like a 9-second memo, much better than previously, more expected for his skill level. Very smooth so far, already on corners. Could be a low 20 of some kind. Yep, 21.
Yep, he'll be happy with that.
B-ball with the 6-second memo, which I think is quite good for him. Could potentially be
Looks
seen.
very smooth.
Yeah.
Station 3.
Slight lock-ups, I think. Yeah, I think that might have been a DNF.
Yeah, so unfortunately for him, 2 DNFs, but that 19 should put him in second or third, depending on this.
Yeah, good thing about 3 blind is that unlike the other Muta 3 events, you only have to win by single. So, no pressure to get all 3 successes.
Yep. Currently we're looking at Charlie Eggins in first place with 14, followed by Benjamin Pauls. Oh, wait.
I think for some reason we thought Ben Ball got a 19, but apparently it's...
We're not sure, we're going to have to double check.
Yeah, maybe that was a warm-up solve. Maybe we're just camping. Michael clearly very disappointed with his results this round, unfortunately.
Jack Kai gets a 19.93 there.
Yeah, so if Ben Ball didn't get a sub 20, then Jack High might actually get second place.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. We're not sure if we've been keeping it 100 with you guys.
Real.
Jay would like to be spin facts, but, you know.
Sometimes I'm just capping, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he was celebrating that though. We'll see very shortly when the times are entered on WCA Live. There are a few more competitors to finish their third solves. Conan Moe over on Station 7, the Clock Oceanic champion from this competition. Oh, sorry, the Oceanic record holder, who unfortunately was knocked off the podium today in the final. He's still memoing at 27, however. Known for his big blind in Australia as well. Yeah, and that is going to be the end of Jack's mean and Theodore's. And we will hopefully see their times entered in a moment.
Alright, I think with that we are now done with 3 blind, and we may be able to exit ASMR mode, but we're going to wait for the go-ahead from the organisers.
Okay, there we
Alright,
go.
we're back. There we go, yeah, thank God.
Feel like a normal human being once again. Those were some great results.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
absolutely.
Charlie Egan's just missing that OCR average, but he gets a single, and everyone is cheering for him as he's interviewed by the Rubik's team over there.
Yeah, I got the Cheggins chant going for a little bit.
Yeah, congratulations, and it's a very interested to see.
Yeah, so Jack Kai getting
Final
second so far with what's being entered. We should have all the results in probably just a minute. Once we're done with that, I'm going to probably hop off and swap for someone.
You're on for 3x3 one-handed soon?
Yeah, I've got to do the 3x3 final. Unfortunately, I didn't choke every event, so I have to actually do a little something today. But I should be back on a bit after anyway, because I imagine I'll at least do some portion of 2 and 3.
Yeah, me making no finals, I believe. Yeah. Hey, I get to chill with you guys in the chat though, and
There's always a silver lining.
yeah, of course, I get to watch the fast people, and I think that's just as enjoyable. Yeah, the 3x3 finals are still about an hour and a half away, depending on how our schedule goes. So stay tuned for those. Looks like we've got some super fans in chat that have been up late watching this. So
I know I'm on screen, but yeah, I gotta do at least a little warm up.
someone,
Please.
we'll try and get a replacement in for Jay. You can
Yeah,
go
maybe
if you need
Stewie.
to, Jay.
Stewie could hop in. You want to hop in? Oh, okay, fair.
We've got a friend. We've got a Kookaburra, a stream team aficionado.
Yep. All right, we're getting Michael in. With that, I will go and warm up.
Tripodi coming in. Hopefully. Don't leave me on my own for too long, guys.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Is Mike in a good spot? All right, fantastic. We are in business.
How did you feel about that round, Mike? We watched you get a couple of unfortunate DNFs and then the 23.
So first solve was the 21 plus 2.
Yeah.
So I was at 23. Scramble was quite good.
Yeah.
Evidenced by OCR and all that. Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Actually, I'm looking at the WCA live, and it definitely softens the blow that I did in plus 2 out of third at least.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
looking like Charlie B. Paul, Jack Kai.
Hey, huge congratulations to Benjamin Paul. We saw his 19, and we were a little bit confused for a second because he got entered differently as a DNF, but no, he does come second
Yeah, yep.
The second place Oceanic podium for Benjamin Paul, hailing from Queensland. So huge congrats to him.
There
I
you
think he's
go.
very happy with
Theodore
that.
Chan and Armin for Singapore as well at 24.63. So we broke the single in the first round.
Yeah, right.
And then
new records coming in fresh from
tumbling
a lot of people
all the
at this
time.
competition.
Awesome stuff.
Especially when like this added pressure of being an Oceanic Championship
Yeah.
or being in the finals, it's really evidence of how well all these people perform under pressure. Hey,
Yeah,
to be breaking
definitely.
records at that level, it's really great. And Jack Kai getting a podium.
Hey, it's a
How's
comeback
that?
story. Yeah,
The
absolutely.
comeback from Jack.
Third place. I know a lot of people were doubting him, but he has put in a little bit of practice in the lead up to this, and comes away with
happy to see
a
him back.
third place at the first ever
Yeah.
Oceanic Championships.
Proving that he's not an old man.
No, he's not washed. He is not washed. There is still hope. Charlie Eggins, though. What a meme.
Yeah, only narrowly missing his
OCR there. It's by around about 0.3.
Yeah,
0.32.
That last solve, a couple of pauses or a mistake, it just, didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah. But now we're on to 4x4. Is it 4x4 or is it one?
Yeah, this is the 4x4 final.
Okay, 4x4.
Leo Barmeo as the first seed, followed by Feliks, Angela from New Zealand, Jasper from New Zealand, then Riley, a local competitor here, and Jody. Six, a number of really fast competitors that we've seen in a lot of the finals. I believe Leo is the only competitor that this is their first final. Perhaps one other as well.
No, now that you mention it, I don't believe I've seen him in another.
I think Leo and maybe Marquez, the 16th seed. They're the only competitors who haven't been in a final yet today.
Yeah. Obviously, there are more finals still to come, but not in any of the ones thus far.
Yeah, we'll surely see Leo in the 3x3 final.
Yes, he is first seeded. It's going to be great to watch.
Here we go, Feliks starting his solve already. Or about to, there he goes. We've got a prediction that in the chat that Feliks will get a sub-20 single and a sub-23 average. We'll see. Leo's starting a little bit after him. Opting to solve under the table while Feliks is above there. Understandable from their height difference. You want that good view over the cube.
Yes.
To see all sides.
A little bit suboptimal for stream purposes, but it's the times that matter at the end of the day, and it's a fast
Leo
time.
manages to beat him with a 20.62.
20.62. Solid start.
He gives a thumbs up to the camera. We just missed, but he is happy with that, and that's a very impressive time for him.
Yeah, definitely the way that you want to start your first finals of this competition.
His best 4x4 solve of the competition.
Leo Borromeo, of course, predominantly known for 3x3, but has expanded his repertoire to 4x4 and one-handed. So we'll be seeing.
He's currently ranked 11th in the world.
Yes.
With a. Am I reading that right? Yeah, 11th in the world with a 23.77 4x4 average, which he set this year.
See a lot of our competitors limbering up for
one-handed.
One-handed,
as well,
yep. That final coming very soon.
Yeah, just after this.
Just after 4x4 here. So
a range of solves on that first one from 20 up to 35, but Leo solidifying that lead already.
Yes.
Asher and Dwayne getting 27 and 29. Riley with the 29, as well as David. Feliks with that 27. Jody on station 6 is on to his second solve.
Also missed Asher on station 13 with a 27 on that first one.
Yep.
So it was Leo, Feliks, and Asher doing pretty well on that first one. Asher, I believe, also finished up his second just now, 30.37. Sorry, 30.20.
Jody looks good here for a sub 30, 29.
Yep, 29. Jody always looks good.
Yeah. Oh, say that again, Michael.
Oh, he's what a wonderful man. Of course, we got Feliks is gearing up for his second now,
And
starting off with that 27.
Angela gets a 29.83.
Angela, of course, the national record holder for New Zealand.
I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like that's not her best times. I could be wrong.
Yeah, no. My memory tells me she's capable of quicker. Let's see.
Yeah,
27.84 average in
is-
competition. So
it's
you
not
would
too
be
far
you would be
behind
right.
though. She starts with a 30 and a 29, so
yeah.
They could even be looking at enough for third place here. Depends. It really depends. Feliks and Leo, pretty solid. Feliks gets a 24 there, and Leo slightly faster.
Leo, it's a good time, but he's not overly happy with it.
Yeah.
A 24 flat.
Gives a shake to us. He's obviously capable of more, and I'm sure we'll see that.
He feels as though, and I believe it. Still beating Feliks on that solve though, so he's comfortably ahead at this stage. You would say, with a 24 as his worst time so far.
See a 26 from Dwayne off camera down on station 12. He seemed quite happy with that. That comes after his previous solve of a 29, so
yes,
he could be looking at a sub 30 average as well, depending. Jody here, station 6, you can see on the left.
Just finished up his edge pairing, so he's on to 3x3 stage.
This is looking like a good solve as well.
Oh yeah, this is looking
straight
great.
to Pilo, 26.
26.6.
Will he give us some sign of how he's feeling? No. Stone cold Jody Brewster.
Stone cold killer. He's got a job to do.
Exactly. And he's improving every time so far from his first 3.
Yes, so started off with a 30 and a 29, and judging by his reaction on the 26, it seems like he's still not quite where he would like to be. So let's see if he can pick that up.
Yeah, Riley Dexter here. Getting to halfway through his solve. Station 5. Another super strong competitor that we'll see in, I believe, all of the N/N finals today, if not most of them. That looks good to me from here. Yeah,
it doesn't look like there's any need to call for a delegate.
Fine. 26.4 for Riley. Yeah, it's good. He confirms.
Riley, very good at 4x4, but very much focused on a lot of events.
Yeah, he's an all-rounder, right?
Yeah, I remember at Melbourne Summer earlier this year, he made every final of every event, which was
and that's why he is the highest summer ranks, right?
Yes. Oh, lowest rather. Lowest summer ranks.
Yeah.
In Oceania.
Highest ranked, yeah. Leo with a 27, he's definitely not happy with that.
No, it's not going in the direction he would like.
Looks like Feliks is going to end up with similar, maybe worse.
Not
with
the
that
OLL parity.
OLL
It's looking like around about a 30. 30.30.
It's not his best times. It was
No,
an
not
encouragement from the crowd, but I don't think that he heard it, nor maybe wanted to hear that. Jody's going for it. Very fast. Look at that TPS.
Again, looking like around about a 30-second solve PLL. He had double parity, but a 31.21 regardless.
He powers through that double parity,
Oh,
though,
yeah.
doesn't he?
Faultless execution.
Yeah, he's one of those guys I look at and just wish I could turn like that. You
Oh,
know?
yeah.
When
His
I
turning's
see
magnificent.
saw his PR average,
Yeah.
his 3x3 PR average, I was like, wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's my idol.
Notable to mention as well. There's a lot of good times coming up here. Jody's looking good with accounting 29 and 30. It's going to be interesting who gets third place here though, because it looks like so far Leo's cementing a strong first place finish
He's definitely stating his case here.
for the overall podium at least, not the Oceanic podium as he represents the Philippines.
Yes, he's ineligible.
Little clap for Angela who gets a 24. Is
That's
that
a
her
very
PR,
solid solve.
Michael? I'm
No, it's not
sure.
PR. Her PR, which is also NR, is a 23.85.
So it's a
So
very
not that
close
far
though.
off.
Great
but,
solve for her, yeah. Especially in the final here.
Oh, yeah.
That's what she's looking for. It's on par with some of Feliks and Leo's solves from this round, so she can't be disappointed with that.
Not at all. Feliks on his not second solve. Feliks is on his fourth at the moment. We are seeing times trickling in from other competitors not on stream. Asher Kim McGarrick, who we haven't mentioned a whole lot in this final, looking at a worst possible average of 28.9.
Ooh.
So that's definitely up there.
For the overall podium, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah, for
no,
overall podium, of
he's
course.
looking solid there for third place overall.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Leo definitely not happy with that. He started strong, but the rest of his average is not looking up to his usual standard at all. He could... Him and Feliks are looking at maybe similar averages here, depending on the last solve.
Look, it could be. It does depend, however. If they're going to get similar averages, Feliks would have to have a quite good solve, around about a 20... well, we'll say best solve, so maybe about a 24.
Yeah, Felix's best possible average from here is just 0.2 faster than Leo's worst possible. So he has a chance to beat Leo, but it's quite unlikely at this point, really. Riley with another just good solve.
Yeah. Even though the time isn't
no, not
just
a good
good.
time, but not a +2 at least. And
yeah.
Jody not happy with that 34 either.
No, not quite.
Both of them having a rough solve there. It seems like everyone had a rough solve.
We'll point out also that Angela's best possible average is under the New Zealand national record that she
that's
currently
great.
holds. I was quickly going to run the numbers and see what she needs.
Yeah, her best possible average is looking at a 27.01. Her current being 27.84. So there is a margin for error as well. She could get, I believe, maybe something in 25. Up to a high 25 or a low 26 possibly. And she finishes with 28, so that might
I
be
think
her...
that's not quite it.
No, it might be her PR2 though, something very solid. A 28.45 average. And beating Asher.
Yeah, she was in need of a 27 or better.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I suspected. And but that puts her in first place out of the people who finished. We still are yet to see Feliks and Leo though, so
Yes.
we're
But
assuming she's sitting in third right now.
Yes, and if not third overall, definitely podiuming in the Oceanic.
Yeah. However, Felix's worst
Championship.
possible average could be beaten by Angela. So if Feliks gets his if he gets slower than a 30.30 here, Angela could be up for second place. But he doesn't.
To ZBLL to finish.
Yeah. He's
so
not
it's-
happy, but it will secure him second there.
Yes.
And
So
Leo
at
with
the
a
moment-
24 to finish.
Yeah, Leo finishing with a 24. Solid finish. It is...
Yeah, he counts a 24.00, 29.13, and 24.96. What does that leave him with, Michael?
So his average currently, omitting the 20.6 and 29.1, is a 25.57. So it's a bit over 2 seconds under Feliks's average. But again, he's not in contention for the
Yeah.
Oceanic champion title.
Yeah, it's not up there with Leo's best, but it's still solid. I feel like even though he's disappointed on some of those solves, it's still a good performance in this final.
Yeah. And first final for him.
Yeah.
So there's still more opportunities to
He's
do well
still-
in his other events.
Yeah, he's getting warmed up
particularly
on the stage.
one-handed coming up next.
Yeah. 3x3 after that.
Yep.
After 2x2.
And just
And,
calling one-handed finalists up to the back. at the
Exciting.
moment. So let's see.
So yeah, that leaves Feliks as the Oceanic champion once again.
Yes.
Uh,
Other people's time's still to be entered, but
Yeah.
he's really not in any danger there.
I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to see
well-
when they get put on WCA Live.
Well, if we're going off best possible averages, Riley Dexter has a 26.66, and Feliks finishing with a 27.77. So there is
we have Riley
there is
still
a
on station
chance.
5.
There's a chance
He's
that
waiting for
Riley
his
could
last
still clutch this.
This is
However,
the dark horse we haven't seen.
yeah, he would need to get quite a good solve for that.
Yeah, he's going to have to get sub 20.
Not sub 20.
No, but for if he wants a podium,
So at the moment he's counting a 26.41 and a 29.98, which means he would need 26.88 or better, and that would guarantee him Oceanic champion. So it's not done yet. It's not over.
Oceanic podium. Are we talking about Riley?
Yeah, Riley. So
Yeah.
Riley could still beat Feliks.
Oh, no, he can beat Feliks. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
So we've got to keep a keen eye on this. We're looking at 26.88 or better. It's fluid thus far. Finishing up with centres now. Onto edge pairing. Riley on station number 5. Still a very good chance here.
Yeah, but here he is, just catching the end of his solve.
Oh, it's just a lock-up. That could be a lock-up out of Oceanic title there. It's a 27.26, putting him at 27.88 average.
Oh,
It's
no.
only just a tenth of a second slower than Feliks Zemdegs.
Oh.
That lock-up definitely cost him Oceanic title there. Oh, my goodness. Tighter final than we could have anticipated there.
That really came from out
Came
of the
from
blue
the clouds,
almost.
really.
Yeah, we just realized Riley had one more solve and he had a chance there, but that's okay. He's still going to get that second place.
Wow.
So we're looking at Feliks Zemdegs as the Oceanic champion for 4x4, Leo Borromeo being the overall winner,
Yes.
with Angela in third place behind Riley Dexter, who's just clutched the second place for the Oceanic podium.
Well,
close stuff, isn't it?
It was a close final, closer than I was anticipating it would be, and I suspect the same sentiment for many people at
Yeah.
home. But always a next chance for Riley. Riley's definitely not finished improving yet. He'll look to boost his summer ranks even more. 4x4 is going to be a big part of that, I sense. But that is the finish of 4x4. We now move on to 3x3 one-handed. Should be some really, really slick times over here. Did you squeeze it?
Maybe.
Buddy, we're saving that for later.
I don't know what he's laughing at.
Very wise
very
words.
serious stuff, actually.
Thank you, Captain Cook. Very wise.
If we go back to the second round of one-handed, Dwayne came first there with a 10.17 average, followed by Asher and Yibo, representing the United States and China, respectively. Then Feliks In fourth with 11.57, Jasper, Jody. You know, it's tight between first. There's only 2 seconds, sorry, between first and fifth there.
But Dwayne definitely the favourite.
Yeah, Dwayne definitely
coming off of an 8.95, third in the world, one-handed average, not too long ago.
Being a very strong competitor using Roo.
Yep.
And it's exciting to see. This is going to be a good final.
Something about watching Roo solves is super satisfying.
With one hand,
Yeah.
Or in general, any Roo solve, even his big cube Maya solves.
Oh, they are something. Yeah,
for sure.
Dwayne, of course, setting 6x6 double national record on day 2. So, yes, both single and average in the one round. I believe a 135 single and somewhere in the 140s for the mean.
That was very solid. And
yes.
We've seen him in... What have we seen him in today? Most of the finals, I believe. I think.
He is a very well-rounded cuber.
Definitely.
So, no surprise that he's in a few of our finals. He won Scube earlier today.
Yep.
They're just calling the competitors in at the moment, and it looks like a pretty decent mix of different countries in there. We've got New Zealand, US, China, Australia, UK as well, and the Philippines. Yeah. So a lot of countries represented. Every one of them looking to do their country proud and come away with a title.
Yeah, for sure. A couple of big numbers from Queensland as well, where I can
absolutely,
beat. Nicholas Paul and Benjamin Worry coming in the 16th and 12th seed.
They've really turned up in full force.
Yeah, but here we see, as we move closer to the middle, the real big favourites is Leo. The Brewsternator, Jody, who we've seen with some great results so far in a number of events.
Very, very cool guy. Cool, calm, collected customer.
Same with Jasper.
Yes.
Coming over from New Zealand, he's like... I don't think he was too pleased with his Pyraminx performance, but he's been in a lot of finals and performing generally pretty well this competition. Yeah, and Dwayne and Ash are taking the 2 front spots here.
Dwayne trying his hand at the bottle flip and just not coming away with it in the end.
Yeah, we hope that doesn't, put any bad luck on the rest of us.
Yeah, no. Hoping it's not a bad omen.
Hey, look, the way I see it, his bottle fell down. It came back up again, and I think that is really symbolic of Dwayne, he's...
I think you're reading way too much into this.
You can try and knock Dwayne down. He's had a lot of finals, some upsets, but he keeps getting up and up again.
I think he's just here to solve, dude. I don't know.
I don't think you're reading enough into it, Michael.
Maybe I'm not. In which case, I apologize.
You'll look back on this one day and realize you were wrong, and that's okay. I don't want to ridicule you.
A learning experience, you might say.
Yeah. But a maturing experience, perhaps.
Thanks. Apparently I need to do some maturing.
It's like... I think you will age. Like
one day?
Like wine, like cheese, perhaps.
Like wine. I like cheese.
Like cheese, yeah.
Yeah, I like cheese. I'll go
You're
moldy.
a cheesy guy. Okay.
Right. Dwayne now on his first.
Ash is starting first. And then Dwayne. Looking good for Dwayne.
Yes.
What's LSE?
9.11.
Yep.
Kind of so-so, but he shushing the crowd.
He doesn't want them distracting other competitors.
No.
It's a very kind move.
I think it's very noble of him that he wishes the best for all competitors.
Yeah, he's a humble guy.
And on stations 5 and 6, we've got Jody Brewster and Jasper Murray just gearing up for their first now.
On screen,
Jasper
here's
Murray,
Yibo
my
with a
understanding,
12.
is using Roo.
I don't think he's too happy with that. One-handed being Yibo Wang's main event, representing China here. Losing my voice a little bit after all this commentating and yelling.
Jasper
earlier
with a
today.
12.18 and Jody just next door with an 11.39, a solid start.
Yeah, very close for a lot of these
Very.
competitors.
We did miss a 9.95 from Feliks.
Oh, yep. So
on station
Felix
number
and
4,
Dwayne
so
pulling out the sub-10s.
yes. And those look to be your fastest thus far. We haven't seen Leo Borromeo on
He's going
station
now on station
7.
7.
Just
And then
out of
what is
view of
this?
the stream.
Blasphemy? Yeah, let's get that off the screen. Thanks, everyone. None of that, please. Don't know who that guy is, but don't subscribe to him if you did happen to see that.
All right, a 15.02 for Leo.
Yeah, not what he's looking for at all, but
Riley Dexter out of view on station 9 as well. On his second scramble, he's already finished, got a 10.63.
yep. And Jody with an 11. So a lot of, a lot of 10, 11, 12 here. I believe Yibo just was warming up and he's going for his second solve here on station 3. Feliks next to him, finishing with a 10.23 after his 9.95. Could be a solid
Leo's-
start for him to.
Leo's PR average in one-handed still 11.01.
Yeah.
But yes, Feliks with a good solve on station 4, 10.23.
Yibo starting off very strong there. Oh, a little bit of a struggle with OLL there, but he finishes with H perm or Z perm there. 12.07. Another 12 for him. Not the times he's looking for again. Jody with
Unfortunately
11.41.
Oh, Jody's laying down some
yeah.
pretty solid times here.
Could be solid. Depending, it seems like Dwayne's really taking charge and
Yes.
he's gotten 2 sub-10s already, so he really wants that first place, and Feliks is not too far behind, but the race for third could be with a number of people.
So Dwayne Ramos on station 1, he's just getting ready for his third. 2 sub-10s in the
Yeah.
first 2 solves.
Asher getting an 11.14 there.
And Riley on station 9 finishing with an 11.85.
Here goes Dwayne.
8.95.
I think
No.
that could have been faster. He's disappointed.
It is.
It looked like a bad case there toward the end or something.
I'm not so certain.
It was a lot of moves.
A lot of moves in last 6 edges.
Yeah, it looked like it. Longer than some of his other souls, but I'm not sure whether he made a mistake or just a bad case, but that's a sub-9 for him. He's counting his 9.11.
Yep. Feliks another sub-10 on station 4, a 9.59. And we're just looking...
Oh, it's going to be close between those two, but Dwayne's still a little bit ahead. Dwayne's PR average, however, being 8.95, third in the world, which he got at New Zealand Nationals just
last week.
Last week, yeah, right. I didn't see that. Yibo on station 3 getting something he's a bit more happy with, a 9.18.
Yep. Solid.
Here goes Asher on station 2. Starting his third or fourth solve. His fourth, yeah. A little bit of table abuse there to finish, and 13.66. Not the best for him.
So Dwayne with a 9, a 9, and an 8 on his first 3. Looking to continue the trend here.
Brian Eng as well the 10th seed, getting an 8.77, the best time of the round.
Hold your breath. 7.98 from Dwayne. Take your words back.
Yeah, he wants no part of that celebration or applause.
The job's not
evidently.
done yet,
No, exactly.
as far as he's concerned.
He
A 7.98, an 8.95, and a 9.80. And get this, still room for a PR.
Dwayne needs an 8.8 on the last solve to break OCR. Currently, he's looking at counting 895 and 911, but 880 is what he needs.
And something he's very capable of doing. He knows the job's not done yet. The win, probably sealed up at this point, would take a lot from any other competitor to change that. But
his best possible average even could push him into second in the world. But yeah, 880 is what he's looking for in this next solve.
8.68 best possible average is only 0.03 off world record.
Yeah. So
And
he's not
it
quite in contention for the world record, but he could be getting in a very fast average, an OCR average.
And we'll find out.
Solve. Let's see. Station 1.
All eyes are on Dwayne here. He's very capable. We will see. Who's on
There he
10
goes.
moves? No, he's just missed it. Nah, it's all right.
He's just
10.06. He gets his worst possible, which was a 9.29. Sure, it's not what he would have been after, without a doubt.
But
Especially
still a solid
considering the
average,
potential of
still
that
a-
average. But still
a
very
solid
solid.
average. Only 0.3 behind his best. You know, it's
Yeah.
a 929 is still is still the fifth best. It's still just behind, you know, the sort of fourth place in the world there. It's a very solid average, but unfortunate that he didn't quite finish as fast as he could have there. And
Oh, Jasper.
Jasper celebrating
Whoa,
a
hold on a
9.23.
minute. Let's go. Jasper getting a 10.10 average.
Wow.
Well, I
Very
know
solid.
he PR'd earlier on, so
10.10 puts him at 15th in the world.
well.
That is solid.
Oh, very.
Beating his second round average by...
Yeah, Jasper PR'd in the first round with the 10.84 average, so that's
Dropped it by
some-
0.7. Yeah,
that's
wow.
a couple of leagues better. Leo on station 7, just out of view of the stream, an 8.83 on that solve. So
Yeah, we're looking at Dwayne in first place and Jasper in second, beating
beating Feliks
Feliks, we
Zemdegs,
believe.
yes. Feliks Zemdegs looked like he just DNF'd his last solve. Wasn't shaping up to be anything good, so just took the L. But a 10.74 for him. Still doable for Leo to beat him. But at this point, Feliks has cemented himself as third on the Oceanic podium.
Yeah. Yeah, there is no opportunity for any of the others who haven't finished. Their best possible averages can't beat Feliks at this point, so it will be Dwayne, Jasper, and Feliks. First,
Yep.
second, and third for the Oceanic podium.
But Leo is still waiting on him to finish his solve. He's just got his cube now on station number 7 for us, not in view of the stream.
No, it is possible for Leo to
Sneak into third.
yeah, sneak into third overall, but he would need something 8. You know, he needs his best possible average here, get his best single, I think, which is
Doesn't look
past
like it's
now,
what's
no.
happening, no.
it looks like he's going to
12.79
get counting 12.
and counting 12 and a not
Might
so
leave him
great
with
solve on
an
the first
11,
one.
an 11 average somewhere. We'll see
Yeah.
in one moment. An 11.69 average.
putting him in seventh place so far of all the competitors that have been entered. Still got solves from Benjamin Worry and Seth Ferry to come.
I believe Seth has just finished with a 1280, and Benjamin, one more solve to go. He's warming up for. But what a round.
We didn't talk a whole lot about Riley Dexter. He's ended up finishing in 4th spot.
Yeah.
Provided that Benjamin doesn't count his 9.67 from the previous solve, which he's just doing his last solve now.
We'll see.
Doesn't look like he will.
No,
just finishing up on LSE now, and a 12.73 for him.
I believe he should be happy with a 12.29 at this level, this stage.
Yeah, it's a good average.
Yeah.
But your top 3, Dwayne Ramos of New Zealand, then Jasper Murray of New Zealand, and rounding out the podium, Feliks Zemdegs.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Michael, and thanks for tuning in.
Off now.
I'm going to head off. Let the big boys come in for your 2x2 final and 3x3
I'm a big boy,
final.
am I?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Enjoy, guys.
That's
Thanks
really
so
done
much.
wonders for my ego. Thank you, by the way.
It's been a great stream.
Been a pleasure, and I'm sure
Yeah.
I'll see you. I'll see you around at the awards ceremony, I hope.
Try not to cry tonight.
Oh, absolutely not. One last little cuddle. And I am joined now by
Chris Mills. I
That
think
is
that's
your
my
name.
How you doing, Michael?
Oh, look, I'm quite well myself. Just been commentating the 4x4 and 3x3 one-handed rounds, in which we've seen some slick times from both Australian and New Zealand competitors.
And not from UK competitors.
Oh, no, not quite from UK competitors. Anyone in particular you'd like to point out who did not so great?
Oh, there's this really odd guy. I think his name's something close to a holiday coming up.
Chris Mass.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I saw him do pretty poor.
Right.
I think
you
he
saw
got
it like with your own eyes?
with
or?
my own eyes.
Right, okay.
He was right in front of me.
Oh, right.
His
okay.
hands were moving right there. And yeah, it was a little bit slow.
Gotcha.
But that I was hearing some exciting times in that one-handed round. And I'm very happy to hear.
There were some quite solid times.
Dwayne Ramos and Jasper
potential
Murray.
for OCR on the last solve. I'm sure Dwayne will not be too happy with not coming away with it. But even still, sealing up the win by a considerable margin, nearly a whole second over Jasper, who has in fact himself clocked another personal record average.
Yeah,
almost
once again.
3/4 of a second faster than the one he set in the first round.
Before this round, he didn't even have a sub 10, I don't think, unless he got it in the round
Sub 10
prior.
single.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that for you. But I know in the first round he was fortunate to get a 10.84.
Yeah.
And yes, you are correct, because I remember his PR being 10.16 that round.
Yeah.
So
he didn't have a sub 10 single, and now he
got
has a
2 sub 10s consecutively.
His
in the last
average
couple
in that
solves.
round was better than his single PR prior to
Wow.
it. That is ridiculous. The scramble set was pretty crazy.
Right.
I made
okay.
a lot of mistakes, which is why I got like a 13 average.
Gotcha.
But so good to see Dwayne and Jasper topping that. Jasper putting in a little bit of OH practice at home, but Pyramix is the main thing. And after not a great Pyramix round, it's so good to see him really perform as well as we know he can in one-handed. But yeah, it's 2x2 time.
All right, 2x2 time. Who are our best shots at a title here, do you reckon, Chris?
Phoenix Patterson.
Phoenix Patterson is
one.
one name that comes to mind, without a doubt.
He's on the fourth station.
Yes.
Because he was fourth seed in the last round, but he currently holds the Oceanic record average with 1.29, I believe.
Yes.
And just to his right, our left, is Elias EU. I think he's second in the continent for 2x2 average, and he has an official 1.53 New Zealand national record average. He actually has 2 of those.
Yes.
He recently tied it at New Zealand Nationals. But yeah, these 2 are my favourites. But let's not forget about some of the other guys on Station 1. We got Brian Ang, actually really surprised to see him in Station 1. I didn't realise he did so well in the second round. He got a 167 average, which isn't even PR.
No, it's not PR. His PR at one point was 0.01 off OCR when Feliks Zemdegs still had it.
I did not know that.
And that was also tied with Phoenix Patterson before he got his first OCR. And Jody Brewster on station number 2 as well, current Australian national champion in 2x2. That was, however, in the absence of Feliks. Absence of Phoenix.
Yeah. But he's still pretty good with a 1.76 average in the last round, and he's going to be doing his first solve now. Oh, a bit of a hesitation for the
and
for
it's
the
a
CLR.
+2 in the end as well. So it's a 4.64 for Jody.
So not a great start for the 2 on stations 1 and 2. Tim G, former NR holder for New Zealand, getting a 4. And Richard on station 6, also from New Zealand, who I think he got one of his first ever sub 2 averages in a round prior.
We did see beside Jody Brewster as well, Brian Eng getting a 2.15.
Yeah.
So that's the fastest we've seen thus far. David Epstein on station 15 as well, just sneaking into this finals, a 2.29 to start off.
Elias doing his first solve now. Oh, massive lock up there. It looked like he did a few moves into an Ortega case.
Really, really not happy.
Yeah.
Almost a 5-second solve. Not in his nature.
Looks like a few bad solves. Looks like the scram wasn't very good. We've seen a couple of 4s, a 2+2.
Yeah,
no sub 2s yet.
Wasn't a whole lot on offer. No sub 2s that we've seen so far. Or our data entry team, who is doing a fantastic job updating these results live to us as we see them.
All right. We've got Brian with his second solve now. I think he's got the fastest solve so far, but Phoenix got a 2. I missed that. 152 for Brian on the second. So yeah, Brian is in the lead. Andy Gong with a 169 on the second scramble as well. Looks like that might be a slightly
So now we're
better
seeing some
scramble.
sub 2s starting to come in. Scramble may be a lot better than the first. Jacob Joshi just finished his first solve, actually, a 2.54. So continuing the trend of some mid 2-second times on that scramble.
For sure. Right, Phoenix now has his second cube on station 4. Didn't have a great start.
No, a 2.38 isn't what he'd be after, but it looks like a lot of other people struggled on that first scramble as well. So he'll be looking to take advantage of this. Looks like we've got some other fast times on it already.
Ooh.
A 1.11.
Really good solve from Phoenix. He's trying to get the crowd to calm down because he doesn't want them to distract the other competitors.
Yes. That's something we've seen Dwayne Ramos do as well.
I think
in his solves.
Looks like the judge lifted off the cover when Elias wasn't ready. So it looks like Elias is going to get an extra. A 189 for Richard. And Brian is inspecting his third solve. Looks like Elias is going to do the solve anyway, and then they'll decide what to do afterwards.
Brian Eng on
123
station
for
1 a
Brian.
1.23.
Brian doing really well. Elias with a 152 on the second.
It's definitely a step up from the 499 we saw from him on the first.
Looks like he couldn't quite find the solution Phoenix did, or maybe just didn't quite turn as fast. Andy Gong with a 136 on the third. Also looks like a pretty easy scramble. And I think both of these guys aren't massive 2x2 connoisseurs, but they're getting pretty speedy times.
Okay, so we see on station number 2, Jody Brewster gearing up for his third. Started with a 2.64 and a 2.3. And this scramble, looking as far as he can.
And a 173.
173, very nice time for him there.
Tim G from New Zealand to give with a 214 on the third. I'm not quite sure we got on the second. But I did see him get a 4 at one point. So maybe the 4 was the second one. Alexander Vucic, former New Zealand national record holder for average, getting a 2.2. Big shake of the head. He's counting 2 2s now. All right.
Richard
Phoenix
Yuhang Tao, we're
Patterson.
also seeing
122 on the third.
Oh,
This is
122 on the third.
good for Phoenix.
Yes, that's good for Phoenix. So that 122 is counting, and
Yeah.
a reminder that his OCR average is 129. A person we also haven't touched very much on is Richard Yuhang Tao of New Zealand. After 3 solves, his worst time is a 2.11.
Elias is on his third solve. He has a 1.5. And he's got a 1.9 on that one. Nod of the head. Not quite as good as Phoenix.
So Andy Gong on station 7, just out of view of the stream. He has finished 4 solves. With a 5.5 on the first, his worst possible average is a 319. But with 2 sub-2 singles, if he manages to count both of them, we could be looking at a 181 here.
Yeah. And Brian Eng has finished 4 solves as well. He's already locked in a 196 average. And if he does well on his last, he could get a 163 average, which wouldn't be PR for him, but it would still be very good and put him in a good position to get on this podium.
It would be tough to beat that, I would think.
For sure.
That being said, though, Phoenix is really
Phoenix is rapid.
Yeah, Phoenix is rapid. Done really well on those seconds and thirds, a 1.11 and a 1.22. So counting a 1.22.
Right, Richard on his 4th solve. Yeah, he has a solve we're not quite sure of, a 189 and a 211. So he's doing pretty solid. I think the
Jody
first one might have been a high 2.
Jody Brewster on station 2 has got a 2.31 on that 4th scramble that Richard's doing now.
Which he got a 4 on. So I think that's the average over for him. Because I'm pretty sure his first one was around a mid-high 2.
So
right,
again
Phoenix
on
his 4th solve now.
Again on this 4th solve, not seeing many sub-1s. We've seen one from Alexander Vucic, a 1.90. See if Phoenix can replicate something.
A
1.90.
So he doesn't have a shot at improving his OCR. His best possible average is a 181. And if he completely messes up the last one, he's still locked 183. Right, Brian Eng.
141, best possible average.
141. Brian Eng on his last solve now. He's got really good potential for a good average here. 232.
Rapid turning, had to recognise the CLL though.
So Brian's got a 196 average, so pretty good. Possible podium for him.
At the moment, we've seen a 202 average from Andy Gong and Jacob Joshi, alias JJ Cuba. A 2.63 after his 5 solves, but we've still got more people yet to do their 5th. Brian Eng finishing his 5th as well earlier, so it's given him a 1.96, our first sub-2 average. Phoenix in practice, a 1.04.
Looks like there's something going on with Elias. I think that was the judge's mistake earlier on, where he lifted off the cover too early. It looks like they're just chatting to figure out whether they need to give him an extra solve, which would be a shame because that's his best solve so far.
Yes.
181 for Tim G. That's going to give him a... I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure the second one was a 4 point something. So it would have been his worst. So that gives him a 227 average.
So Phoenix inspecting his last on station 4. Could be in for something good here.
Looks like
Turning
Elias
faster,
got a
176.
So that's Phoenix with a
1.63 average. Counting a 1.22, a 1.9 and a 1.7, that last solve. So that's put him in first place at the moment. However, Elias, his best possible average is a 158.
Although
so
we're not entirely sure what happened, if he was given an extra or anything.
Yes.
Jody giving the crowd what they want with a nice arms in the air celebration. He got a 227 average, tied with Tim G, I believe, but a slightly faster single, I think.
Yes.
Oh, poor Elias. He's getting left alone. Everybody else is leaving. just going to come down to him. Not sure. We'll see after this solve if he was given an extra. It looks like they may be conferring, but backstage, trying to figure out what to do.
We've seen Zach Kenny a couple of times, just consulting with him. Looks like an extra potentially for solve 3 if I've read the miming correctly.
All right, I've just been informed by James that Elias needs a 142 on this solve to win.
Steady focus.
Nah, he's not got it.
It's a 2.81 and he's not pleased at all.
That's going to give him a 208 average, which looks like it's going to be 3rd place behind Brian Eng and Phoenix Patterson. Looks like the cube is going back in the box, so I think that might be an extra, but the extra is on the 2nd fastest. Yeah, Elias very annoyed at himself there.
So just one more solver to go. Just waiting on Elias to do his extra attempt.
This is very nerve-wracking for Elias.
Yes, he's the only one left up there and there's nothing to do but wait.
Yeah, I think to get on the podium, he's still going to need a pretty good solve, probably like a high 1, because it will be replacing his 152 from earlier on in the average.
Right. Yeah.
Probably a little bit faster, maybe like a 1.8.
But currently, we're still sitting with Phoenix Patterson in 1st place, a 1.63 there.
So I've just been informed that this is a provisional extra, so he's going to do the solve, and then afterwards, all the delegates will confer and decide whether or not to use it. So it's a bit of a nerve-wracking situation. Lots of unknowns for Elias here, but he's going to focus and do his best.
Looks pretty dialed in on this solution, although he is looking around. Maybe he's found something better.
And a 231.
No, 231.
Very disappointed with that. We will let you know as soon as we know if that extra will be used or not. So what happened is on the 2nd solve, Elias was not ready, and the judge lifted off the cover a fraction and then put it back down, so the cube was visible for a small amount of time. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to allow it, if they're going to use the extra, but we've got some of the best delegates in the world here, so they'll be making the right decision, I'm sure.
And I'm sure that those delegates will agree with you that they are the best in the world. Anyways, Chris, I believe it's your call to go backstage. Get prepared, get ready, get warmed up for head-to-head 3x3 finals, baby.
Head-to-head finals.
All right.
I'm not sure who's going to be taking over. Probably James or Tom.
I believe it to be James.
James. Right, well, I'll say goodbye to you now.
No worries. Very good to see you again, Chris. I wish you all the best for this final.
Thank you, and I'll probably see you after the final.
Absolutely. I'll see you
for
around
the support chat.
and I'll give you a big cuddle and a wet sloppy kiss on the way out.
I will look forward to it.
Fantastic.
All right.
All right, chat. Time to get excited now. 2x2 final is finished, and we're just packing up some of the stations now to get ready for our 3x3 head-to-head final. Drop your predictions in the chat. Who do you think's going to take this one down? As I'm being joined now with Mr. James McDermott.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
How's chat been enjoying all of the finals, all the red-hot action we've seen so far?
Oh, there's been some action, I can tell you what. Have you noticed that the stadium seems to be playing elevator music?
It seems that way. This I did not expect.
So we have hooked up a sound system ready to go in this room because as is customary with big finals, particularly the continent finals, there is going to be walkout music.
Of course.
So last time we had walkout music was at Australian Nationals for us. I don't know if you had that for yours.
I can't say we did, no.
No, well, we had it at Australian Nationals, and there was definitely some interesting choices.
Any particular highlights for you?
I do remember Charlie Eggins and Toby Seufert both walking out to children's songs.
Oh, yes,
so there was I'm pretty sure that there was Fruit Salad for Charlie.
Yep.
And it might have been the Bob the Builder theme.
Very good.
Although I don't know if that was what David Epstein used.
Right.
Toby Seufert, actually, I'm recalling now, used the Peppa Pig theme.
That's right, actually. I think I remember watching that stream.
Peppa Pig.
Yeah. You and Ari in the background running around, throwing it together last minute.
Oh, look, we're absolutely under a better setup today.
Oh, we're spoiled. It's brilliant.
Oh, it's fantastic. And again, would love to thank the producers for this stream.
Yep.
Who have really put in a massive effort to make sure that this stream is as high quality as it can be.
Yeah.
And I think without a shadow of a doubt, they have succeeded in that.
Oh, absolutely. I hope chat's been loving it. For me, anyway, short of the actual organisers of the competition, Kerry and Ethan, who took the lead on this.
Yes.
Apart from that, I would say that our producers are some of the MVPs here. They've been working tirelessly all weekend to bring you a fantastic stream.
MVPs of the competition for mine. There's absolutely no way that we would be able to broadcast this competition to upwards of 250 people right now.
Upwards of 250, damn, 274. Love to see it.
Oh, the elevator music's getting louder. Oh no.
I wonder if you guys can hear that on stream, the elevator music.
I can hear it through my headphones.
So could I.
That's quite funny, actually.
Yeah.
Quality's been fantastic for this stream, so again, a massive shout out to the production team. And I think might be a little bit biased here, but the very handsome commentary team has also run very well today.
Oh, stop it! You couldn't say
stop
that.
it! Oh,
yeah. You're too kind.
Oh, was I talking about you? Sorry.
Oh, I don't know. The very handsome commentary team. No, that's quite right though. I think it's been a really good stream. I hope Chad agrees. What have been your highlights so far from these finals?
Well, from the finals so far, I definitely think for mine, Sebastian Lee coming out on top in Pyraminx.
Yep.
Finally getting an average which we knew he was all very capable of, and 4th in the world.
4th in the world, good grief.
Which is absolutely fantastic that he was able to pull something out like that.
Yep.
We've seen some good Pyraminx times throughout this competition as well.
Exactly.
Elias EU getting the 1.81, which was world rank 6. Oh, stop it. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I hope stream's seeing this.
Oh, they are. They are. Ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing Jody Brewster at his absolute peak right now.
There's just no beating him, really.
No, there's not. Oh, the music stopped. That is a disappointment.
Oh, well, that's got to be one of the highlights, surely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just watching the replay on the computer in front of us. This is classic. This is a classic Jody moment, and I've just noticed the viewership's jumped by about 10. So I think Jody doing wonders for retention.
Yep. I think we should just have 8 hours of that instead of the stream.
Oh well, look, honestly, not a bad idea. What's there to lose? What, missing 3x3 head-to-head finals? I think that's a good trade-off.
True, I think so. So.
There's not a lot I wouldn't trade up for 10 more seconds of Jody Brewster at his peak.
Just being Jody, yeah.
Yeah. Jody just being Jody.
Love to see it. Anyway, yeah, Pyraminx was definitely a highlight overall, I think. For me, it was a bit of a bittersweet moment because, I'm repping my New Zealand boys, Elias and Jasper.
Yeah.
And it was an incredibly close podium there. I think there's only 0.1 separating first from third.
Yes.
There, 199 to
very,
209.
very close.
Is, I think, one of the fastest Pyraminx podiums in history.
It has to be up there.
Second or third fastest, something like that.
Well, that's something to celebrate regardless, even if New Zealand boys didn't do so well in that event.
Yeah.
But fret not. There have been some other podiums where New Zealand's really showed up.
Yep, absolutely.
And done absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Namely one-handed, coming 1 and 2.
Yep.
Clock as well.
Yep.
Among others.
2 there as well. Megaminx, Alexander, of course, taking it home, as I think everyone probably expected. Coming within a spitting distance of OCR on that last solve. I think a low 33 average when the OCR is 32.92 or 32.95.
That was the one that he got in the first round.
Yep. So no, that's been good to see. I'm clearly biased here, but I've enjoyed seeing the New Zealand representation. It's been very nice.
it's been good to see some really good and good-spirited competition. Some
Yeah.
really top-quality stuff here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm sure Mr. Captain Cook would agree.
Oh, I'm sure he would. And hopefully we're going to be showing you what the staff is working on soon. We've got a nice lineup of all the mascots and the Oceanic Championship trophy there.
I'm afraid they won't be able to take Captain Cook from us.
No. Well, they can try, but
They can try.
I think we'd lay down our
However.
lives to defend them at this point.
Yeah.
The mascot wars have been dirty. They've been devious, but I think they're over for now.
And I think they're all happy to just line up and surround this trophy to be given to the inaugural 3x3 Oceanic champion.
Speaking of which, who are we seeing? Who are the favourites here? Do you reckon? Who are your
All
favourites?
right.
Who are the top seeds?
Well, it would be very, very hard to bet against Feliks Zemdegs, winning 2 out of 3 rounds of this competition so far. By
Yep.
no means washed up.
No. Despite
Leo
what some may
Borromeo,
say. Yep.
oh, some may say, especially during Rubik's relay.
Yep.
But he really turned it up when it mattered. Leo Borromeo as well, obviously not in contention for the Oceanic title,
Mm-hmm.
but placing first in the last round. So we'll be seeing our final pairing as Leo and Feliks Zemdegs head-to-head,
Yep.
which I think is going to be fantastic to watch.
Oh, absolutely.
Other than that, we've also got Dwayne Ramos, 3x3 New Zealand national record holder,
Yep.
using Roo. His solves have always been very satisfying for me to watch,
They have.
and I'm hoping that he can give us some speedy solves
Yep.
in this average. Beyond that, any picks for you?
Well, I don't know. I'm just looking at the results from the semi-finals now. I wasn't able to keep up with all of them at the time because I wasn't on commentary, but I'm loving to see Adrian with a 673 PR average. He's been, it's not his first sub-7 average. He's done very well before, but it's nice to see him return to form, and I think we could see big things from him in finals. I wouldn't say he'd necessarily be anyone's pick to win, or to be Oceanic champion rather, but he could do big things. I could see him on the podium.
Yep.
Beyond that, David Epstein, of course, has been doing incredibly well this weekend. He had a 6.2 average in the second
Yes.
round, was it?
I believe it.
Was that first or second
First round, I believe,
Okay.
because I think that was also that was the exact same round where Feliks locked the sub-6 average
Yes, true.
and had
Yep.
potential for OCR. So that was first round.
Yeah, but David, of course, also getting PRs in 4x4, 5x5, and, of course, your square one Oceanic champion.
Yes. I missed that round. I was having a quick snooze upstairs.
Oh,
or
did
at
you?
least trying.
Well, it was a
Uh,
brilliant average. I think it was 554 from memory. And
Oh,
on the-
wow. Okay.
Yeah, it was just shy of the Oceanic record average. And on the
Wow.
last solve, I think his BPA was 5.2, 5.3, something like that. Very, very fast.
Gotcha.
So, yes, he's definitely one to watch out for. Then, of course, we've got Asher Kim-Majerek in finals. Not on the cards for an Oceanic podium, unfortunately, but he could definitely be in the mix for the overall podium. He's a sub-6 man on a good day.
Yes.
And
Same goes for Chris Mills. I
Yep.
think he could be a good chance on a if he gets a close to PR average, something like that.
yeah.
He's a shot for overall top
Yep.
3.
Yep.
But again, not in contention for Oceanic title.
I've been really impressed with Chris, though, over this weekend. He's just had very good consistency in
Yes.
3x3. Other people have been a bit all over the place. I know Dwayne in the first and second round got these 8.9 second averages, which were not that much faster than his OH average that we saw just now.
And he was really not happy with those, as we could see.
No, but it
Um,
seems he's turned it around a bit, and now he's solving really well. So
Yes,
hopefully
it's
we'll see some-
it's becoming a fairy tale story for him. I'm sure if he can cap it off with a podium, potentially a win,
potentially.
if the day's right.
Yep.
Would be a fantastic way to win that off for him.
Um,
Other than that, we also have who else do we have? We have the current second ranked in Oceania, just scraping through. Jody Brewster, our
Mhm.
16th seed. He got a 7.95 average, which is not quite up to his standard.
yeah.
But regardless, made it into finals only just.
Yep.
And we should be seeing some good times for him. He's a very fluid solver.
Yep.
And so perhaps with a bit of luck, which he's not averse to, could be seeing some good times there.
Yeah, I'd say Luck and Jody are good friends at this point.
Very good friends.
Of course, we've got Toby Seufert, who qualified an eighth seed, who famously got on the podium for Australian Nationals, his first ever, and he's just been he's had ridiculous improvement, I would say.
Yeah, Toby Seufert, an absolute gem to watch. Started cubing in 2020.
Good
went to his
grief.
first competition in 2021.
Yep.
And in 2022, came third at the Australian National Championships in 3x3. Unfortunate to +2 out of a 6.99 average.
Yep.
Would have been his first sub-7. However, he has since got that in that previous round, a 6.96, sealing
Yep.
it with a 7 flat on the last solve.
Just unreal improvement. Almost reminds me of Sean Patrick Villanueva, who I think famously got into cubing after the 2017 World Championships, and at the 2019 World Championships was on the podium for 3x3.
Yeah, that's a fantastic story as well.
Yeah.
We can see the parallels between himself and Toby Seufert.
Yep.
And so it's definitely not a stretch to say that
Yep.
if Sean Patrick can place second at the World Championships in 2019, Toby Seufert might be able to pull something out here.
Absolutely, I'd say so. After that, we have some more familiar names, I'd say. Vincent Wong in 9th, another Ru user like Dwayne. Hasn't been quite as consistent as, hasn't been quite as fast, I'd say. I think
Yeah.
his PR is a little bit slower, but definitely been around for a few years now, and it's nice to see him still performing well after all these years. So hopefully we'll see big things from him. Then a bit lower down, in 11th spot, we have Charlie Eggins, another Queensland sensation.
Yes.
Currently, I say he just won 3 blind and is now your Oceanic champion
yes.
for 3 blind, winning by I think a margin of about 5.5 seconds.
It wasn't a small margin, we'll say.
No.
So a 14.26 for him in that round, which, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that ties his PR.
Does it really? 14.26.
Oh, sorry, he has a 14.62.
Okay.
So the last 2 decimals swapped around.
There we go.
But a new Oceanic record.
And does that place him second in the world?
Yes,
Am I
he
right
was
in thinking
already
that?
placed second in the
Okay,
world.
yes.
So it just improves on his second place.
Yeah.
And to think that last week that would have been world record
Yes.
is very, very scary.
Yeah, very
I think
scary.
we're all expecting him to get a world record, but to get a world record within a year of seriously practicing 3x3 blindfolded, I think would be just insane.
Absurd. Yeah. Anyway, Charlie, of course, most known for his 3 blind times, but
Yes.
very competent all-rounder and qualified with a 7.37 average in the semis.
So Charlie Eggins, actually, I discovered this yesterday as occasionally I take a look at the Australian kinch ranks to see if I've nipped ahead of Jodie Brewster. So I'm currently in 5th spot, and I don't know when this happened.
Yep.
But Charlie Eggins is now behind me and
Yep.
improving very, very rapidly.
Yep.
And frankly, I'm scared.
Oh, you're right to be scared, I think. No, Charlie, I think he's probably shooting up the kinch ranks. You graph that, it'll be a steady upwards growth.
yeah.
And I think he'll probably be taking one of the top few spots before too long, maybe even the top spot.
Showing no signs of slowing down whatsoever.
Absolutely not.
He everything he tries his hand at, he just absolutely gives a red hot crack, and more often than not, comes away with some really, really good results in competition.
Yeah. Personally, I don't know if you feel this way as well, but I'm quite thankful he hasn't taken multi-blind seriously before now.
Oh, look, to be honest, I'm not as protective of my multi-blind
Yeah.
results as I have been.
Yeah.
But I do feel like if he puts a little bit of effort in, which he says he won't,
Yeah.
I feel like if he took the time, he could become pretty good.
I think
Same
so.
goes for 5 blind.
Yeah.
At the moment, he's believe he has a sub 6 at home.
Yep.
Nothing outstanding in comp, has to be said.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's on the 4 blind grind at the moment.
Yeah.
If once he gets bored of that, he tries his hand at 1 order up.
Yep.
I'm
See some big things.
scared.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
No, 5 blind is one of those events where I think it's very much you can translate the skill from another event. We've seen countless times someone get good at one of the big blind events and for a long time not really put too much effort into the other, and then just they'll decide to get good and immediately be dropping some amazing
Yes.
times.
It's an opportunity. There's an opportunity there if
Yep.
you're good at 4 to get really, really good at 5.
Mm-hmm.
Not many people take it.
No.
I think just the capacity for 4 blind, most people are getting used to doing it without rooms, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just more comfortable than doing a 5 blind.
Yep.
However, you should give it a shot.
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Personally, I'm not a big fan of big blind, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Noah swore a very valid point in chat. The hardest part about 5 blind is actually wanting to practice.
Yes.
I can certainly relate to that
Yeah.
in my best moments. There's definitely an element of truth to that, although humorous as it is.
Anyway, then below Charlie in the in the semis ranking was Andy Gong in 12th with a 7.49 PR average. So
Well,
that's nice to see.
PR average for Andy Gong. I have to say, I haven't seen much of Andy Gong this year at competitions. Seems to have slowed down his attendance a little bit, but coming back for the big one and gaining a new PR, formidable. Very formidable.
I don't personally know too much about Andy, but I'm very familiar with the name because I know he's often been popping up in just highly placed in a lot of events.
He's always there or thereabouts, isn't he? Very good at the N by Ns.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm looking at his page now, and he's only attended 2 competitions with 3x3 before this one this year.
Wow.
Melbourne Summer 2022, where he placed 4th in the finals. Hang on, what am I looking at here? Sorry. He placed 4th in the first round, but it looks like he didn't progress any further. So he might have dropped out, or he wasn't available the next couple of days, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But then at Melbourne Mini Saturday, one of the series competitions we have held at the Kensington Town Hall, a lot of our Melbourne viewers will be familiar.
Yep.
Although a lot of them probably aren't watching the stream. They might be in the building here with us.
I would suspect so.
He placed 4th there as well in the finals with an 8.22 average. So he has come back, dropped his average from a 7.82 into now in the previous round, 7.49.
So that's a nice little drop. Of course, Andy's in a tricky position there, being really an N-by-N guy in Melbourne.
Yes.
Which means you're sort of always in the shadow of a giant, really, aren't you?
Yeah, or not even that. There's just so many N-by-N specialists in Melbourne. MC's just now getting ready to start the 3x3 head-to-head finals. So just introducing the staff who will be running this finals. On the blue stage, we'll say, we have Perry Ledane as the scrambler. Patrick Cleveland is going to be running cube to the station, and judging will be Kerry Jarman, the queen of Australian cubing, one of the 2 redbacks who has ensured that this competition can run. And I believe scrambling on the red stage will be Zach Kenny of WA. Running will be David Edwards and Ethan Pride, chair of the WCA.
The one and only.
The one and only Ethan Pride. Judging.
Yep. Brilliant.
Okay. So just running through the last couple of rules, of course, there's no flash photography. No shouting out. It's all quite basic things. Everyone's been to a 3x3 head-to-head final before, we assume. The tension is palpable.
It absolutely is.
And I'm very, very excited for this. Just looking at around about 300 viewers here now.
And just got to 301. Brilliant.
Oh, beautiful. I look away for a moment.
Hope you're all very excited.
Oh, I certainly am. I can't wait to see what times get laid down in this finals.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be great.
All right. And so we're going to be beginning very shortly with our first pairing of Jody Brewster and Alexander Vucic. Both have had some good results this weekend. In particular, Alexander Vucic improving on his own Megaminx Oceanic record average in the first round.
And in the finals, becoming the inaugural Oceanic champion.
Yes, you would say. And Jody Brewster, I believe his highlight of the competition happened around about 15 minutes ago when he was front and center on this live stream. What a guy Jody Brewster is. It's just so much drip present.
And Alexander, always a brilliant character to watch.
Yes.
He'll be very nervous heading into this. You know, he's never done anything on this sort of stage before. But yeah, excited to see what these two do.
Very, very excited. I feel like no matter what, we're going to be seeing some good times.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm seeing Jody Brewster now showing off the guns. He's having
Love to
a
see
lot
it.
of fun being in the limelight here.
Oh, absolutely.
Classic Jody moment.
Yep.
just awaiting these. There's no sound in the air. The most potent noise is James McDermott unscrewing his drink bottle, then screwing the lid back on.
You could say that.
Everyone's in anticipation for this pairing. I'm in anticipation for Jody Brewster.
Aren't we all?
It could just be said at any moment.
Yep.
I'm always anticipating Jody Brewster.
Oh, same. What a man.
He's about to begin his first now, the first solve of this 3x3 head-to-head finals. Starting off now, going for the white cross, quite a fluid F2L, just a bit locky on that OLL. It looked like a H-perm for the PLL, a 7.60. He looks pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I'd say he brought it back together a little bit at the end. Sort of struggled towards the end of F12, but
yes,
decent last layer.
Noticed as well we have Stewie doing live reconstructions, I think.
Good.
Good golly.
That's incredible.
Wow, alright. Will be exciting to see what Alexander can bring here. It's looking good so far. Just onto OLL, it finishes at about 6 and an 8.24.
Alexander has a very distinctive turning style that I'd say is almost the opposite of Jody's. Jody's very fluid and controlled. Alexander is hectic, shall we say.
It is the yin and yang of the competitors on the red and blue stage. However, both are very satisfying to watch, I might say.
Absolutely.
I do in particular like watching Jody's. At the time, it was, I believe, world rank
5 or something?
5,
Yeah.
possibly, yeah.
Just unreal.
His average turning is just impeccable.
Let's see if he can do something similar here.
Okay, Jody now again, some fluency. Not too much pausing, a little bit of a lock-up just before OLL. Finishing here. Oh, he's got a corner twist on the bottom, an 8.71.
It's unfortunate. Always hate to see that.
Not exactly what you'd want to see. Just hoping he can put that behind him. It's not a great solve for him in the end. Alexander is now onto his second. Thinking very carefully about this one. Oh, it's just a little bit locky.
Yeah.
And it looked like he had an M2U to M2 to fix that cross. So this won't be one he'll be too particularly happy with. And at 11.29, so no.
No, not great.
That 8.24 on the first solve that he got is now counting. Some way away from his average that got him into this final.
Yeah, he's become very familiar with these low 8 averages over the past year. He's been capable of something much better, and he got his first sub-8 average last weekend at New Zealand Nationals.
Yes.
Improved that to, I think, a 7.4 something in round 2. But, yeah, the nerves are real here. Jody, I think, looking for another white cross.
Just a little bit of a hesitation at the very end here, but settles himself and gets into it straight away.
Looks pretty nice so far. OLL, PLL, there you go, 7.55.
7.55 there. So Jody, his first solve, that's 7.6, is now counting in his average. Alexander now about to do his third. He'll be hoping that he'll be getting at least something better than what he's done so far. That 8.24, not quite up to par with what we've seen from him so far.
Yeah, he'll need to be getting 6s if he wants to get around his PR territory. But here he is, progressing through the solve. onto OLL, and not a great finish to the solve there with a 986.
9.86 right there. So that's counting. It's not what he would have liked. It's only just sub 10. Jody will be looking to capitalise.
Yeah. I think Jody will need some very, very fast last two solves. He wants to be sort of in the mix for an Oceanic podium or something like that. Not super likely at this point, I'd say.
No, not super likely, but checking by the sleeves, I would say that he's just having a bit of fun around here.
Oh, definitely. Had a nice reaction on the last solve too, which I think would agree with that.
Alright. So he's getting started now, just inspecting on his fourth, and he gets into it now. Looks like some good turning, some D moves in that F2L. A 7.51, his fastest so far, so he's now counting two very, very similar times, a 7.60 and a 7.55. In fact, his best possible average, if he is able to count that 7.51 that he just got, a 7.55. Not looking particularly volatile. His worst possible average, less than half a second slower.
So he's been very consistent in those sort of mid to high sevens. Not what he probably would have hoped for going into this round, but again, he's just having fun.
And Alexander now is onto his fourth.
7.63,
so that's his fastest so far. He will be feeling at least a little bit relieved with that.
I would think so.
Although his times are going in the right direction, still not what he would have hoped for. So Jody Brewster currently is ahead and will be ahead after the average.
Yes.
Alexander looking at anywhere from an 8.58 to a 9.80 average. Jody looking very intently. He'll be looking as far into this solve as he can. Just a couple rotations for his F12 and he doesn't look too happy with it. However, PLL, a little bit of a fumble on the AUF, puts him in an 8.09. So 7.75, very middle of the road for what he was capable of after that fourth solve.
That was sort of right in the middle of his best and worst possible averages.
And Alexander now should be hoping for his best possible average.
Oh, definitely.
Looking to get better than a 7.63.
Let's see how he goes.
Alexander turning very aggressively, and it's another fumble on the AUF. He's not happy at all. 8.79 on the last, which nets him an 8.96, just sub 9, but again, a far cry from what brought him into this round.
Just, I think that very aggressive turning style that Alexander has is it's very, very effective when it works properly, but it can be tricky to pull off in a major final like this when you're shaking and you're just a bit more prone to lockups than normal. As we
It's
see
a
on
little
that
bit
last
risky.
Yeah, a little bit risky, I'd say.
All right, so that's the ending of that first pair, Jody Brewster and Alexander Vucic. At the moment, Jody Brewster with a 7.75 on top, and Alexander lagging behind an 8.96 average. And this next matchup now, another pairing of an Australian and a New Zealand competitor.
Yep.
We have Jasper Murray of New Zealand. Had a good showing in the New Zealand first team in the Rubik's Relay Cup.
I would say so, yes. Ended up placing third overall, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yes.
And Feliks Patterson, who was... did his team place fourth overall? Am I remembering
It was
that
fourth
right?
overall. That was actually the matchup. So it was
Yes.
Phoenix's team, Victoria 3 versus the first New Zealand team.
Yes.
New Zealand came out on top, which I believe was the expected result there.
Yeah, I would say so.
Feliks Patterson as well, sealing the Oceanic Championship title for 2x2.
Yep. And we have just had Jasper coming out now.
I've got the entrance music underway, which is good.
Yep.
And Phoenix Patterson, a very popular local character, getting a rapturous round of applause.
How would you rate the intro music so far then?
The intro music thus far, definitely getting me pumped up.
Yep, nice. Nice
Not
touch.
much more you can ask for. You don't want to get too hyped up or else might affect your solving.
Yeah.
But I'm only an audience member.
True.
I'm definitely very amped. Regardless of music, I'm just really excited to see what these two can muster.
Oh, absolutely. It'd be hard not to be excited at this point, really. Now, something that I'll be interested to see is which method Jasper uses. He's flip-flopped between Ru and CFOP quite a lot in the last year.
Yes.
He's, I think, sort of sub-7 with both methods.
I don't know if he's done that much at this competition.
No.
I've seen a lot more CFOP in his two-handed solves than I have Ru.
Yeah.
But I obviously haven't been able to see every single one of his solves, so might be interesting to see what he goes for here. Oh, what a very quick turning start.
Ooh. Bit of a lucky finish.
7.64 for Jasper on his first. Quite close to what Jody Brewster had on his first.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's looking at slotting into that first spot for now, he's well on track.
Yep. And here's
now
Phoenix.
We look at Phoenix now, just finishing off his warm-up and getting into business now.
Good start. A few rotations.
Looks like he's just gone on to OLL now. New perm to finish and an 8.91.
So I can't imagine he'll be super happy with that.
No,
I
not
think
quite.
I think he's very much sort of mid to low 7 on a good day. Or normally, perhaps.
Yeah, on the last round he had a 7.51 average to get here. So some ways away from that. But now we see Jasper.
Yep.
Just about to begin his second. Jasper starting now. Looks like CFOP again.
Yep.
Oh, this is fast.
And there we
6.10. It's your fastest solve of Nationals finals so far.
Yep. I'd expect to see some more solves in and around there and faster, hopefully, later on.
Yes.
But,
yes, absolutely.
Very good to see. Very strong start, I'd say.
Yeah, a 7.6 and a 6.1. Definitely a strong start for Jasper.
Yeah. He'll be hoping not to count that 7.6. But
Absolutely not.
his PR, I believe, is only a low 7 average. He's yet to get sub 7. So he'll be hoping to do that here, I imagine. I don't think the podium will really be too much on his mind.
Phoenix now on his second. Just finishing OLL there. Pauseless recognition into PLL and a 6.68. So 2 sub 6s for these competitors. Seems as though they've been able to take good advantage of whatever they could find on that second scramble compared to Alexander and Jody.
Yeah, no, look.
Both locking in and around the 6.5-ish second mark.
Yeah. Could be there's something nice on that second scramble and we could see some great times to come.
But now we move on to third scramble. Jasper Murray coming fresh off of a 6.1. Will be exciting to see what he can do here.
Really taking his time, thinking there. OLL and PL. 8.18.
8.18 for Jasper. So it's looking like pretty solid so far for Jasper. He's counting a 7.64, but he does have a lot of leeway either side for a potential counting time.
He's going to have a pretty big range between his best and worst possible averages, I would suspect. And here's Phoenix coming in for his solve. And some big pauses there,
Oh
unfortunately.
no, he's not happy with this at all. He's leant back and he's just going to finish it off. Oh, but a very very hype 9.999.
That was actually the same time as my first ever sub 10. In
Was it
competition.
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Zealand
that's lovely. That is.
Yeah. New
Really
Zealand-
doing it by the barest of margins. Not
Exactly.
just the 9.99 you see on the WCA website. Going the extra mile.
Only 1,000th of a second in it.
But let's go, sub 10. Woo!
Absolutely. We've only seen one solve over 10 seconds so far. Hopefully it remains that way. And Jasper coming in now for his fourth solve. Some great TPS there. And there we go.
7.16. Yep, so that's another good counting time for him. At the moment, looking like his worst possible average is 7.66. So he will sew up first, provided Feliks doesn't get something absurd
Absolutely.
for a potential best possible average.
But Jasper's best possible average right now, 697. So he has the potential for a sub-7 average, which he's been chasing for a long time now. It'll be tricky to capitalise on that, because you'll need to get somewhere around a 6.1, maybe just above, but we'll see. Here's Feliks, progressing through the solve well. Ah, a few lockups there, unfortunately, and
No.
a 998.
9.98. Oh no, that's not what you'd want.
No.
Only slightly better than the last one by 0.017 of a second.
Sort of playing chicken with the 10-second barrier there.
Yes. So Feliks at the moment, best possible average of 852, which would guarantee him third if he is able to pull it off, sitting just behind Jasper and Jody.
Yes. Of course, that's third so far. We'll expect to see some much faster averages later on.
Yes.
So I think Feliks knows he's probably out of it. But let's watch Jasper. Good TPS. Ah, no.
An 8.25 for Jasper, it's looking like. So that 8.25 is his worst solve.
Yep.
So that will put him at a 7.66 average.
Yes.
Currently in first. Feliks, no matter how well he does on this solve, won't be able to eclipse that. And then we will see what the next pair has for us.
And there we go.
And
7.7.
Feliks is finishing strong. 7.70 for that one. Placing him in third.
Yes.
Third place Phoenix, second place Jody, and Jasper's leading with a 7.66 average.
So Alex, our MC, taking the time to announce what the current podium is.
Yes,
Which
at the
is
moment we're looking at Jasper Murray in first with the 7.66. Then from the previous pair, Jody Brewster, who just made it into the finals,
just barely.
a 7.75. And rounding out the top three so far, Feliks, Patterson, an 8.86 average. However, of course, only 4 competitors have gone yet.
Yep.
So there's still a lot of time for these 3 to shift from their places.
Absolutely. Still very much all to play for, I'd say. And up next we have Andy Gong and Charlie Eggins. This time an Australia pairing.
Yes. We'll be seeing a few of those. Actually, after this one, we'll just be seeing one more of those, which would be the pairing between Toby Seufert and Riley Dexter. However, Andy Gong and Charlie Eggins, a Victorian and Queensland representative respectively, should be seeing some good times from these people.
I'd say so.
Andy Gong making the comeback after only coming to two other competitions this year besides Oceanics, and coming away with a PR average in the previous round to seal him a spot in the finals.
Yep.
And our 11th place team, qualifying with 7.37 average, also representing Australia, Charlie Eggins.
There you go.
With
Big round of
Charlie.
applause for Charlie. I think
Big
he's
r-
very popular with this particular crowd.
Big round of applause. Charlie continuing the Wiggles theme for the walkout music. At Australian Nationals, it was fruit salad. Today, hot potato is the choice.
Brilliant. Bit of a food theme there as well.
There is a bit of a food theme. Maybe he's just hungry.
Maybe.
Hungry for OCRs.
Oh, absolutely. And Matt in chat pointing out correctly that we're almost at 400 people watching the stream now. We're at 380. Hopefully we'll see that number improve in the next few minutes. But here we have Andy going in for his first solve.
Captain Ravioli 1 saying, Andy with the Coles drip.
Kerry dropping the stopwatch there. Might be a bit of
Might
a
be entitled
distraction.
to an E1.
I would say so, yes.
I would say that Kerry would be asking if he's okay with that solve, or if he would like an extra.
Yeah. I would very much say that Andy will be entitled to an extra if he wants one, especially with that 11.05, but
Yes.
we'll have to see.
Just a reminder that these things happen no matter who your judge is.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So Charlie now. Charlie with some good turning so far. Finishes OLL at 5.3 and a 6.67.
Brilliant. So that's the second fastest solve we've seen so far, I believe.
Second fastest solve we have seen. Only just
Mhm.
Phoenix Patterson with a 6.68 on the second solve. And Charlie on the first solve here with a 6.67. The fastest time we've seen on that first scramble.
Yep. Now that second scramble in our previous pairing was the fastest solve for both of them. Andy, we're not quite sure if he was granted an extra. Potentially getting the second scramble now. But it'll be interesting to see what these two do on that second scramble.
Okay, so Andy on getting into it now. Some very fluid turning so far. Pauseless up until now. Just a slight lock up before OLL.
And
Finishing with a 7.60.
very nice solve for him.
So another very solid time. A reminder that the average that got him into this, which is his new PR, a 7.49.
So 7.6 is really, right around there.
To answer Matt's question in chat, is this extra? We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know if he accepted the extra offer from Kerry or not. Okay, Charlie now. Very slick turning to start, just a slight pause. Finishing OLL at 5.8 and a PL of 7.07. Looking good.
Looking very good.
Looking very, very good.
A high 6, a low 7.
I'm sure he'll be pretty stoked with those two to open up.
Definitely, definitely.
He's a pretty cool customer usually. Handles pressure quite well.
Yep.
As evidenced earlier today in the 3x3 blindfolded finals.
Yes.
Getting a good scramble in a pressure environment and coming away with OCR single.
Yep.
So definitely can handle the pressure. So let's see if he can do well on his next scramble. But for now we look at Andy Gong.
Bit of a locky start there, I think. Progressing nicely. Oh.
8.58 for Andy on his third. So that's counting.
Well,
Okay.
that's counting if the first time for Andy stands.
And Hex Oliver brings up a good point in chat. He doesn't know the format of our score sheets, but didn't see Kerry right on the back, which is something that we do at our Australian competitions.
Very true, yes.
Charlie just a little bit pausey, but looking good. He might be on for a ZBLL here. Yeah, okay. A 9.85. So his worst time thus far.
But so long as he doesn't count it, he could still be on for a great average.
That's the advantage of our system of averages, is that if you have one bad solve, obviously, it doesn't have to ruin your entire average. So that's probably the one lifeline. He'll be hoping that he doesn't get any times close to that on his next few.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lifeline, but it's also scary when you get a solve like that and you know that that lifeline's gone. And from here on out, there's no room for error.
So Andy Gong now on number 4. All right, it's looking pretty good so far. Gets to PLL sub 5, a little bit locky. It looks good.
Yeah, bit of a rough
Doesn't
PLL.
look like any penalty there, but quite locky on the PLL.
Yeah, looked like it could have been a sort of high 5 or a low 6 with a slightly better PLL.
A 6.83 on that one. So at the moment, depending on what Charlie gets here, Andy could be looking at a best possible average of 7.67, which would get him into second.
Yes, just
but
0.01 behind Jasper at the moment.
Does depend on Charlie's results.
Yep.
And Charlie getting started now. Just a little bit pausey in the F2L. OLL done at 6.7-ish. And a bit lucky on the PLL at 9.1. So that's going to be counting. That might shake things up a little bit.
His best possible average still would put him in first, actually.
Would put him in first only slightly. So currently Jasper is 6.22. If Charlie can manage to get 6.67 or under, which was the time on his first solve, he would walk away with a 7.62.
Yes, even
a
with
7.62 average.
Yes, even with that counting 9, still the potential for first so far. And I'd say that mid-6 wouldn't be out of the question for Charlie.
No, absolutely not. So Andy's on his final now. This to determine if he could potentially be in for a podium spot currently. It's looking a bit choppy at the moment. PLL on 8.85 to finish. That 8.85 puts him in third for the time being. Considering Charlie's worst possible average of 8.68, it is possible that he will stay there after Charlie's solve. But it is also possible that Charlie could take the lead currently.
It is, yes. It's going to have could be a very swingy moment here.
Okay, looked like a bit of a funky OLL there. A 7.98. 7.98, which currently places Charlie. It's entered in third place, so he's just knocked Andy Gong out there. So an 8.05 average for Charlie. Not quite sub 8. However, still a pretty solid average.
Still solid.
Sure he would have wanted a little more after that start, though.
Yeah, I suspect he would have, going into this final, been looking for at least sub 8, I would think.
Yes.
And that was an absolutely brilliant start, so it's a bit of a shame to see him only walk away with an 8.05, but that does place him third for now.
I am loving this elevator music that is supplied, I believe supplied by the venue. I'm not sure. I believe the music's supplied by the venue, but ain't no way Charlie and Toby are the same age, says Ames J. I believe it.
I believe it as well.
It's just, I just find it's unbelievable that they are both so good at such a young age.
And I believe Charlie is he the older one out of the two?
Charlie is the older one. So Charlie's 13. I believe his birthday's either December or January. I'm not quite sure which, but Toby is 12.
Good grief.
So Chris Mills, the sole UK rep in this Oceanic Championship finals.
Yep.
Asking for a bit of boost from the crowd.
And he
Get
receives
hyped.
it. He's
Get
a crowd
hyped, folks.
He's a crowd favourite. He's a stream favourite. Chris Mills.
Vincent Wong placing 9th in the previous round. Perhaps better known by his alias Kangaroo. Roo spelt with the method Roo spelling, R-O-U-X.
Yeah.
So we will be seeing some Roo solves.
We will.
always a pleasure to watch through. It's just a aesthetically very pleasing method for mine.
It is. It's very
Um,
fun, I think. To
I wish I
watch.
was good at it.
Yeah,
but-
I'm rubbish personally. Just never really clicked for me.
Yeah. But it's the first Roo versus Seafop matchup because we didn't see any Roo solves from Jasper in the end.
We didn't. No, I think he does tend a little bit more towards CFOP, so he could
Yep.
be thinking in a high pressure situation like this, he's just going to go for the old reliable CFOP.
Yes, the old faithful.
Yeah.
Chris Mills starting here. He's looking to beat a 7.66 average of
Mhm.
Jasper's to put him in first. Very doable.
Yep, Chris has been very consistent in this competition. I don't think he's had a single average over 7.66. So I would expect him to do that pretty handily. But obviously in a major final like this, anything can happen.
Yes, you are correct. His average in the third round is 7.32. A 7.86 to begin for Chris.
So I say that, but 7.86, that is over that 7.66 first place. So nothing is guaranteed, not even for Chris.
No.
And here we have Vincent coming in for his first solve. Going to be exciting to see some nice Roo turning, hopefully.
Yes. We will see what he's able to come up with. Come on, Kanga. An 8.13 to begin for Vincent.
Looked like a bit of a long LSE step.
Possibly so.
I do always enjoy the Rooers and their puns, though. We have Guru on YouTube. There's Kevin Tang Tatharacal. Rules,
Yes.
who's Antonio Cam. And Kangaroo on the stage here,
Yes.
Vincent Wong.
We'll be a little bit disappointed there's not a team Kangaroo in the crew team, instead
True.
opting for Wallaby.
Yes, that is very disappointing.
Now Chris Mills onto his second now. Started strong with a 7.86. He'll be looking to do better than that though. Chris here finishing OLL just after 6. 7.23 for him. So in and around the 7.5 mark.
Yeah, I would think that he'd be wanting a little bit better than that, though. He's very capable of sub 7 times, and he's also got the competition performance to back it up. I think he's usually good at pulling out those mid 6, high 6 averages in big finals. So he'll be looking to get some 6s heading into the last 3 solves.
Yes, and Vincent, a very similar time to the first. In fact, very, very similar.
Astonishingly similar, really.
Only 0.01 seconds slower. Started with an 8.13 and an 8.14 here. Very consistent.
Yes, although not consistent in the sort of range that I suspect he'd like it to be.
No, I believe he would have been looking for a little bit better, but it's definitely away from the average that got him into this round.
And here we have Chris just about to receive his cube for the third solve. Hopefully he'll be speeding up a little bit, and we'll see some 6s. Changing his mind a little bit, it looks like. Not quite sure of what he's going to do.
Just a little bit of a pause there during the F2L. OLL finished at about 7.89 for Chris. So it's another 7.
Yeah.
Just looking at around about a mid to high 7 at this stage. Just the average of those 3 solves gone by.
He's certainly capable of taking our first place spot so far, judging by those times.
He is.
But he will still be really wanting to speed up in his last 2, I think, if he wants to be in contention for the overall podium.
And Vincent now on his third. It's not looking so great. He's just finished CMLL now. I'll see a little bit slow there. 13.91.
It's very unfortunate. I think Vincent's been sort of plagued by those kinds of times over the years. He's been very fast at home for a long time, but his comp performance has always been a little bit dicey. kind of the opposite of Chris, where Chris gets very, very similar times in comp to what he does at home, at least most of the time.
Is definitely an advantage having
Yeah.
good comp performance.
Oh, absolutely. And here's Chris.
Okay, so Chris now, he's been getting some mid to high sevens so far. Are we looking to break that pattern by going a bit faster? Just a bit lucky on that OLL. PLL an 8.59. So he has broken the pattern, not in the direction that he would have liked. However, still, doesn't affect that his best possible average is actually tied with Jasper's current average.
If they do tie, then Chris will be behind on single, so Jasper would take it out.
Unless, of course, Chris's last solve happens to be below a 6.10.
Seems a bit unlikely, going by how his first few solves went, but we will see.
But stranger things have happened.
Absolutely.
8.43 for Vincent. Noticed him getting through his solves very, very quickly.
Yeah. So he's going to be looking at an 8.23 best possible average and a 10.16 worst possible average. So he's out of the running for a podium spot.
Yes, unfortunately an 8.23 at the moment would only place him in 4th spot.
Yes, but hopefully he can still secure that best possible average, because 8.23 is certainly respectable, I'd say.
Chris Mills, known for being clutch at the best of times. Let's see if he can bring it home.
PLL
It's a 7.14. So that is his fastest. So he does tie the average of Jasper Murray, a 7.66, but he is behind on single.
Yes.
Chris's consistency in this average has proven to be a little bit of a downfall.
Yes, absolutely. He would have hoped for some slightly better times there, at least a sub 6.1 single to break that tie with Jasper.
And Vincent now on his last, again not in contention for a podium spot.
But here's his LSE and best solve so far.
Yes, that is his best solve of the average. So he locks BPA, popping him in 5th behind Chris.
Yep.
Okay, so Alex Asbury, just making a clarification, as Chris is a UK competitor and our first non-Oceanic competitor in this finals, he will not be taking a place on the live podium alongside Jasper, Jody and Charlie.
Which you're hopefully seeing on stream now, featuring some brilliant dancing from our current podium. Love to see it.
You do love to see these people when the pressure's off and they can just be themselves. They don't have to worry about the souls that they've got coming up.
Oh, exactly. It's awesome. You know, the pressure's off for them. It's all just about having fun now.
These three are all fantastic characters, and I'd love to see... oh, wow. Okay, so we've got... not only that, but we've got David Edwards joining in.
Yep.
I feel like I'll just ignore that message from Captain Ravioli.
I think that's fair, yes.
Yes, yes. He's probably cheating on me, him and the boys. Oh, and don't worry, that's exactly what's going on behind the scenes at the commentary table as well.
Yep.
Getting a little bit of a boogie on. Get a little pip in your step. Get ready for this next pair. So placing 8th, we've talked him up a lot during these previous pairs.
Yep.
Mr. Toby Seufert.
The 12-year-old sensation.
Yes, he's a junior, but he's very, very wise in terms of cubing.
Wise beyond his years, some might say.
Yes. I think possibly the lack of walkout music is the reason for
the booing we just heard.
Yes.
And Riley Dexter, Riley Dexter, an incredibly fast 3x3 solver in his own right. Perhaps best known for Pyraminx, I would say. But seeing him warming up over the last couple of days, he's been popping out 5s like they're absolutely nothing. So we could see something spectacular from both of these guys.
I'm particularly very, very excited to see this matchup.
Oh, yes.
Toby, 3rd place
Yep.
at Australian Nationals this year, and Riley secured the 2nd place there.
Yep.
And Toby, of course, unlucky to +2 on the final solve out of a 6.99, which
Yep.
would have been his first sub-7. He has got one now. He actually got it. I think he might have even got it in the previous round.
I believe he did. I believe we
Yes.
saw an epic celebration from him on the stream. He got a 7.00 on his last solve to secure that sub-7 average. Will he do something similar here?
Definitely hoping to see something good from Toby.
A bit of a pause there, unfortunately. But some good TPS, PLL, and 839.
8.39, just a little bit hesitant on the last couple of M slices on that.
And
Reminiscent of what we saw at Australian Nationals as well, just being extra cautious to minimise the chances of a DNF there.
yes. Being out by an M slice, unlike an outer move, actually causes you a DNF rather than simply a +2. So he'll be looking to avoid those at all costs.
Yes, because the WCA does deny the existence of M moves.
Oh, they're not real.
No, they're not. Riley Dexter, for a long while, was 2nd in Oceania, behind Feliks Zemdegs. Now unfortunately been eclipsed by Jody and David, but he's still a formidable competitor here. Oh, it looks like just a massive lock-up before the PLL there.
That's still a 7.36.
It is a 7.36. So that's up there with the fastest we've seen on that first scramble. In fact, the quickest we've seen aside from Charlie.
Yep. So it stands him in good stead for the rest of the average, hopefully.
Yes, it should do. We want to thank everybody for tuning in as well for this head-to-head finals. It's popping over 450 viewers, which is incredible.
Hopefully we move up towards that 500 viewer barrier before too long. And here's Toby. Coming to PLL and... Oh, bit of a long...
7.99, so a little bit disappointed with that one. But Riley Dexter starting off strong, a 7.36. We will see what comes from this next solve. It's got a message from Perry Ledane in the chat saying, "Hi Michael, love Zach and Perry for scrambles. From scrambles rather. First of all, where's the love for James?
Exactly. Very
Second
rude.
of all, you guys have a job to do. What are you doing watching the stream?
But we do love you guys too. You've been doing a great job so far.
You all are both fantastic people.
And a 683.
All right. So 683, again, close to the fastest time we've seen for that scramble.
Yep.
He's really putting himself in a good spot here to take the first place, but there are still 3 solves left.
There are. I'd say he's put himself in quite a similar spot to Charlie, actually, with those first 2 solves, with a high 6 and a low 7. Hopefully he'll be able to finish the average a little bit stronger than Charlie did, but we will see. Thank you, Perry. I appreciate the message of love. And
Okay,
here's
Toby Seifert now. Hasn't had the greatest showing that he would have liked.
And a 750.
Still disappointed with a 7.50. So at the moment counting a high 7, that 7.99 on the second scramble.
But his solves are moving in the right direction. Started out with a mid 8, then a very high 7, now a mid 7. So hopefully he'll keep moving down over the next 2 solves.
I have just noticed a message from Nobody Zeldin. Sorry if I am pronouncing that name incorrectly. The solvers are lucky that each reveal is a cube. You'd hate to get any other polyhedron revealed while on the final stage.
I would hate that, yeah, personally.
Yeah. I can speak from experience, not on a final stage, but just as a goof and a gaff from Chris Beckman. Okay, so Riley Dexter now. Oh, a bit lucky on the final stages of that PLL, a 7.33 though. So he's still well on his way to a top spot in this finals.
I would say so, yep.
All of these solves so far under the current leading average of 7.66 from Jasper Murray.
I would certainly say that Riley has the best start so far in these first three.
Yes. Part of me is surprised that Riley is seated so far down in this finals.
Yeah, I think he perhaps didn't perform quite up to his peak in the last round, or maybe other people just performed exceptionally well.
Well, Riley getting a 6.90, and if I recall correctly, he has a 6.2 as his PR, although I will check that quickly. Toby Sofa now just inspecting on his fourth rather, sorry.
And a few pauses there for Toby. A
6.60. His fastest so far. He's moving in the right direction.
He absolutely is. That was a very clean finish, that solve. And that now gives him the best possible average, if he beats that 6.60 on the last, of 7.36, which would slot him into first. And his worst possible average is in fact 7.96, which would place him off the podium so far. Although actually that would place him on the Oceanic podium, my bad.
Riley Dexter now getting started, just a little bit pausey on the first stage of that well, a couple rotations. Finishes OLL at 6 and at 7.47. He's not too happy with it.
He's not, but it's yet another solve below the current leading average. So
yes, it is.
So he's guaranteed first spot at this point, with the best possible average of 7.17 and a worst possible average of 7.39. So very consistent in that sort of low 7 territory.
Very consistent. So Riley, he can do whatever on the last solve. He's guaranteed a place on this podium so far.
Yeah.
He's also guaranteed first, provided Toby doesn't get his best possible average or a little bit slower.
He'll of course want to be getting his best single on the last, as always. 7.17 would I think put him in a significantly better position to make the Oceanic podium or even a win than 7.3 would, but we'll see. And
a 6.99, barely sub 7 for Toby. It's not his best solve, but still quite good. Gives him a 7.49, which places him second for the time being, because of course Riley Dexter has sewed up the top spot.
He has.
Regardless of what happens on this solve.
Mm-hmm.
I won't lie to you, I do think there's some shenanigans going going on behind the scrambling table. I think there's been a bit of thievery of phones, perhaps.
Oh, it's a solve that was looking very strong for Riley.
The 7.14, so not his fastest, not his slowest, but it does give him a 7.28. We can neither confirm or deny the shenanigans. I'm not sure that's Perry talking, are you?
I don't know.
I mean, to be honest, I did think that she was quite patriotic in regards to Team Platypus.
I thought so, but you never know.
No, you can never tell sometimes.
But it could be anyone really manning
Could be
her
anyone.
up.
Back with the elevator music. Are we going to see more dancing?
I don't know. With Jody gone, he might not be there to incite the dance.
Jasper dancing last time, but I don't think he's going to follow Jody's lead now that they're here. But we might just have to
I think.
get our little boogie on.
It's been great. All having a good time. The producers behind the producer desk also loving the elevator music. Oh, sitting down isn't enough.
No. There's space for... Oi!
Oi, what?
Excuse me, Ari.
It's got to be on stream.
Team Cook. You're one of us, all right? Oh, he's making a dance.
Ah, I see. The mascot wasn't made us suspicious, Ari. Get him closer. Get him closer.
Oh no, they're asking me to hit the gritty again.
Oh, they can't. No. None of that.
Got to do some research. So, Adrian walking out to Don't Start Now by Dua Lipa. Funnily
Yeah.
enough, in the very first music match, if you happen to be keeping track of the Oceanics 2022 socials, one of Feliks' favourite warm-up songs.
Oh, really?
And good to see Asher getting into the Aussie spirit,
Yep.
walking out to Back in Black.
Love to see it.
Again, Asher, one of our competitors who's not in contention for the Oceanic title.
No.
However, he will be looking to show off some really quick solving here.
Oh, definitely. And he is, I'd say, one of the fastest cubers in the world right now. Perhaps not as consistent as some of the other people we'll see a bit later on, but still very, very, very fast. And here's Adrian about to come in for his first solve. Of course, not what he's best known for, but he is the clock Oceanic champion as of a few hours ago.
Yes. I get the feeling that he might be better known as a clock solver. He didn't take up the event seriously until very recently, but has been practicing no flip and very glad it's paid off for him.
Yes, I think he's perhaps best known for Square One though, where he came second on the Oceanic podium.
Starting off just a little bit locky after the cross there and a little bit pausey, just a few rotations in the F2L. He doesn't look too happy with it, but
No.
an 8.42 even still.
And here's Asher about to receive his first cube. Asher has just phenomenal TPS and very, very good PLO recognition abilities, or PLO prediction rather, should I say. So on a good solve, he's capable of some amazing stuff. Will we see some of that magic?
Asher is well known for a sub-4 3x3 single, not on camera. However, if he gets anything good today, can rest assured that it'll be caught in high-quality footage.
And a 696. So
Starting off with a 696.
So that's
Looked
one
a
of-
little bit locky on the last layer.
It did.
However, still a very, very fast time on that first scramble.
And I think the second fastest time we've seen on that first scramble from anyone.
Yes, I believe so.
Just behind our favourite, Charlie Eggins.
Charlie Eggins is my favourite.
Oh, absolutely.
How could he not be yours?
Exactly. I think he's the favourite for many of the crowd here.
Yes.
Got a colossal round of applause when he came out.
Hot potato, hot potato. Okay, Adrian now just gearing up for his second. Starting a lot better off this time around, although a little lock up there. Finishing OLL at around about 6.5 and a 7.67.
So that's moving in the right direction, but
It is.
he'll definitely want to keep moving that way. He'll need some, I would say he'll need some sixes to get on the podium. And here's Asher. Very fast TPS, very distinctive turning style. And there we go.
6.32. All right, so Asher really, really setting himself up well here. 6.96 and a 6.32, so both sub-7s. Nobody else has started out with two sub-7s so far.
No.
Charlie got close, but not quite.
Yes.
And that 6.32 also, not quite the fastest solve. Of course, we had Jasper Murray very early on.
But Asher getting the second fastest solve so far on both scrambles. So I'd say he's definitely put himself in the strongest position out of anyone by a pretty comfortable margin.
Absolutely, it's a pretty easy start. He's got a good spot of momentum here, so maybe he can hang on with that. Adrian now inspecting for his third.
Doesn't seem too sure of himself here. Doesn't seem to like the scramble very much, but he's found something and he's going.
Just a little bit hesitant there, might not be seeing a whole lot, and he's got a bit of an awry smile there. Seemed like a 9.49. You hear a bit of "oh no's" from the New Zealand folk in the crowd. They're all wanting him to do really well, obviously.
Oh, they definitely are. So I think Adrian probably knows he's out of the running now with counting that 842. But I think he's probably okay with that. You know, he's had a great Oceanic so far.
It's rather unfortunate, but I'm sure that the clock win is definitely a good consolation prize.
Clock win and second in Square One as well.
Absolutely.
So he's got himself on 2 Oceanic podiums. So I think he'll be happy regardless.
Could not be in further separate events, I would say.
No, that's fair.
But Asher now, again with the blazing fast TPS. It's fast. It's the first sub-6 of this final. 5.81 for Asher.
And
again, the momentum.
It's brilliant. He's moving down with every solve, getting faster and faster.
Every single solve is considerably faster than the last by about half a second.
It's going to be very hard for that momentum to continue, but if it does, we could be on for a 4 later in the average.
Oh, I was thinking the exact same thing, buddy. Okay, Adrian receiving his cube now. Scramble number 4. Yes, he's out of the running. Unfortunately so. But would still like to make something out of this.
Oh, absolutely. I think at this point he's just all about having fun and hopefully doing something cool.
I think no matter what, he's walked away from this Oceanic Championships feeling good about himself.
Oh, definitely.
A 7.04.
That's pretty good. Best single for him so far.
Quite nice, yes. So he is moving in the right direction. He has 2 7s, an 8 and a 9 so far. But we're really focusing on Asher here. He's counting a 6.32.
That's incredible.
Considerably faster than any of the averages we've seen so far. Okay, Asher just inspecting now. See what he can find over here. Fast turning, but a little bit locky. Looked like the F6CF Prime OLL, and just locking up on that PLL there gives him an 8.68.
And that's unfortunate. It was looking for a sec there, like he might be moving towards his PR average of 5.90, but at this point, his best and worst possible averages are locked in. Either way, he's going to be... actually, the first place is not locked for him yet. His worst possible average is 7.32, which is just shy of the 7.28 set by Riley Dexter. But his best possible average is a whopping 6.36.
Has to be said for Asher, it would take a very bad solve for him to not take first place.
It would.
So we're looking forward to that. But it's not all guaranteed just yet.
No. Of course, Asher not eligible for the Oceanic podium, but he could be still be looking for a comp win here.
It's pretty calm turning from Adrian, just a little bit slow on that PLO, an 8.52 to finish it off. So it's not his worst possible average. He finishes off with an 8.20, currently slotting him in 7th, or rather 8th if we're including Asher's as well. And speaking of Asher, just onto his last solve here. We'll be hoping that he doesn't repeat anything like that 8.6 from the previous solve. And he's just getting underway now. Really quick turning, very little pauses there. Finishing OLL, blazing fast PLO recognition. Locky, but a 7.35.
So that's unfortunately his second worst solve so far. So he's only going to be getting himself a 6.88 average of 5, which is a bit slower than that 6.36 average that he was looking at. But we'll still put him pretty comfortably into first spot so far.
Yes, it is still a first place. It is still our first sub-7 average of the finals.
Hopefully not our last. I'm sure any of the top 4 seeds, which we're about to see, are capable of doing something similar.
Yes, these top 4 seeds are very, very capable of something along those lines. But it's good that we're starting to see a glimmer of true speed.
Yep. And coming up next, speaking of true speed, we have David Epstein and Dwayne Ramos, both current Oceanic champions in different events. Dwayne just recently becoming Oceanic champion in Scube and one-handed, and David Epstein, Oceanic champion in Square One. And then we see on the live stream, Jasper getting into the dancing at the elevator music.
So David Epstein now has gotten some very, very good results this competition. Had a chance for OCR Square One average in the Square One finals. Still came away with a win.
Yep.
And absolutely obliterated his PR average in 3x3 in the first round alongside Feliks Zemdegs. That was a treat to watch, that was.
That certainly was.
So Dwayne Ramos, the top seed for New Zealand in this finals. He'll be looking for something really good. Oh, what's he got in store?
Dwayne, always a character. Never know
Yes,
what you're going to
yes.
get. More dancing from Dwayne. Looks like he's having a great time heading into these finals.
I wonder if Zach and Perry are still watching the stream. Otherwise, they just missed out on something very, very spectacular.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely one of the highlights of the final so far. And he hasn't even started solving yet.
I would say it's perhaps even up there with Jody Brewster's moves.
Oh, definitely. I'd say they're neck and neck, really.
Yes.
And here we go. David just received his puzzle, getting into the first solve.
Spider Monkey saying cameraman deserves a raise. Our cameraman Peter Armstrong has been on the tools with us throughout this entire stream, so we can't give him enough praise. He's part of the reason that we can bring this competition to you in such high quality.
And an 8.05 for David. Definitely not what he'd be looking for, ideally. He'll be looking for, low 7s or 6s, ideally. But again, he does have that lifeline, so that 8.05 might not count. Hopefully he'll be able to beat that on his remaining solves and get something good anyway.
Dwayne tilting the head just to grab a quick peek. Just an extra split second of the cube.
Sometimes that can make the difference.
Sometimes it can. Dwayne, another one of our root competitors, along with Vincent Wong in this finals. This looks pretty good.
And there we go.
6.56 to start. So it is a very, very good start for him.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the fastest solve we've seen on the first scramble so far.
That is the fastest, but you saw his reaction. He felt that there was more left there, so definitely will be good to watch this this average here.
Could be in for something very special. On a good day, Dwayne is unstoppable, as I like to say.
Yes. And he is the hope for New Zealand in this Oceanic finals. It would be odd to not see him on the podium. It has to be said.
It would be odd, but Dwayne's very much a man of extremes. In the first 2 rounds, 8.9 second averages. It looks like he's in a much better space right now and is, solving at a completely different level. But we'll have to see. Anything could happen in these finals.
Okay, David's starting now. No, it doesn't look so good. An 8.84.
I'd say that doesn't quite put him out of the running yet, because that 8.05, although slower than he had hoped for, it's not terrible, but he'll need some really good solves on these last 3 if he wants to clinch a podium for himself.
Yes, when the podiums are looking at sub 7.5 averages,
yep,
an 8.05 as a best solve out of your first 2 is not what you'd hope for.
No, certainly not. And here we have Dwayne coming in for his second.
Okay, Dwayne starting now. Of course, started well on that first scramble.
On to LSE. This is another great one.
Good LSE.
5.84.
Looks like a 6-move LSE from line, including the M2 U2 M2 at the finish.
It did. So, Dwayne with the fastest solve on both of the first 2 scrambles.
Yes, placing himself very well. Not the fastest solve we've seen so far. Asher Kim McGarrick on the 3rd solve managed a 5.81, which is only slightly faster.
Only slightly faster, but Dwayne with an absolutely sensational start on those first 2.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see what that does for his mental game, because on the one hand, that's lined him up for an absolutely amazing average, and he'll know that. But on the other hand, that's given him some leeway in the last 3. He doesn't need anything spectacular in order to get a pretty solid average.
It does appear that way. However, we have seen competitors who have gotten a very good start in this average come undone with their last couple.
We have.
So it's not all said and done yet, obviously, but we are crossing our fingers and holding our breath that he can continue on and get something good here. David inspecting now. He's just started. It's looking like good turning. I honestly can't see much. It's just hidden behind the bottle.
That is 6.53 to finish. So that's more like the sort of times we'd be expecting from him. unfortunately, even if he counts that, he still has that 8.05 counting. So best case scenario, well, I mean, he hasn't done his fourth solve yet, so we don't know what the best case scenario is, but it'll be very hard for him to do better than a sort of mid-7 average, I would say.
We'll say thank you to all of the viewers who are still slowly trickling in. We're sitting at around about 470 at the moment. I'm fairly certain that will crack 500 before long, with the pairing of Feliks and Leo up next. But for now, Dwayne Ramos on his third. Some good turning so far.
CMLL and
CMLL
LSE.
there.
701.
7.01. So that 6.56 is counting, which is good. His national record's still at the moment is 6.51.
I believe so,
Yes.
yes. So he's his median is just shy of that, but he's got that 5.84, which if he counts that, he could be on for something very, very special indeed.
Yes. It's looking like it will put him in first spot at the moment, but it still has 2 solves left. Okay, David just finishing his warm-ups here. I'd like to finish that solve. Maybe a few more turns just to limber the fingers up.
He's going to be really trying to get in the zone now. He knows that his start wasn't amazing and he needs something great from these last 2. We'll see what he does.
Alright, it's a good start so far. Just a few tiny pauses onto PLL at before 6, but it's a 7.28. Just a little bit of a fumble there on the PLL. And so currently David, counting that 7.28 and the 8.05 from the first solve, which was not up to standard for him, best possible average currently 7.29, which we're expecting that Dwayne will quite comfortably beat that, barring disaster. So David might just be out of a podium spot for now. Could be looking at 4th.
But now all eyes are on Dwayne.
Just a bit locky there, CMLL and LSE. The
6.95.
6.95, so he's counting another sub-7.
That is sensational. That puts his best possible average at 6.45, which would be a new national record average, and his worst possible average at 6.84. So he has the first place sewn up already, and he could be looking at an absolutely brilliant average if he gets his best solve on the last. I believe he needs right around a 6.02 on the last in order to get in order to tie his current national record average.
I trust in your mathematics.
I hope it's right. I'm sure chat will correct me if it's not. But I think it's right around there.
Yep, so Dwayne also worst possible average of a 6.84, which will put him in first regardless.
Now we have David coming in for his final solve. Let's see what he can do. And it's not gone well, unfortunately. That's an 8.40 for him.
Not the end to the competition he would have liked, but I'm sure he can still find comfort in the fact that he's had some really, really good results.
Yeah, I don't think any Oceanic champion can be too upset with
No,
their
not at
performance
all.
in one event. And here we have Dwayne coming in for his final average. He's had a stellar first 4 solves. How is he going to finish it up?
Okay, Dwayne, reminder, still potential here for an NR average. Starting now a little bit locky on that second block.
And
A 661.
And that's brilliant.
Okay, 661 is a lovely final solve, puts him at a 6.71 average. Currently in first, guarantees him a podium overall and Oceanic podium.
It does. So Dwayne is on the podium.
In fact, it guarantees him at least a silver on the Oceanic podium.
Yeah.
Let's
And
go, Dwayne.
Dwayne is pumped, doing a nice little handspring there. Perhaps the best reaction from anyone we've seen so far this competition.
It's so good to see him so happy after the disappointment he had in the first and second rounds.
Oh.
He's really found his form in the latter stages, and isn't he happy?
He's so happy. And especially, after that heartbreak of the first day, Just so good. Such a highlight for me. He was a lot of people's favourite going into this competition. A lot of people knew he was capable of big things, and it's amazing to see him capitalise in the Oceanic final.
Second place seed, qualifying 6.48 average, representing Australia. It is Feliks Zemdegs.
You listen to the crowd and you don't even need to know who's coming on next. Feliks Zemdegs, greatest speedcuber of all time, some may say.
Of course, playing the Imperial March, as is tradition for him at this point.
Yes, happened at Nationals.
Happened at Worlds 2017 as well, for the first time, I believe.
So this is the matchup that it's all been leading towards. The final matchup, second and first seeds. Feliks Zemdegs of Australia needs no introduction, and also Leo Borromeo of the Philippines, Asian record holder.
And has also chosen a Star Wars track. So we've got a bit of a theme going on in this final matchup.
Seems like a common theme, yes.
Yes. This is a matchup that we've, of course, seen several times before online. These are both experienced Monkey League competitors.
Yes.
And it's going to be incredible to see what they do.
Okay, so for the time being, in terms of rankings, Dwayne guaranteed overall podium.
Yep.
Dwayne and Riley Dexter are guaranteed Oceanic podium.
Yes, that's correct. And the time to beat, a 6.71 average, which Dwayne set just a few minutes ago.
Okay, so Feliks just getting ready for his first. A 6.72 for Feliks, so he's right on track.
Right on the money.
Absolutely.
He's been in very good form this competition. Just missing out on an OCR average in round one.
Yes, would have been a tough task, of course. That was a former world record not too long ago.
Absolutely.
However, can't be too sad with a sub-6 in the first round.
And 6.72 is a very strong way to start his average. What will Leo do?
Looks like Leo just pausing to recognise the ZBLL, and a 6.30 for him. So, looks as though actually Leo's just got the fastest time on that first scramble.
Yep.
Looked a little bit pausey actually. I wasn't sure what to expect of that pause there, but it looks like it's still got him a good time.
I think it was a very efficient solution. He might not be entirely happy with it because the execution and the pauses weren't ideal, but still the fastest side we've seen so far in that first on that first scramble, and you'd expect no less from our first seed.
And now Feliks Zemdegs onto his second. Starts off well, looking pretty fluid, some good turning there.
Bit of a
little bit of a
lock
lock up there. 7.26 there. So just a little bit off track now. It's looking like this could be a very interesting last pair.
Oh, it could be, and it's going to be especially intense comparing them to the competitors who have come before. Feliks, again, looking at that 6.71 average. Both solves so far slower than it. First one, not by much, though.
Yeah, comparing Feliks to Dwayne is definitely what I'm really excited to see, because at the moment, looks like Dwayne has the edge over Feliks at the moment.
It does look like that, but we're only 2 solves in, and anything can happen.
Absolutely. We can't discount him. He is known as the GOAT for a reason. But Leo at the moment, turning very well. Looks like a 5.
Casual as you like.
5.67.
That was the easiest looking 5 I've ever seen.
I was going to say, it looked for mine possibly like a skip.
I think it might have been, yes.
I'm not 100% sure on that, but it did definitely come out of nowhere.
Yeah, there was a wee bit of, I would say, surprise in that time stop, perhaps. But anyway, Feliks on here for his third solve.
Either way, you take the luck you get.
Oh, you do. Like, getting lucky is not a crime, famously.
No, famously, yes. Okay, Feliks on his third hasn't perhaps started as well as he would have liked. He's hovering in and around the 7-second mark. But this looks like some good turning so far. Finishes OLL at 6. Another 7.26.
So he now has a counting 7.26. So he's going to need somewhere around a 6.2, maybe a 6.1 on his next solve in order for the Oceanic Champion title to be even possible. Anything slower and his best possible average will not be faster than Dwayne's.
Well, this is looking pretty intense at the moment, isn't it?
This is looking extremely intense.
So these 3 solves from Feliks so far, although only slightly slower than Dwayne's average that he got, still slower.
Still slower. And what's Leo going to do?
Leo at the moment started very well, a 6.3 and a 5.6, so looking at the 6 flat. But we'll see what he comes up with here. Some very, very good turning. Fluid F2L. OLL done before 5 seconds, and it's a 6.01.
That's just incredible. That's why he's your first seed?
Well, he's your first seed for a reason, absolutely. This is some stellar solving from Leo so far. Looking unstoppable.
Oh,
worst
absolutely.
time of a 6.3.
That's unreal. A 6.3 worst time.
6.3 worst time is, I believe, better than all but 2 of our previous competitors' best times.
That's true. So Leo showing why he's showing why he's so many people's favourite cuber. Just a reminder, Feliks will need a low 6 on this solve for the Oceanic Champ title to be possible.
If not a low 6, it will go to Dwayne Ramos. Dwayne is watching very intently, as are we. Just a little bit pausey on that F2L. It looks a bit locky.
And Dwayne is the Oceanic champion.
Dwayne Ramos is your 3x3 Oceanic champion. So Feliks at the moment, with that 7.12, actually it's a 9.12, there's a +2 there as well.
Okay.
So his best possible average is 7.08.
And Dwayne Ramos is your Oceanic champion.
He's got it. He's so happy. Look at him, just so content.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's so satisfying to see that after 2 rounds that I'm sure he would love to forget, finding his form when it matters the very most. Leo Brome now. Very, very fast solving. Got the ZBLL. No, he does OLL PLL combo. A
Still
6.20.
Low 6, cool as you like. And
Low
he
6.
now has the win sewn up.
Yes, he has the overall win sewed up. So even though Dwayne will be taking home the Oceanic title,
Yep.
Leo's worst possible average is a good half a second faster than that.
Oh, a ridiculous 6.17 as his worst possible
6.17
average.
worst possible average. And if he happens to get a good counting time here, could be on for a sub 6.
Absolutely. His
I hope
best
you
possible-
guys enjoyed that, the look at the back of Ari's head that we got there as well.
Ari, of course,
As Tingman says, he is a beautiful man.
Oh, absolutely. Bit of a local celebrity as well, doing some signing just the other day at the signatures table. And here's Feliks for his 5th.
So Feliks, it's for pride at this point. He can't get on the overall podium, but a 6.29 is his best. So he does lock up that 7.08 best possible average. And I believe that puts him just ahead of Riley Dexter on the Oceanic podium. So
Yep.
he'll sew up a 2nd. So your Oceanic podium is now decided. Dwayne Ramos, 6.71, perhaps the story of the competition.
Yep.
Feliks Zemdegs, 7.08, putting him in 2nd. And then in 3rd place, Riley Dexter. Quick as always. Could expect to see him on here, a 7.28. But now this is for pride. Doesn't matter what Leo gets here. He's already sewed up the overall podium by a fair way.
But he'll be looking to do something good.
It's been clinical.
There it is.
And there's a sub 6 to finish it off. Can you believe it? It's only just over a 6-second average there. A 6.05.
And the crowd goes wild. You'd love to be Dwayne right now. He came to this Oceanics never having gone to an overseas competition before, as far as I'm aware, and came away with wins in his 3 main events. He's the Oceanic champion for Scube, the Oceanic champion for one-handed, and now the Oceanic champion for 3x3. He's got to be
absolutely... It was a fantastic round to watch.
Fantastic. He's got to be over the moon right now.
He's got to be ecstatic, and you can see it. he's just in a bit of shock at the moment, I sense. Just incredible to watch, and a very deserving winner, you'd say.
Absolutely. I
Getting
think
the warm embrace of the NZ crew.
I'm going to go see if I can grab him for an interview.
Absolutely, you may.
I think we'd love to see his thoughts on that round and his competition overall.
Wow. Okay, so as James just leaves to get Dwayne, we'll do a quick recap again. So Leo Borromeo on the overall winner, a 6.05 with some very, very slick solving. Ahead of Dwayne Ramos, second overall, but far more importantly, he will take the Oceanic podium, Oceanic win rather. So he is the inaugural Rubik's WCA Oceanic champion, and I think it's very deserving that he happened to come away with it. Absolutely, proving that Ru is on the top stage still a viable method. I think Dwayne just at the moment getting interviewed by Rubik's actually in front of the media banner. I'm not wonder how his interviewing skills will be considering he's in a bit of shock at coming away with that title. But I think you'll all agree a very good, very, very good final to watch. Upwards of 500 people watching at the moment. I'm sure you've all tuned in for the best possible finals we could hope to see there.
Hello.
What do you reckon about it, Chris Mills?
Wow, that was intense.
Absolutely.
I didn't do so well, but those scrambles were really tricky, and I wasn't really hoping for too much. I was here to have fun, and have fun I did.
Absolutely. I'm super glad. Got to give it up for Dwayne.
Oh my
Looked
God.
like he was having a lot of fun in that final round.
Yeah. Making the most of the spotlight, and yeah, wow.
Yeah, no
I
doubt
can't
he
believe
would have
it.
been. No doubt he would have been really hoping to come away with a win there. Obviously, to see it come to life must feel 10 times better than it ever imagined in his head.
I honestly, it wasn't me winning, but I still can't believe it happened.
Yeah.
Like, I really cannot believe Dwayne managed to dethrone Feliks Zemdegs.
It sounds crazy on paper, doesn't it?
It really does.
It sounds crazy, but we've seen a lot of wild shenanigans in this Oceanic Championships, and this 3x3 finals was no exception.
Wow.
Another
Also,
wild shenanigan.
got to give it up
to
to Leo Borromeo with a 6.05 average on a really hard set of scrambles. Doing that in a head-to-head on those scrambles, very impressive.
We know that there was talk of him talking about improving his Asian record average. Not to be, but even still, as you say, on those scrambles, super close to a 6-second average, quite formidable.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So while James is on the search for Dwayne currently signing many autographs as the new Oceanic champion.
Love to see it. Dwayne finally getting the recognition he deserves, in my opinion.
Oh yes,
he is
absolutely.
one of the best solvers in the world right now. His one-handed time's crazy. He's really pushing the limits of Ru for both one-handed and 3x3. Also a crazy all-rounder. He got a bunch of podiums at this competition, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, won all three of his main events.
Yep, one one-handed, one 3x3. Not
Set
quite
national records.
Yeah.
In 6x6.
Wow.
So it suffices to say he's had a very fruitful competition.
Yeah,
and I think
for sure.
he will.
Wait a second,
he will be taking the
Michael.
flight home very.
You've got to get out of here.
What?
Because
Why
it's
should
the
I?
awards. You've got to get backstage.
No. All right. I guess I got to go get some awards now. I hate this. All right. It's been a pleasure commentating this head-to-head finals
I think
for
I'm
you.
going to have a quick chat with Leo.
I bet, Leo's done very well in this final, and it would be a shame not to have a chat with him. All right, I'll leave you two to it.
Enjoy your awards, Michael.
Thanks again, guys.
All yours, Leo. Congrats.
All right, chuck that on you. Hello, Leo.
Hello.
This is the first time you're on the stream this weekend, eh?
Yep.
How did you find that round?
The waiting room was quite the vibe.
Yeah,
and
we had a good vibe back
yeah,
there.
Dwayne was dancing to Dua Lipa as well.
I missed that.
And yeah, the round itself, I'm just happy to win. The scrambles weren't the best, but
Yeah,
I
I
still
agree.
managed to get a decent average.
Yeah, there was quite a few solves where you had really rapid F2Ls, but then it looked like a couple of them you got to like ZBLL, didn't know the cases, or you made a few mistakes. Do you think that's something you're going to work on, learn more ZBLLs after this is over?
I think I'm gonna work on like my last layer, cause
Yeah.
I think my F2L is definitely like superior.
So obviously you won this event, you won 3x3 at the competition. How were your other results? Do you have any thoughts?
So I won 4x4 as well with a 25.57.
Solid.
Yeah, with a counting 27 with shirt, and a 20.6 NR single.
Very speedy.
And
Great.
for one-handed, I could have podiumed, but yeah, I just did the wrong alg on the last solve and ended up with a 12.7 counting.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
When's your next competition and what's next for you?
Actually, my next comp is January 7th.
January 7th. That's
Yeah.
not too far away. I think that's when my next competition is as well.
Mm.
You got any plans for Christmas?
Just have fun with my family. You
Yeah.
know, spend time with family stuff.
Great to hear.
And
All right.
practice more as well. So.
Well, thank you for coming on. Crazy solves, and I think we've got to let you go backstage now because you're going to be probably given an award pretty soon, considering you won a couple of events. So yeah, all the best, and I'll see you later.
Yep.
All right. Oh wait, I'm getting Dwayne on. Sorry, Tom. Oh, Dwayne, come in here. Chuck this headset on you.
Hello. Whoa.
Whoa.
That's crazy. Hello.
Let's wait for Alex to start talking. All right. How do you feel, Dwayne?
I feel amazing. Feel relieved. Especially after the last few days, man. Last few days have been quite rough.
Yeah. We've seen a few upsetting results, a lot of emotion.
Yeah.
But it was so great to see you get that solve. So I was on the edge of my seat, man. But those scrambles, I was like, oh no, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find anything. But you did. You had a few locky solves, but still, even with some mistakes, getting a 6.1 average with terrible scramble set, head-to-head finals of your biggest competition ever. Wow.
Yeah.
Really, really good job. You got any thoughts about the specific solves?
Not gonna lie, I found the scrambles kind of easy. And I was just trying to compose myself and make sure to not screw up any moves. So I'm glad I didn't like fully choke it.
Yeah.
It could have been better, but nevertheless, I'm happy with what happened.
Could have been better. All right. Well, you still won by over 0.3 of a second.
Ooh.
Feliks with a 708 average in second place, and you had 671. Feliks getting his best solve on the last, but it didn't matter. Your solves are still insane. Have we got any questions in chat for Dwayne before we let him go and collect his many awards?
Many awards.
Yeah, like obviously you've had a few upsetting results this weekend, but you got any other highlights apart from obviously winning 3x3?
Pyramid's average. I was not expecting that. My first sub 3 was top 100 in the world.
That's crazy. Yeah, beat me. That's for sure. You also had 6x6 national records on Friday. Well, your mean was then broken by Angela earlier today, but it seems like you've been practicing a lot of big cubes recently.
Yeah.
So you got any plans to continue with that, or take a break for a little bit?
I'm gonna probably still grind 6x6 until I can get just good NRs, because my PRs are still quite bad.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What's next for you? When are you going home?
When are you going home? Going home tomorrow. Have to wake up at 5 a.m., which is not great, but that's okay. This makes up for it. Today makes up for it.
All right.
And
We've got someone asking: is the headband the source of your power?
The headband? Maybe. Oh my! I'm actually on a streak of doing well with this headband, so maybe we'll keep it up.
All right. Do you plan on practicing any other events over the next few months?
That'll probably be a secret until next year.
For secret? Oh, I like it.
Next comp.
I like it. And very last question before we let you go: can you get sturdy?
You should watch Ari's new video about it.
Okay, we're gonna.
He has
leave
a
it for the
video. He has a clip. He'll find out.
When Ari releases the vlog of this competition, then you can see Dwayne getting steady. Well, thank you very much for coming to chat with us.
Thank you, Chris.
Give me a big hug,
Yeah.
man. Big hug. Massive congratulations.
Oh my God.
And go and get your many awards. Oh, we got Asher. Interview after interview, apparently.
Hello.
Hello, Asher. How was that for you?
It could have gone worse. So.
Yeah, that's true. You had a few pretty good solves in there. Getting a 581 on the third one. Bit of a rough finish, but you still got
yeah.
third place overall. How did you find your performance at this comp overall?
Overall, I thought it definitely could have gone worse and better. Some events I did better than I thought. Some obviously a lot worse. But that's what I get for not practicing too much. Busy with school and just a little lack of motivation. But that's completely my fault.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What made you decide to come over to Melbourne for the Oceanic Championships, seeing as you're from America?
I'm actually interested in studying here for college.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I was here as an opportunity for 1, a vacation, 2, this comp, and 3, to check out potential colleges or universities.
Do you like Melbourne?
I do. I love it. This is my 3rd time here. It's amazing.
That's good to hear. Do we have any questions for Asher? Looks like David Epstein's returning a cube he borrowed. Unlucky David. Well, yeah. Thanks for coming. You got anything to say to the stream?
Follow me on Instagram.
Follow him on Instagram. Asher Cuba, right?
Yeah.
At Asher Cuba. Well, thank you very much for coming on. And you beat me. And you got third overall. So you better go backstage and get that podium.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. See you later. All right.
Oh my goodness. That was quite the final, wasn't it?
It really was. Ari and I were sitting next to each other just off stream, and Ari was dashing around trying to get some good footage, and I was just like, oh no, really stressed, really wanting Dwayne to take the W. But wow, you definitely got some good footage. Definitely check out Ari's videos once they're all posted, and also Oceanic's Instagram. I think it's Oceanics22. Loads of stuff will be posted on there. And I'm seeing the awards and medals getting dragged out now. Everything's just getting set up. But yeah, Dwayne's been showered with photos and signatures. All of a sudden, everybody in the stadium wants an autograph. Asher's signing a few over there. Well, yeah. How did you find the competition?
That was magnificent to watch. I was like slightly bummed that I didn't make finals, but like just the reactions from the crowd and the entire atmosphere here is just electric.
Yeah, it's so good. Even backstage, we were chucked in a changing room as the waiting room, and we were all vibing. David Epstein organised a little competition where I'd read out the scramble move by move. We'd all do it and then solve it once. I think I cheated on one of them, but people don't need to know that. But yeah, it was a really good vibe backstage. We were trying to bribe the delegates to tell them the times. Which they are not allowed to do. We would have been a bit cheeky, but yeah, it was really fun backstage, and personally I didn't do very well, but I still had a great time, and I hope you did too.
Yes, certainly, and I hope for the viewers watching at home and viewers of the stream that they thoroughly enjoyed it. This is quite the production that we have going on here. Just the so many angles, so much going on. So also
Big shout out to the production team. We got Peter, also we got Daniel. These guys have been switching all the angles, setting up the cameras all weekend, doing an amazing job trying to capture as many solves as possible. And then also the commentary team, myself. We've got thank you to myself. Who else have we got? I've completely forgotten. I'm blanking. We got James, Tom, Jay, Feliks. Who have I forgotten? Michael. Big shout out to Feliks though. He did a lot of planning. He perfectly laid out the schedule of when each of us were commentating. He thought of everything. We had a few meetings and everything was discussed. Really, really well done from all of the gang. And also, big shout out to our cinematographer Ari, who also guest commentated a couple of times. He's been very good capturing capturing the vibe of the competition. So even those of you at home just scrolling on Instagram, you get to see what it's like to be here. And also, big shout out to Zach Armoridis, our photographer, one of the Team Kookaburra members. He's been dashing around trying to snap photos of all of the hundreds of people here.
Yeah.
And big shout out to our moderators in chat, keeping it nice and calm in the chat over the weekend. They've done a great job. They're just doing it from home. But I think we're about to get started with awards. Everything looks like it's pretty ready. Last question for you, Ari. Highlight of the competition.
Oh, that's a tough one. Am I allowed to say that everything's my highlight?
That's boring.
Boring.
You were so boring, man.
I think if I had to choose one moment, sitting just right across from the stream table, just next to it, watching the 3x3 finals, that
was a great moment.
Electric. And having that little side live podium type of thing, just seeing their reactions as well.
Yeah, seeing Dwayne,
crazy.
the moment Dwayne knew he won, I think he was shocked more than anything.
Yeah.
He had his head in his hands, really not knowing what just happened. Wow, what a competition. And what a way to close out the year for most people. This was the last Continental Championship of the year.
Sorry, I just want... people in the chat keep asking for me to quote-unquote get started. I don't know where this has come from.
Well, I asked Dwayne if he'd get sturdy, and he told everybody to wait for your video. So I think we have to tell the whole chat to wait for the video. And now I think we're going to shut up and let you guys watch the awards. Goodbye.
First up, we have Ethan Pride, who is the WCA chair. He will be giving a talk on behalf of WCA. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the first WCA Rubik's Oceanic Championship.
So I've been told we don't have proper audio on the delegates.
Woo!
All of these 6 competitions would not have been possible without the sponsor Rubik's, so a big thank you to Rubik's and the Spin Master team for...
Yes, a big thank you to the sponsors Rubik's.
Yeah.
A big thank you to the organisational team, Speedcubing Australia, and everyone who put their time into making this competition happen. It's very important to know that every competition around the world, whether it's this big 800-person competition or a 10-person competition, happens on the back of volunteer work. So the volunteer hours that have been put into this, the WCA is very thankful for.
Woo! Yeah, big shout out to all the volunteers at the competition. Guys, for planning it for months.
Volunteers who have helped judge and all that. Kerry will go a little bit more into the thank yous, but all of the WCA competitions, off the back of volunteers, it's very impressive to see how much we can really get done. Now, those of you who know, there was an application opening for the 2024 Oceanic Championships.
So now we have an announcement for 2024 Oceanic Championships.
Unfortunately, there were no applications.
No applications for Oceanics 2024.
At this time, there is currently nothing planned for 2024 in terms of the WCA Oceanic Championship, but there will be an application period that opens later. So stand by, and hopefully we'll have more information.
So no full announcement for applications for 2024 Oceanics.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I'm sure something will be organised, so stay tuned for that.
And speaking of volunteers that help run things, SCA is the main organising force behind this competition, and Kerry here is the president of SCA, so we'll be giving a talk on behalf of the organisation team.
Right, hand it over to Kerry now.
To everybody. Alright, so I've got a bit of a list of thank yous. A competition this scale doesn't happen without lots of people being involved. So, firstly, thank you to Ethan and to the WCA for accepting our bid here in Melbourne. It's wonderful to have a large competition back here in Melbourne, again after Worlds in 2019, and supporting us to hold this championship, the first ever Oceanic Championship here.
Thanks, Tom Noble, for designing the logo.
Yeah, Noble Cubes.
So, and as I said, a competition of this size doesn't happen without an amazing crew. So I could not have asked for a better crew. Look at all these people in blue shirts. I became a crew member for a little bit of time out in a blue shirt to judge. So thank you for that. But thank you to we'll do a roll call and you can shout out. So in alphabetical order, thank you to the Echidna team. The emu team. To the platypus team. The wabbits. And the wallaby team. Last 4 days of running, judging, scrambling, making this competition possible. We also had our specialist team, so thank you to the Wombat team who
So if you're not hearing this, Kerry's round of applause for our president of Speedcubing Australia, Kerry, for on average 30 hours a week doing work for
Absolutely crazy.
Speedcubing Australia. With that.
So we are starting. This is the Oceanic Championships. So we are crowning the Oceanic Championship champions in all of the events. But people are traveling all over the world to this competition.
It's not coming. Is it no signal at all? So we'll commentate over. So we'll continue to commentate over awards. As we've been informed, there's no audio, unfortunately, so apologies for that.
So since this is the Oceanic Championships, all of the main podiums are going to be from people from oceanic countries, so New Zealand or Australia. So just to show some appreciation for all the international competitors, we're going to bring them out one at a time and say what podiums they got overall.
So we have Leo Borromeo here, Cuba from the Philippines.
With a first place in 4x4 and a first place in 3x3. So still an amazing performance for Leo.
And now we have Asher, Kim.
Yeah, Asher all the way from America here in Melbourne to check it out. Check out the unis and check out an amazing competition.
So he did get third place overall in 3x3 and a second place for Scube overall. So it's
Good performance from Asher, nonetheless. Next up is Cyrus One Hook Chi from Hong Kong. Third place in 7x7 for Cyrus. Very impressive. Now we have Yibo Wang from China, the older brother of Guanbo Yang.
Wang, the 2x2 world record single holder, but from China. So he's placed third in 6x6 and second in 5x5 overall.
Very solid performance for Yibo.
We're now moving on to the Rubik's Relay.
So this is the event we did on Friday.
Friday evening, a very cool event where teams from all different states, in this case, from across Australia, and also including a couple teams from New Zealand.
Yeah. So a thing they did on social media is they announced that the best dressed team would be given a different prize. So Victoria 2, that dressed up as Mario, Luigi and Princess Peach, were given the best dress prize. They've all been given fish.
They've all been given
oh my god, the fish are moving.
Fish.
Very well deserved. These guys put a lot of effort into the outfit. Michael and I were cracking up as they walked out, and they've been awarded with some fish. Now we're on to the main podium for the Rubik's Relay. So in third place, we had, I guess we're pulling out all three teams.
So in third place we have New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand won with Adrian, Jasper and Dwayne.
And in second place we have
Queensland won with Charlie Eggins, Jayden McNeill and David Epstein. No, not David Epstein. Toby.
Toby Sufert. And in first place we have Victoria won, which comprised of Feliks, Zemdegs, Riley Dexter and David Epstein.
Big Dave. Don't know how they're going to fit everybody on this podium.
There's a little bit of a squishy podium here, but
I believe they can do it.
Certainly a very fun event, and you can go back and watch that after this stream is over. If you have missed it. This is a questionable podium.
Oh, they're all being given little plaques as well. It looks like one team have got one each.
Magnificent.
Sounds like Alex, our MC, is a little bit worried for their safety.
Oh, there's Felix.
Oh, there we go. Awesome. That's good. That's a great photo.
Congratulations to these teams and their placements in the Rubik's Relay
If you missed that, you can go back and watch the live stream VOD on Twitch and scroll through until you find the end of the day.
We are now moving on to the awards for the different WCA events. And they're all coming out one at a time and to give them their deserved recognition.
We're now getting the 3x3 multi-blind podium out into stage. So
this is 3x3 multi-blind. In third place, we have James McDermott.
He got a 31 out of 44 in 1 hour and 2 seconds, getting him third place.
In second place, we have Swami from Australia with a 24 out of 29 in 56 minutes and 34 seconds. Congratulations. And in first place, we have Tam Kwan with 24 out of 25 cubes in 54 minutes and 46 seconds. This
big upset on this.
was certainly a big upset. Michael Tripodi placing 4th, who was certainly the favourite to go in
For sure.
with the Oceanic record held by Michael. But nonetheless, congratulations to these magnificent 3 for their 3x3 multi-blind achievements.
Right, we're now pulling out the 5 blind podium. Lovely blokes walking out right now.
You can see the minor age difference between the 3, but certainly a testament as to how cubing can be for a whole range of ages.
Oh no, Lennon walked out by accident. It was actually Swami.
Oh, okay.
Lennon's not on this podium.
Oh. So in 3rd place, we have Swami, who had a personal record of 12 minutes and 17 seconds for 5x5 blindfolded. So 2nd blindfolded podium for
Second
Swami.
place, success of 8:40.56. Charlie Eggins from Queensland. And in 1st place, as expected, with a 4:39.25 single, Michael Tripodi. Woo, woo, woo! Fellow Team Kookaburra member, one of my favourite men.
Congratulations to these 3 for
And
their...
showing off the Cookie Monster.
There's the Kookaburra right there. For their magnificent... That's the Kookaburra sound. Congratulations to these 3 for their amazing achievements in 5x5 blindfolded. And Lennon is just walking out again. It's just... So now we're moving on to
4x4 blindfolded.
4x4 blindfolded.
Lennon Hughes in 3rd place with a 4:52.55. The deputy leader of Team Wallaby, showing off with Joey.
Now we have Charlie Eggins with a 2:16.16 single for 4x4 blindfolded, placing him
And
2nd on the podium.
as expected, with 1:49.65, Michael Tripodi. Team Kookaburra at it again with the W's.
Congratulations to these 3 for 4x4 blindfolded. Now we're having a quick break because they're awarding some sort of announcement here.
All right, so we've got 3 people giving out awards. So 3rd place is Edward Hollingdale, giving out on behalf of the delegates, and in 2nd place will be given out by Kerry, representing Speedcubing Australia, and 1st place will be given out by Ethan, representing the WCA. We're now moving on to the Square One podium.
And in 3rd place for Square One, we have Benjamin Worry of Australia with an 8.19 average. He's got the
sunglasses on, looking full of drip. In 2nd place, with an average of 6.72. Representing New Zealand, Adrian Overemerton. So close to the national record average, still an amazing performance for him. And the Oceanic champion for Square One with a 5.54 average, just shy of his OCR, representing Australia, David Epstein. As expected, Big Dave taking the W for Square One. Next, we're moving on to the Scube podium. I actually came 4th in Scube, very close to a podium. Dwayne looking as drippy as ever. In 3rd place, representing New Zealand, his first big competition, getting 3rd. It's Henry Isles from Dunedin with a 3.84 PR average. 2nd place, representing Australia with a 3.34 average, Eli Panata.
And in 1st place, with a 2.86 average, representing New Zealand, is Dwayne Ramos.
Woo, woo, woo!
Congratulations to these three.
Henry really not expecting to get on this podium, but with a PR, he managed it. Now we got Pyraminx walking down. I think this podium for Pyraminx was, if you add up all of the averages together, it was probably like the second fastest ever, which is crazy.
So in third place, we have a 2.09 average from New Zealand represented with Jasper Murray.
A little bit disappointed with this, but still a solid average and a solid performance. Second place, also representing New Zealand with a 2.04 average. We've got my man, Elias EU. Still a great performance, only just shy of first place. Oceanic champion, representing Australia with a 1.99 average. Sebastian Lee takes the W, the Oceanic champion for Pyraminx. Really well deserved. We've seen some insane times from him over the weekend.
And I also do want to note this average had a DNF
Wow.
in the second solve, but still managed to pull it together for all 4 other solves with a 1.99
So there was
average.
only 0.1 difference between first and third. Right, we're now pulling out the top 3 for Megaminx. You will see a familiar face in this podium. Few familiar faces.
Yes. So we have the 3 walking up here. In
Third.
third place, we have New Zealand with a 41.17 average, James McDermott.
Team Kookaburra representing strong here.
Yes, one of our commentators that you've heard over the weekend.
Second place with a 38.73 average, representing Australia, Feliks Zemdegs, also a Team Kookaburra member. And in first place, representing New Zealand with a 33.08 average, just shy of his Oceanic record average, we have Alexander Vuzic, the Oceanic champion, absolutely demolishing the competition by over 5 seconds. Really well deserved and great to see.
Congratulations again to these 3.
Clock's up next. Everybody's favourite event. Although I may be joking, but I really enjoyed watching the final today.
Oh,
it was so intense.
Highly intense.
Right.
Had some pretty
In
big upsets
third-
in this one.
Third place, representing Australia with an average of 5.38, a PR. We got Zach Graham. In second place, representing New Zealand with a 5.28 average, Liam Wadek. One of my good friends, Liam, over from New Zealand. Great to see him perform well in such a high-pressure situation. And one of the biggest upsets of the competition, the Oceanic champion, representing New Zealand with a 5.15 new national record average, Adrian Orthway-Martin, taking home a W for the event. He wasn't supposed to.
Congratulations to these 3 for their clock podiums.
One-handed walking out now. This was also an insane podium, and another one where New Zealand did very well.
Certainly.
For in third place from Australia with a 10.74 average, Team Kookaburra member Feliks Zemdegs, just sneaking onto the podium.
And in second place, with a 10.10 average representing New Zealand, we have Jasper Murray.
Absolutely demolishing his PR average. Really good performance from Jasper, and great to see him come back after his Pyraminx average.
And completely smashing the competition with a 9.29 average. Representing New Zealand, we have Dwayne Ramos in first
Another
place.
W for Dwayne. He's rolling in them. Lovely photo of the 3 of them.
Terrific.
Fewest moves up next. This was done all the way on Thursday. Sadly, we didn't get a chance to stream this because it would have been very boring.
Yes, and for those who aren't familiar, FMC is a little bit more of a different event where they have 1 hour to write down the
There was
shortest
a tie
solution.
for third place on this one. Both got a 28.33 mean and a 25 single. Joshua Hounslow and Riley Dexter taking a tied third place. Not quite sure how they're going to sort out this medal here. They're going to put it on Riley and then put it on Josh.
Oh, I was hoping they'd put it on both of them at the same time. Kind of have their necks right next to each other.
Right. In second place,
we have
with a mean of 25.33, representing Australia, David Roach. I think the oldest person to podium at this competition. Very impressive results from him. Fun fact, his FMC mean was better than his 3x3 average.
Right.
The champion.
In first place.
Representing Australia with a 24.67 mean, Jayden McNeill of Team Kookaburra representing strong. And he's got the Cookie Monster there.
Congratulations to these 4 this time. Now we're moving on to 3x3 blindfolded.
This was a very close final between the second, third, and fourth.
Yes, and unfortunately we did not get to see Charlie Eggins, one of the top seeds coming in, as they were placed in a position where it was not streamed. So
yeah,
we have a slight
third place with a 19.93 single, Jack Kai.
Former world record holder.
Former world record holder, needs no introduction, a great person.
In second place, with a 19.68 single representing Australia, we have Benjamin Paul.
And in first place, this guy really needs no introduction. With a 14.26 Oceanic record single representing Australia, we have Charlie Eggins, one of the nicest kids I've ever met.
Yes.
And he got Oceanic record single in the final. When it was all to play for, he got 3 successes back-to-back, nearing his Oceanic record mean as well. And he looked like a bit of celebrity after that round.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted signatures, and he was getting interviews all around the venue.
That was despite having a podium that is different elevation, it was a bit of a kind of a slant there in head height.
All right, 7x7 podium up next. In third place, representing New Zealand with a 251 mean. We've got Dwayne once again, not on the top this time, but still sneaking onto that podium. Second place, representing Australia with a 237 mean, Ryan Driscoll. Quite far ahead of Dwayne.
Yes,
but there's an
even further
bigger
ahead.
jump to first place.
With a 2-minute, 9-second mean from Australia, Feliks Zemdegs takes out 7x7 Oceanic champion. Congratulations to these 3. There's Dwayne slightly hiding his face there to make the certificates on the same plane.
6x6 up next. This was a really intense final. Looks like they're trying to get Feliks back.
Feliks has to go all the way back around to get to the start again.
Or they're going to get him to loop around. Feliks, go back. He's too good.
Running across now. Oh, no. Briskly walking across.
Briskly walking across. Taking off his old medal. And getting ready for his new one. All right. Are they going to walk out? They're taking their time.
Yes, they are. We already know who wins. Just here we go.
Here we go.
Finally walking out.
Finally walking out. This was really cool final to watch.
Yes, certainly.
In third place, representing Australia with a 150 mean, Brian Eng. Only narrowly beating Dwayne by a couple of seconds. Very close final there. And in second place, representing New Zealand with a new national record mean of 144.83, Angela Braganza. Big crowd favourite here. Her whole family are in the crowd watching, and lots of New Zealanders really happy to see her do this well. And the Oceanic champion, representing Australia with a new Oceanic record single of a 116 as well, Feliks Zemdegs.
With a 1-minute and 22-second mean.
Just over 20 seconds faster than Angela. Not really a bit of an not really very expected for Feliks to win that, but still really cool to see Angela get that national record in the final. Now we're on to 5x5.
There, instead of doing the whole loop around, Feliks has gone directly back to the start again.
Okay.
Now we have
5x5
walking out
Another
now.
really intense finals. We had a lot of PRs all around the board. In third place, representing Australia with a 55.72 average, Brian Eng once again. And in second place, with a 54.52 PR average, representing New Zealand, we got Jasper Murray once again getting on the podium. And the Oceanic champion with a 48.11 average, representing Australia, you guessed it, Feliks Zemdegs.
Feliks not only taking out numerous Oceanic champion titles, also getting a little bit of a workout in walking around the podium and coming back out again. Now we're moving on to 4x4. Here we have... Oh, Feliks has to walk back again.
Poor guy, man. Just a penalty for being too good, eh?
Yeah. Just have to get those steps in.
Tick, tick.
They are... Oh, they got... Ed Hollingdale has just said they got parity, so they have to...
Very witty Ed Hollingdale.
Head back there and fix that up. Here we go.
Here we go. They're finally on their way out.
Again, 4x4 cube final podium in third place with a 28.45 average from New Zealand was Angela Braganza.
Getting on the podium once again.
In
Second place with a 27.88 PR average, representing Australia, Riley Dexter. Very close podium this one, because in first place with an average of 27.77, only 0.1 better than Riley. You guessed it, once again, Feliks Zemdegs. Probably losing his breath here, getting the medal caught around his ear. Really close podium, only 0.7 between first and third. Very easily could have gone a different way. Alright, that's it for these guys. And we're moving on to the 2x2 podium. Ooh.
2x2 is an all-Australian podium, which is...
You hate to see it.
Oh.
Andy Gong takes first place from Australia, as we said, with a 2.19 average.
In second place, the 1.96 average is
Brian Eng, 196 average, sub 2.
And the Oceanic champion in 2x2 with a 1.63 average.
And 2x2 Oceanic champion with a 1.60 average representing Australia, we have Phoenix Patterson.
So just a reminder that the podiums we're doing now are only people who are from oceanic countries. So people like Leo or Asher, they were given certificates before to acknowledge that they did so well. But these podiums are just for the oceanic competitors, since it is the Oceanic Championships. We're now getting the 3x3 competitors out.
This was a highly intense final. With a little bit of an upset in a way.
Yeah.
Feliks certainly the favourite here back in his
Riley
home
Dexter,
ground.
720 average, a lot of mistakes, but still getting on the podium. In second place with an average of 708, representing Australia, Feliks Zemdegs on the second place position, getting a silver medal, massive upset. And wow. First place, the winner of Oceanic Championships 2022 with an average of 6.71, representing New Zealand, Dwayne Ramos. Big round of applause. What
Massive
an upset.
congratulations to Dwayne Ramos.
Winning by over 0.3 of a second. He's been handed the trophy. His name will be engraved in that, and it will stay there for years to come. The first ever 3x3 Oceanic champion. It's Dwayne Ramos.
We're just having the
Few
toys there in
mascots
the
being
back.
thrown
Mascots
around.
being thrown. in the background there.
One round of applause for all the podium finishers. An amazing performance around the board. We're going to get all of the podium finishers out from backstage to take a nice big photo. This will be nice.
Yes, certainly. And again, a
wonder
massive
how many there are.
congratulations to all these podium places at the first ever Rubik's WCA Oceanic Championship here in 2022 in Melbourne, Australia.
Yes.
Being directed by our MC Alex here for
Wow,
these
there's
people
so
to take a
many of
photo
them.
properly.
Trying to shuffle them to their right, our left. This is really funny.
No, we will keep this kookaburra show.
Yeah, we will keep. And they've got a kookaburra.
Where we have all the podium places here for Oceanic Championship.
Oh, Dwayne Ramos
2022.
on the floor, on front,
With
with his big ash trophy.
I'm not sure if you can say that. Here we are.
Wow.
So many fast people here. So many great times.
Kevin the
intense
koala has
times.
been thrown in the air. So is Platty the platypus.
Again, massive congratulations
The
to all
echidna
these
thrown
people.
around too. Great to see the mascots and everybody having fun at the end.
Oh, there's the fishes on the ground there. And that concludes our 2022 Rubik's WCA Oceanic Championship here in Melbourne, Australia. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed this live stream. If you missed anything, the VODs will be on the World Cube Association Twitch, so just head on over there and you can rewatch all the exciting moments here at the WCA Oceanic Championships for 2022.
Okay, we're going to get all of Team Kookaburra in the stream now to say goodbye.
Maybe we'll get sturdy.
Yeah. Just gonna try and find everybody, get everybody in. Yeah. Gonna get a nice angle.
We have the
Trying to get everybody over
stream
here.
team coming in now. Michael Tripodi, congratulations.
Congratulations, Michael Tripodi.
We only have 2 microphones, so you're going to have to come up real close to Chris's lips to speak into it. Not really.
Get Zach over here. Trying to get everybody here. Where's Felix? We've
We have
lost
to
Felix.
find our...
Got Tom.
Where is our...
We lost
Felix Zemdegs. Where is he? He has disappeared. He's probably gone around to do another
probably
lip behind the back again to
Yeah,
get more
some more
steps
cardio in. He's probably gone to pick up all of his many medals. Hello, James. Congratulations on the 3rd place in Megaminx. Great to see.
And multi-blind.
And multi-blind. And
double
3rd place in
podium winner.
multi-blind.
Hello. How's stream doing?
Doing pretty well. They still want us to get sturdy. And I don't think we're going to do it.
I'm not sure. Sturdy for the last like half hour?
Yes, they really have.
When will I get sturdy? That's what the people want to
know.
Will David Zemdegs get sturdy?
Oh no. Alright, we're getting Felix here now.
Yes.
Yeah, Daniel and Peter, come on, get on in
behind the
here.
scenes production.
Our production team. Where is Zach? Here he comes, our photographer. Are we all here?
So this is the team that brought you...
The team that brought you the 2022 Rubik's WCA Oceanic Championships. It's been phenomenal working with these guys the past couple of days to bring you this competition, and we really hope that you enjoyed it as much as we did.
Now we have one final send-off from our favourite team mascot and the best team mascot of the competition.
So thanks again, guys, for tuning in, and we'll leave
See you next
Captain-
time.
We'll leave Captain Cook with the send-off. So long, guys. See you in 2 years.